How many warps does it take to beat Warptorio? Well, to answer that question we first need to ask, what is Warptorio anyway? Now, I could say that Warptorio is a mod that takes the most annoying part of Factorio, which is building and deconstructing mines, and makes you do it time and time and time again. Now, I know that sounds just horrible, but somehow Warptorio pulls it off to make the process actually interesting and entertaining. Now, if Warptorio can make building mines interesting, then you just know we are in for a treat with the rest of this mod. Alright, so Warptorio is basically vanilla Factorio with a twist. Instead of being able to take it easy, you know, endlessly tinkering around with aesthetic design choices to make your factory as feng shui as possible, Warptorio really dials the pressure knob up to 11 and then just keeps cranking it until the knob breaks straight off. You spawn in as normal on the planet of Novice, with the only obvious change being that you spawn on a teeny tiny concrete platform, also known as the Warp platform. This Warp platform is the result of some dodgy experiments gone horribly wrong, and now this teeny tiny platform is going to cause you all sorts of problems for the rest of the game. The first problem you'll note is probably the auto warp timer in the top left corner. It started off at 20 minutes, and when it reaches 0, the warp platform will, well, warp away to a new planet and start the 20-minute countdown all over again. And it will keep warping to the next planet every time the timer reaches 0, upon which the old planet gets brutally deleted out of existence, including everything you might have left on its surface. So you had better pack your bags timely and be ready to warp out together with the platform, because the platform will warp away with or without you. And if it's without you, you are stranded, with no way back to the warp platform except for dying and respawning. Without your inventory, obviously, and contrary to vanilla Factorio, where you can just go pick up your inventory from your clone's body, in Warptorio that corpse just got deleted straight out of existence, together with the old planet you just died on. Also, don't stand on the edge. Anyway, there's more to Warptorio than just the warping from planet to planet, including a whole additional tech tree with Warptorio specific technologies and upgrades. But we'll get to those later, because after playing for a couple minutes, you'll probably find out about the second major change to vanilla Factorio. That sweet little teeny tiny warp platform emits literal tons of pollution, which will eventually be causing non-stop heavy biter attacks, as well as a murderous biter evolution pace, far outpacing even the brutal Dead World preset in vanilla. You want to know how bad it is? Well, here is a 20-minute time-lapse of the pollution output by just the platform, without any factory pollution at all. Now let's compare that to the pollution output of a standard vanilla opening on the same map 20 minutes in. I have been mining hard for thousands of resources, but the resulting pollution cloud is a fraction of the Warp platform's one. Yeah, so that means we are not going to need to worry about the pollution output of anything we build ourselves, as the sheer smog cloud that the Warp platform outputs will blot out the sun all by itself. Also, you may notice a weird black square on the map. Also, you may notice a weird black square on the map. Yeah, that is a literal void right where the warp platform used to be. And while the Warptimer counts down to 0 to warp itself to yet another planet without us, watch closely what happens to the biter evolution factor. Indeed, each time the warp platform warps to a new planet, the biter evolution factor is reset to 0, providing a fresh new start on a fresh new planet. And that reset is very much needed. Without that evolution reset, the intended method of playing Warptorio would simply be impossible. You would get overrun by masses and masses of near invincible high evolution biters long before you have the means to do anything about it. But that tiny tidbit of trivia brings us to the first and very cheesy answer to our initial question. How many warps does it take to beat Warptorio? Well, 0 warps technically. You see, we could just press that little warp button right away, but let ourselves get left behind intentionally. Now that we basically told the warp platform to F off by itself and go warp around wherever it wants to go, we can just play through the game normally here on our starter world, with one big difference to vanilla. We have changed, in a completely legal way I should mention, the functionality of the warp button to be a reset biter evolution button. And with no pollution from the warp platform to corrupt our map, we can simply play Factorio normally and get through the entire game without the biters ever evolving beyond their current small biter state. That's so easy, it's super easy, barely an inconvenience. And after we complete the entire tech tree, we can warp the platform back home and finally truly settle our home planet to win the game, even though we have personally never left it. Okay, so while that technically could be declared as a win, it's just too cheesy of a method even for my standards. So we'll rephrase the question as, how many warps does it take to beat Warptorio without ever getting left behind? We must warp away with the platform at all times. Now, it seems a casual playthrough, including my own first playthrough, usually takes anywhere from 70-ish to way upwards of 100 warps to complete. The answer is 8 warp zones, and in this video series I'll show you the full strategy so you can achieve this yourself. Alright, since we get to spend only 20 minutes on our home planet, the map settings aren't all that influential on the start of the game, and each planet after that will have its own settings independent of whatever we select here. Well, mostly independent, but we'll get to that later. Anyway, to create an additional nice endgame goal, we will play a finite island style map, which you can fully try to conquer upon returning home. But it's not really so much an island, but more like a full continent. At 300% size, the continent will be large enough to spawn massive amounts of ultra dangerous behemoth worms to defend the nests on the outer rims of the continent. Which together with the minimum frequency but maximum size biter base settings will allow us to truly test our endgame gear against the highest difficulty, largest biter bases possible to achieve. We will also set up the smallest starting area possible, which I promise won't cause any kind of havoc-wreaking issues later in the game. We'll also set the home map to no cliffs and no trees, which means pollution can spread freely and biter parting calculations are as optimized as they can be, which will also be very important much later on. Finally, we limit the map size to 6400 by 6400 tiles, which is plenty large enough for our home continent to be fully surrounded by oceans of water on all sides, so why even bother? Well, it was an attempt, an unsuccessful attempt I might add, to limit needless pollution calculations far beyond the horizon in the late game, but which will have yet another unintended side effect to bite me in the behind later on. Okay, enough with the sinister foreshadowing. Let's
get on with it. Yes, get on with it. Yes, get on with it. Yes, get on with it.
Alright, so let's get started. We spawn in with the spaceship crashed on top of the warp platform somehow. Talk about literally hitting the bullseye from space. Anyway, we quickly grab the ammo and 8 iron plates hidden in the spaceship and head off to mine a single coal rock to get started. Since we start with 8 iron plates and the burner miner costs 9 iron plates, we need to mine just that single iron to make the second miner, after which we can comment on a coal rock hunt for a bit so we can fuel the future furnaces. Our short-term plan is simple. Expand to 8 miners on iron so we can keep making miners. Then put 8 miners on coal so we can keep fueling our miners. After we expand to 16 on iron because, well, it's early game Factorio and iron is king. Then we put a very specific number of miners on copper, which also happens to be 8. 8 miners on copper with 10 coal each, which will mine us a very carefully calculated amount of copper. Finally, we expand to 16 coal miners as well, while making sure the iron miners have at least as much coal as the copper miners. That will make sure the iron miners will be running for longer than the copper miners, and with all miners being able to produce unattended for a while, we have some time to go out and chop up some more coal rocks. We are basically waiting for the copper miners to run out of coal, after which we will have mined exactly 528 copper, which is exactly not quite precisely enough copper to do all that we want to do, but it's damn effing close. But Michael, why then not just mine a little more copper, you ask? No, you didn't ask, but I'll tell you anyway. This is Warptorio. The warp platform has started to pollute the biters exactly 67 seconds after we spawned here, so we could get attacked any moment. The problem is we are absolutely unable to deal with any real attack until we possess some key technologies. Which means there is no point even to try to defend now. We will simply pretend that we are alone on this planet and fully ignore the threat of any biter attacks for now. Fortunately, it seems that Warptorio messes with biter attacks in some way, and it usually seems to give you a little leeway in the beginning, though not always. I don't know if it's RNG based or something. I have gotten absolutely demolished mere minutes in, and I have occasionally gotten away without any biter attacks for the full 20 minutes on the first world. So yeah, I haven't been able to fully figure it out, but it seems to be the case that the chance of an attack in the first 10 minutes or so is low enough to roll the dice. Wait, I didn't answer your question yet, did I? So yeah, why don't we just mine a little extra copper then? Well, ideally I would like to get a little bit more, but every extra minute we mine more drastically increases the odds we are hit with a massive game-ending attack. So we settle for an awkwardly inadequate amount of copper, which will become painfully obvious on the next warp world. Anyway, the key moment is when we completed filling the copper miners with exactly 10 coal. From that precise moment on, they will mine copper for slightly more than 4 minutes before we can deconstruct them. During these 4 minutes we complete the coal miners, refuel the iron miners and go out to mine more coal rocks while praying to dear engineer that the biters won't attack our miners just yet. So I guess this is a good time to talk about the goals we want to achieve during the 20 minutes we have on this planet. And they are: first of all, get gun turrets, so our factory is no longer as helpless as a baby being bullied by behemoth biters. Second, get a machine gun and some armor, so we are no longer as helpless as a baby being bullied by behemoth biters. And third, get some assembly machines, so we don't have to handcraft everything like a behemoth biter. This means we need to research 3 technologies, which also means we need to obtain the science infrastructure to perform said research. At least 2 labs, 30 science packs and a power plant to provide electricity. And not to forget, we somehow need to craft a wooden power pole on this treeless world, which is only possible because of the random piece of wood Factorio guy is carrying in his pocket for some reason. Nice. Well, it looks like RNGesus is on our side today, because as the copper miners run out, we haven't been attacked just yet. Come on RNGesus, stay with us just a little longer, while we deconstruct everything we build. Alright, and we even made it before the arbitrary 10-minute mark. Now we need access to water, so we just run to a water point as far away from the ore patches as possible, which is not very far on this map since there are no lakes on the continent outside of the starter lake. So yeah, we are still in a dangerous situation here until we actually have crafted a bunch of gun turrets. Anyway, we build the basic power plant, pop in the 30 science packs and set research to gun turrets first, followed by military for the machine gun and automation for the assemblers. There's not much we can do while we wait, so we keep collecting more rocks while strongly believing we will not trigger the biters by mining that coal rock way too close to the biter nest, which I pulled off successfully once in a test run and have died to every other time I tried. Oh well, I was ready for a restart, but suspiciously I survived, because the few biters which were about to finish me off with literally one more bite suddenly get recalled to the mothership, like in one of those cheap alien movies. Anyway, now that I have gained your full trust that my game files are not altered like in one of those dream speedruns, let's start making some gun turrets and the ammo to feed them. We will need them soon. I actually have a crafting order for this, which will run for the rest of our time on this world. And we want to end up with 24 gun turrets, 64 burner miners and 8 assemblers with 8 inserters to use in Warpzone 1. As you can see, we are currently in Warpzone 0, which is our homeworld, and the only planet which will not be deleted upon warping away. Anyway, now that we have access to gun turrets, we can finally defend our builds against enemy attacks. So once all 3 research projects are completed, we can deconstruct our small science operation and head back over to the iron patch, where we will mine as much iron as we can for the rest of our time on this planet. I believe we will need all 16 gun turrets for the defense of the iron mine, so we still can't reliably mine the extra copper we need. We simply don't know which location the biters would attack, and we don't have the resources to defend 2 locations just yet. So iron it is. In most of my test rounds, this is where large biter attacks start to happen. The warp platform's pollution spread to the biter bases is now severe and happening in multiple locations all around us, so there's no way to predict when and how the biters will attack. But the longer we have to wait for an attack, the larger it is going to be. When that will inevitably happen, our plan to save the factory is the human bait strategy. Upon spotting a large incoming biter group, we will simply run out and meet them in person, which will hopefully get all of them to trigger on me instead of on my factory. Then I can try to lead them through my combined area of heavy gun turret fire, while the biters chew off my limbs. And hopefully we will win the race as of to who dies first. If all goes well, we can then make our escape to the next planet with most of our limbs still attached to our body. Or actually, we may just get too lucky this playthrough. If the biters will keep gathering for too long, we may just be able to escape this planet before they manage to attack. With just 90 seconds left on the clock, we really have to start deconstructing our miners, or we will have to leave some of them behind. Hopefully they won't attack us now, as this would be the worst possible time for them to... Oh no, here they come. Man, that went about as perfect as can be, but it still cost us a lot of precious seconds. Will we still have the time to deconstruct everything before we need to escape this planet with the warp platform? Only 1 more minute on the clock now, and there is still so much left to deconstruct, and the speed at which we can do it is still so slow, we haven't even gotten the Steel Axe upgrade yet. Especially the gun turrets take forever to deconstruct, and by the way, if another large attack comes in while I'm deconstructing my gun turrets, then it's gonna be all over. I cannot defend myself while I'm deconstructing my only defense. With just 16 seconds left on the clock, everything is deconstructed. We need to sprint back to the war platform without running into more biters, or we are doomed. And we made it to the platform with 11 seconds to spare. Time to make a save. We're going to have to leave our home planet behind for a long time and warp out to a new planet in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Welcome to Warpzone 1. Welcome to Warpzone 1. We do a quick 360 no-scope on the platform, and in doing so reveal all 4 of these starter ore patches. It may feel a bit strange because we have over 700 coal already, but a 32 burner coal mine is the first mine we are building. Coal is extremely fast and easy to set up, but that isn't even the whole story. We have only enough turrets to defend 3 locations simultaneously, so we need to make smart choices about what to build when. So we start off with coal, and as it's early game Factorio, you just know we will be mining iron next as the second location. Unfortunately, we still cannot mine the missing copper we need, as the third location won't be a mine. $800 coal should be enough to set up the same 32 miner combination we used on the Homeworld before warping out. But as it's still very early on this planet's clock, I think we can get away with 8 gun turrets per location, as the pollution from the warp platform hasn't had as much time yet to annoy the local biters. While I am saying that, we discovered that the most nearby biter nest is actually pretty close by our coal mine. Before we even spend 2 minutes on this planet, they are already sending attacks. Oh man. Well, I hope the 8 gun turrets will be able to hold out for a bit on their own, as we are heading far away up north to build another science operation. Also, this setup starts off suspiciously similar to the one we used on our Homeworld, except this time we are gonna automate science. That's why we made the 8 assembly machines. We are gonna need more than the 2 power poles we have though, but as this disposable planet has trees, let's just chop 1 to make a handful more. We then build a witch circle with the 8 assemblers, right where the 2 sacrificial lamps are going to be, labs are going to be, while the attacks in the south continue. I have no radars, so no vision, so it's not even worth our time to check out the map to see if all is okay. As long as we don't hear the dreaded alert sound that something has gotten destroyed, we are fine, I guess. Anyway, our plan here is to make 200 red science packs, so we use all 8 assemblers to make the 200 iron gears required. And while those are being processed, we are gonna set up our last 8 gun turrets to defend this location, because we're going to have to leave this location behind too. That is why we are automating the science. Well, the iron gears are still processing, but we don't have enough time to leave and go do something significant, so we just stand around for a bit, watching the yellow alert sign noticing us about the ongoing attack waves until the iron gears are finished. I even checked the power situation to check if something is wrong, but no, the Mark 1 assemblers are just that slow. Anyway, this is where our copper deficit will show up. With the iron gears finally finished, we can start making the 200 red signs. Or at least we could, if we had the full 200 copper. We can start with what we have though, and hope we remember to add some more copper once we have mined some. Anyway, here is the secret plan for this warp zone. We want to research the warp reactor reassembly project, as that will give us an additional 10 minutes in each warp zone, including this one. And if we check out the requirements for the second level of this technology, we see it costs only 50 green science packs. That's very cheap. The only issue is, we cannot make green science packs just yet though, so we'll also need to research the green science technology. That'll cost us 175 red science packs in total, so the 200 we are planning to make should cover that easily. But more importantly, each of these 3 technologies are very quick to research, 5 seconds to consume each science pack technologies, which means that for these specific technologies, each lab can keep up with 2 assemblers. It's perfect. Okay, so while we do need more copper for red signs, we definitely need more copper for the 50 green sign specs we have to make. But first, let's go take a quick peek down south at the biter nest. There are still some light attacks coming in here and there, but the southern nest seems to have calmed down for now. Okay, that's enough time wasted. I hope we have mined enough coal for the rest of our time on this warp zone now, because it's time to deconstruct it and move the mining operation over to the copper patch. We put 24 miners and make sure each miner has 16 coal, which means each furnace needs 8 coal, or half the amount we put in the miners. After the time-consuming filling with coal, we can grab the copper which is ready from the furnaces and start to make 52 inserters and 52 belts, which are the ingredients we need for the 52 green sign specs. We make a couple extra so we won't be dependent on every last drop of signs being consumed in every last lab, speeding up the process and nullifying any potential tick-based rounding issues. After also refueling the iron miners with 16 coal each and even expanding the mine to 40 iron miners, we head back up north to the science area to make the green signs. But we discover we cannot make green signs just yet. The technology is still being researched. Oh well. At least we can add the missing copper to the red signs, and since we have some time left to kill, let's make another inspection loop past our mining site, while we handcraft some repair packs which we'll surely need, and 10 chests to help with future inventory management. We calmly inspect our mines on biter attacks and potential damage, and also empty out the furnaces to make sure they keep running. But once the green sign stack completes, every second we delay producing the green signs is, well, it's a double-edged sword really. We gain more resources from the increased mining time, but we are also exposed for the possibility of overwhelmingly large attacks for longer, as well as decreasing the time for the second half of our plan on this planet. Anyway, we start off our next big handcrafting list with another 16 assemblers, which can soon be of assistance to the rest of our crafting list. And when we go up to make green signs, we already have 1000 copper and almost 4000 iron. Not bad. The attacks seem to have slowed down for a bit. And I'm still not sure if that's a good sign or a bad sign. Anyway, we press on with our plan, making slightly more than the 50 green sign specs required, just as the biters seem to be switching targets from the mines to the science area. They have discovered where the brain of the operation resides. With green signs running, we again need to play the waiting game until the second warp reactor tech completes to extend the timer another 10 minutes. So we use our recently made assemblers to help us make the intermediate ingredients we need for our crafting list. We're going to want to expand from 2 to a whopping 24 labs. These 6 assemblers will save us a full 5 minutes on handcrafting those labs. And just like on our home planet, we can use any idle moment to go chop down some rocks and coal rocks. You may have noticed we haven't built a single stone miner yet, and we are going to try to keep it that way. solely relying on hand mining large rocks to get all the stone we need for the burner miners and stone furnaces, which require 5 stone each. We also chopped 96 wood, but we dropped 1 log on the ground to end up with 95. That gives us exactly enough wood to make 4 stacks of wooden power poles, without any extra wood or partial power pole pile to clog up our inventory. We are going to be carrying around a lot of raw materials, so inventory management is key. Well, the 600 copper wire is done. Next up is 300 gears, which are also required for the labs. Meanwhile, let's watch the auto warp timer as the second warp reactor technology is about to complete, which spells the end of our first research phase here on this planet. And with the second warp reactor technology completed, we now have more time remaining on this world than the measly 20 minutes we started out with. We have 27 minutes left on this world to complete phase 2 of our master plan. So let's get to it. Well, the research projects may have been completed, but we cannot deconstruct the power plant just yet, as the iron gears are still being crafted. So we can take down the science setup first, but not the gun turrets. The gun turrets will always be the last to be deconstructed, as you never know when the next biter attack will roll in. So far though, we have been quite lucky. Soon though, the science area is fully deconstructed, and after we add the 22 labs and some other odds and ends to our handcrafting queue, it is time to go pick up our miners as well. That's right, we're going to deconstruct everything yet again. Unfortunately, we have mined way too many resources. We cannot even carry all the iron, let alone all the copper we still need to pick up. Not to worry, there's a simple trick you can use to expand your inventory. It is called just add stuff to the crafting queue. So we queue up all our iron into 1700 iron gears. And suddenly our inventory has plenty of space again. Nice! With 24 minutes on the clock, our entire base has vanished without a trace yet again, and it's time to initiate phase 2 of our master plan for this planet. Our master plan is to run away. Yeah, it seems to become a trademark strategy on this channel. Anyway, this time we are going to keep running for a good while. What are we even looking for? Iron? Copper? Uranium? No, none of that. We are simply looking for an area that is far enough from the warp platform to not have been polluted just yet. And when we check the map, we see that we are right on the edge of the warp platform's pollution cloud. The only resource we do need is water, and we happen to spot a cliff on the map. Cliffs often are generated tangentially alongside water borders, so let's go check it out. And indeed, we do find a small lake here, but a small lake is all we need. At the moment we are about 3 chunks outside of the pollution cloud, which means any biters angered by the warp platform's pollution won't be able to pathfind here to attack us, which is exactly the reason why we ran away so far. We are done with the dirty mining. We are planning to be researching technologies for most of the remaining time here on this planet, and to avoid the heavy attacks generated by the warp platform, we are setting up our clean science area in this pollution-free zone. Here we will only suffer Factorio's fair attacks, as the only biters which will be attacking us here are the ones triggered by the pollution we are actually outputting ourselves. This is a good thing, because now that we have 40 minutes on each planet instead of 20, Biter evolution will cross deep into the much more dangerous medium biter and medium spitter territory. Anyway, we utilize our inventory management chests to put away some stuff, making space in our inventory so we can safely cancel the handcrafting of the 1700 iron gears. We are planning to research 840 red science packs worth of technology here. A big operation which is an order of magnitude larger than what we have been doing before. 17 assemblers will each be making 50 iron gears, followed by 50 red science packs each. While the gears craft, we set up the inserters and power network for our 24 labs. As well as making 20 green science packs for the only remaining green technology we plan to research on this planet, which will be military too, so we can have access to grenades to explode ourselves out of a pickle if we need to. And after surrounding our build with gun turrets, we can switch over to the production of the 850 red science packs. And with 19 minutes on the clock, we have started to produce science. With medium biters about to make an appearance and with our unupgraded gun turrets being near useless, the first technology we'll research is the bullet damage upgrade. Not only will this double our gun turrets' damage output against medium biters, it will also reduce the ammo spent on killing the ever popular small biters by 25%. Indeed, this cheap technology is by far the most cost-effective economy upgrade in the entire game. The next technology to aim for is the heavy armor, as we personally are planning to venture out and leave behind the safety of the gun turret cover. The heavy armor makes us basically invincible against small biters. It reduces the damage taken from medium biter bites by almost 50% and also gives us double the acid resistance. But why are we venturing out? What is our plan? Yep, indeed, it's chopping coal rocks. What else is new? So it's definitely time to get the Steel X technology. And won't you know it? Warptorio elevates the Steel X technology to whole new levels of effectiveness if you are willing to put in the research. And that's just one of the quality of life upgrades Warptorio adds to the game to reduce the grindiness of deconstructing and rebuilding stuff on every single new planet you warp to. And the last technology we want for immediate personal benefit is military too, just to get access to the area of effect attack of grenades. So that's the first batch of technologies, and since we automated science now, we can check out some other things, like this mysterious chest you've been screaming at your screen about for the last 2 minutes. These are Warptorio's loot chests. These chests contain random loot according to the technologies you've researched so far. They will play an important role later in the game, but at this stage of the game, I don't want the success of my strategy to be dependent on thousands of resources and random loot finds, so we'll pretend this chest never existed. Well, the 20 green science packs are complete, so we manually add them to the labs. To make the heavy armor, we will also need some steel, so we lay out 14 furnaces to each smelt half a stack of iron. We need only 5 of those for the armor, the other 9 are for some specific near future purposes. I have to steal coal for my boilers though, so that's not great. And what's even less great is that we cannot smelt steel just yet. The technology has not yet been researched. Oh well, we give the remaining coal back to the boilers. Let's do hope we find some more coal rocks out there. Alright, the ammo damage upgrade is about to complete, so let's watch its effect on this gun turret. They benefit from the bonus twice, so they now output 6 raw damage against the medium biters 4 armor. And in mere seconds, the steel processing technology is completed as well. Anyway, now the furnaces suddenly do know how to smelt iron into steel, so let's get that done while we go out hunting. Oh, hello biters. I didn't mean hunting for biters, I meant hunting for coal rocks. Well, it looks like we'll be getting some attacks on our science base real soon. Before we start chopping, let's expand to having a full 100 burner miners. We also want 150 stone furnaces, but we don't have enough stone just yet, so let's get chopping. A full 100 burner miners, which we will all utilize in the next warp zone. I meant it when I said we wouldn't be worrying about pollution output of anything we built ourselves. And as Steel X completes, suddenly we start chopping twice as fast mid-rock. We are about to complete Warp X speed as well, and that'll make us chop even faster. But first we spot a small attack on our base. Nothing to worry about, I guess. And now with Warp X speed, chopping rocks starts to be ridiculously efficient. And soon we have the 100 miners with 150 stone furnaces we set out to get, just at the moment Military 2 completes. Right, let's first queue up some grenades. And then it's time for the second batch of technologies. We're getting into the Warptorio specific technologies now. The first goal we have is to unlock the Warptorio teleporter gate. That will prove to be an invaluable thing to have access to in the next warp zone. It requires us to first upgrade the size of our warp platform, which will sadly despawn our crashed spaceship. But what we get back for it is an access point to the mysterious warp factory floor. Whatever that will turn out to be, it sounds interesting enough to immediately wanting to upgrade its size. Oh well, we won't see the effect of these technologies until we make it back to the warp platform, so let's research a technology which will have immediate effect. Warp Toolbar, which is another Warptorio specific multi-level personal upgrade which increases the size of your inventory with every level researched. Meanwhile, all of the 140 steel has finished, so let's spend 50 to make the heavy armor. And distribute our newfound coal to the boilers. The assemblers have almost finished processing the science packs, but even with 24 labs, the research speed is unable to keep up with production. And by now, the warp platform's pollution cloud has had some time to intensify and expand out further, so it's now overlapping with our pollution cloud. Most of the biters still won't be able to find their way here, but it could easily be that we're gonna get small attacks from multiple sides now. And after another quick round of chopping coal rocks, we return to the science base. The assemblers are done now, so we can deconstruct them and feed the science to the labs ourselves, getting a head start on the eventual full deconstruction of this base, as we have entered our last 10 minutes on this world. And the last 3 technologies I want to obtain here are 3 levels of mining productivity. While in vanilla that would cost you 1000 each of all science packs in the game, in Warptorio it costs you a measly 120 red science packs to get that same 30% mining productivity bonus. And we can get a total of 5 levels for every science pack type we unlock. Well, I really should be out hunting for more coal rocks or other resources, but I guess we are filming a time-lapse instead. Anyway, it's not like we're on sort of a speedrunning strategy to beat the game in 8 warp zones, right? Anyway, why are we only getting 3 levels of mining productivity now? Why not all 5? Well, as you may have noticed, at the moment our burner miners cannot keep up with our stone furnaces, and the furnaces are idle some of the time. With 2 levels of mining productivity bonus, they can almost keep up, which means you get iron plates 20% faster, without the drawback of your furnaces filling up with the very bulky raw iron ore. Now, with 5 levels of mining productivity, the miners far outspeed the furnaces, and each and every furnace will fill up with a full stack of raw iron ore, which we cannot carry in our inventory, and we cannot use the put it in our crafting queue trick on it. Now, with 3 levels of mining productivity, the burners become only slightly faster than the stone furnaces, utilizing 100% of the furnace's capacity, while only putting a few pieces of extra unsmelted ore in the furnaces. Few enough pieces so that the furnaces can get them smelted, while we deconstruct all the miners. That is why 3 levels are optimal right now. With 5 levels it gets too difficult to manage everything at exactly the right timings. So, unless you are a world-class speedrunner, simplicity equals speed here. So, let's keep it simple. As the last level of mining productivity completes with barely 4 minutes on the clock remaining, we utilize our new Super Warp X speed. We easily can deconstruct our whole base in mere seconds. What are you doing? Stop crafting grenades and stop looking at the biters. We still need to run all the way back, man. Anyway, strategy-wise, this was still a simple world with not too much ambition. On the next world, our research plans are going to be far more ambitious, and in fact, it's probably one of the most ambitious plans for a single warp zone I have. We are going to need our full 100 miners, and we are going to need that mining productivity bonus we just researched to pull it all off successfully. Fortunately, we weren't too far away and we arrived back at the warp platform with almost 2 minutes to spare. So let's display what the Warptorio teleporter gate is all about. That's right, you can place it anywhere in the world and you can, well, it was obvious from the name, wasn't it? You can teleport back to the platform. Strange as it may sound, this is less useful than you think, and we're only really going to be able to use it safely on a warp zone or 2, before it will become unusable for us. This area ain't gonna remain free of biters for forever. Now, the placeable warp teleporter gate is not immune to biters and it can be destroyed, leaving you without one for the rest of your time on that warp zone. But a quirky mechanic of the teleporter is that it always spawns back on the warp platform upon warping out, while deleting the warp teleporter you are carrying in your inventory. So that means only one single teleporter can exist at all times. Except if we just throw one on the floor, you know. We can just circumvent that mechanic. And as we warp out to Warp Zone 2, we can simply pick up both teleporters and keep one as a spare in a chest in case we need it. Nice. Anyway, I forgot to show you the Warp Factory floor, which is the other spawn den gate at the north side of the platform. And once you enter it, you basically go down a floor and we find a shiny concrete clean factory floor where we can build our entire factory free from the bullying biters, as they are simply unable to use any of our teleporters. Well, on second thought, entire factory? That's not quite gonna fit in here, eh? Well, anyway, it is a start. Let's see what we can do with our new toys. Well, to start off, we are going to take maximum advantage of the reset of the biter pressure curve that each new planet seems to give ya. So we are going to mine as hard as we can, as quick as we can. And we are going to use all 100 burner miners to do so. On this planet, all 3 ore patches are overlapping each other, which is both a blessing and a curse. On the plus side, it eliminates walking time and slightly strengthens the gun turret formations as their coverage partially overlaps. But on the downside, I have to carefully lay out the burners in some odd patterns to make them all fit, which makes filling them with coal and taking out the plates a lot slower. Anyway, with 40 miners on coal, 40 miners on iron and 20 miners on copper, I believe we might even be out-polluting the warp platform itself, if only for a short little while. The attacks have started to come in though, so we spread out 30 gun turrets for our defense. With the new bullet damage upgrade we researched in the last Warpzone, we should be killing biters 25% faster and 25% cheaper. All the while we are smelting metal plates 25% faster thanks to the new mining productivity upgrades. We are not just mindlessly mining resources without a plan though. Our goal is to obtain at least 6000 iron and 2000 copper and a couple of chests of coal. Ideally in under 10 minutes while the biters are still small in size and in numbers. We can keep track of our total iron and copper through the markers on our hotbar, so we know when we have enough. Anyway, with all burners and furnaces supplied, let's make a quick trip back to the warp platform, where we can now safely store some surplus supplies on the warp factory floor, including that illegal second teleporter gate we obtained. Our inventory will still fill up with plates quickly though, so we need to start storing stuff in the handcrafting queue. We are going to have to do that with surgical precision though, so we can keep accurate track of the full amount of resources we have mined. First off, we are going to need to convert exactly 900 copper into copper cable for later, so we put all but 900 copper in a chest, so we can use the craft all command with a single shift click. With the same trick, we delete 2000 iron plates from our inventory by queuing up 1000 iron gears. Meanwhile, the attacks are intensifying and the first couple gun turrets already have run out of ammo. We are now over 6 minutes in and the biters are becoming more numerous, so let's bolster up our defenses a bit. Between the 3 resources we are mining, coal is the hardest one to transport. It only stacks to 50 as opposed to 100, and it's harder to mindlessly store in the crafting queue. We can only do so by handcrafting grenades, which is a bit awkward, but which is actually the main reason we researched Military 2 last Warpzone. For now though, we'll just take regular trips to the warp factory floor to safely store away all the coal. Back outside, we empty the furnaces again and reapply the store it in the crafting queue trick by adding another 1000 copper into cable and 2000 iron into gears. It is very important to alternate those crafts though. If we don't, the queued up items stack up and it quickly will become impossible to cancel the handcrafts without making a giant mess. Anyway, with 4000 iron and nearly 2000 copper stored up in the crafting queue, it seems we are well on our way towards our goals, but we also have less than 2 minutes remaining of the 10 minutes we allocated ourselves as mining time. It is important to not mine for too long, as we need a lot of time to complete over 1000 science packs worth of research, and by now both the cheap and the fast technologies have mostly dried up. We are going to need a pair of red and green science packs for most of the research projects. With the 10-minute mark closing in, I should have started deconstructing already, but instead we take a final trip to the warp factory floor to store away some coal. I timed it pretty badly, and if you already were wondering why for the last 4 trips I haven't been using that warp teleporter I showed off so proudly last Warpzone, well, don't ask me, I'm not playing Mike, I'm just editing Mike, and I'm at a loss too. So, instead of being done with deconstructing at the 30-minute mark, we are only just starting the process. But hey, at least we can see the effects of the fine-tuned mining productivity level 3 we went for last episode. With the burners running at 104% capacity compared to the furnaces have been smelting non-stop, while only 5 extra unsmelted ore has piled up, which is little enough so that the furnaces can finish the smelting while we take down all the miners first. If we had been too greedy and researched all 5 levels of mining productivity, the furnaces would have been crammed full with a whole stack of unsmelted ore each. Since we cannot realistically carry much ore, we would have been forced to just stand around and lose even more time, while the furnaces take minutes to finish smelting up. Either that, or we would just need to cut our losses and leave behind the furnaces filled with coal and ore as a toy for the biters to demolish. Well, the positive result of mining for too long is that we have way more resources than we set out to get. Over 7,000 iron and 3,000 copper. Now let's just hope we still have the time to spend it. And here's why we researched military too. We quickly convert 40 bulky stacks of coal into 200 grenades, storing up another 1000 iron together with 2000 coal for the future power plant. And with our inventory being comfortably just over half full again, we can now pick up the gun turrets. But by the time we finished picking everything up, we are almost 2.5 minutes behind schedule. So let's waste no time and start running out to a safe location far away from spawn. Well, we may be behind on schedule, but as long as everything else will go well and we encounter no obstacles, we can still make it. And of course there has to be a giant ocean in front of me. Well, back we go, more time wasted. And it gets worse. If the lake turns out to cover our north side too, we are in trouble. Fortunately, the waterfront recedes shortly after, but there's a biter base in the way. We have no time to be overly sneaky, and soon they're in pursuit. With me sweating my shiny heavy armor though, small biter bites just tickle a bit, and I don't even want to take the time to slow down while machine gunning them. You know what, I'll just toss a grenade over my shoulder to insta-kill them without ever missing a pace. Well, it's not a great plan to hug the water border so closely. We could easily get stuck between a rock and a hard place, or in this case a big biter base wedged between the ocean and the cliffs. My original plan was to run out much further and find a new lake much further away from spawn, but with all the time loss, I feel I cannot afford to take the risk of not finding a new lake in time. So we'll hug the back of this lake instead, hoping to find a large enough area next to the lake without forests or cliffs blocking our way. And this spot here will have to do. It's not much and it's dangerously close to our warp platform's pollution cloud, but at least the cliffs and the forest will cause some natural bottlenecks should we get attacked later on. Well, you've seen me do this before, so we'll speed through it a bit. But this time we are going even bigger. After carefully cancelling the handcrafting queue and doing some awkward chest shenanigans, we start processing the 1100 gears we need to make 1100 red science packs. We meanwhile expanded to 40 labs and 40 assemblers, so we're going for a big ass 10 assembler wide 40 lab setup, which will get us through a whole slew of technologies fast, hopefully. We will need to make green signs as well, but currently I'm racing to get red signs done. We need each assembler to make a full 100 red science packs, which will take it about 17 minutes if all goes perfectly. We get it done with 22 minutes on the clock remaining, which is not too much leeway. After they are done, all of the science also needs to be consumed. We need time to deconstruct the base, and God forbid I don't forget to keep an eye on the coal in the boilers to prevent the whole base from falling idle when power runs out. Consuming the science won't be the bottleneck, so before we start building the labs, let's start work on the 600 green science packs we'll need. Starting again with iron gears. We need 300 iron gears for 600 belts and 600 iron gears for 600 inserters. While those are being processed, we can complete the power network and lay out the inserters. But even whiler, let's select our first research project. It's gonna be Warp Projectile Rounds 1, which is another Warptorio exclusive further buff to the gun turrets. It gives 15% extra damage as opposed to vanilla Factorio's 10%. This small difference is actually quite significant, but we'll get to that later. It is a slow technology to research and we have got urgent green technologies to complete, so science cannot get started fast enough as I'm concerned. But now with 40 labs active instead of 24, we should be able to outspeed all but the slowest technologies in the game. Do you still remember our first handcraft was 9 stacks of copper into cable instead of 10? Well, that's because we require 9 stacks of copper wire to be turned into the 600 green circuits we need for the inserters for green signs. We actually completed all of those 1800 copper cables as handcrafts. Anyway, even my 10 white lab setup is not wide enough for 600 green signs, so we'll plant 2 assemblers on the side, just like we are doing for red signs. During my test runs I forgot to fill the boilers more times than I'd like to admit, so to overcompensate I will now waste extra time refilling them too often instead. Now that's how you don't do it. Anyway, the 600 green circuits are done. So we can finally start on the final green signs ingredients, inserters and belts. Well, we are not even producing green signs yet and the pollution cloud has already caught up to us. It is the highest time to put up some gun turrets. The belts are all done, so we can lay out the final green signs assembler array. We are just waiting for the inserters now. In the meantime, let's watch why warp damage 1 makes such a big difference. It will bump up the bonus damage from the current 10% to 25%. Remember that gun turrets get the bonus applied twice, so they now will get over 50% bonus damage. That means the new damage crosses over the threshold of 7.5 damage. And that means we can now kill the numerous small biters with just 2 bullets instead of 3. Choosing the vanilla upgrade would have left us at 7.2 damage, which has no influence whatsoever on small biters due to them having 15 health. It would take 3 bullets to kill them with or without the upgrade. So now you know for vanilla Factorio, research damage 1 as soon as you can, but you can wait researching damage 2 until you start to face medium biters at 20% evolution. Well, that story took so long, the inserters ought to be done by now, so let's start up green signs as well. Green signs packs take longer to make than red signs packs, but each assembler here will only be making 50. And we get all signs assemblers started a full 5 minutes after starting off red signs, with 17 minutes remaining on the clock. That means the green signs assemblers should be done before the red signs assemblers. Well, it's tech time again, and this time there's no hiding it. We are going straight for the car. You may think my strategy is cowardly already, but trust me, you haven't seen nothing yet. We are going to reach whole new levels of cowardness before this playthrough is over. Anyway, I remember I do have the warp teleporter all of a sudden, and indeed, we do not need the car to get us home in time, but it will be very useful to explore new terrain. Remember that we jump to a completely new, unexplored world with every warp. The car will be invaluable in exploration and locating resources fast. While we wait for the engine technology to complete, we walk out to check the immediate surroundings and find a big biter nest that is already being polluted. Attacks may be coming soon. Anyway, we make sure to be back as soon as the engine tech completes, as engines are the bane of my existence. They cannot be handcrafted for some reason. For now we make 28 engines, enough for 2 cars and 12 fluid pumps later on. You may have noticed my sign setup is not really ideal. The green signs can only reach the first row of labs, so I manually have to distribute the extra green signs production to the red side. Of course, it could have been built to be fully automatic, but the cost would be an increased base size or increased complexity. A double-sized base would have not fitted here, and since we rely on very accurate, hand-fed assemblers to make exactly the right amount of things with our limited resources, we cannot afford to lose track of what we're making, so I chose simplicity over full automation. To make up for the downtime, I overexpanded to 40 laps, which will easily outspeed the assemblers, and which is the amount I intend to use later on anyway. Well, we still have almost 15 minutes to go and the warp platform's pollution already starts to be quite severe in this area. So let's go ahead and put down more DPS in case of a large attack. I keep doing these quick warps back to the warp platform to see if this area is still clear. At some point the biters will start finding their way to the platform even if you don't build anything there, and from that point on the warp platform will be swarming in biters all of the time. Anyway, now that the warp platform is still clear of biters, we decide to bring home the remaining coal, and I'm pleased to see we already have 3 chests full of coal stored at the base. Those are definitely going to come in handy later. Well, there's not much else to do until Logistics 2 and Automobilism completes. We just need to keep the labs active. And with exactly 10 minutes on the clock, Automobilism completes and we get ourselves a brand new car. Oh yeah! But first it's time for Tech Time 2. We already unlocked the Warp Factory floor, but it doesn't stop there. There's 2 more levels down to unlock, the Harvester floor and the Boiler room. But the thing we are really after is the deployable harvester platform, which we'll get to later. We finish off the list with Automation 2, a quick to research technology that will quickly consume the last produced science packs before we need to pack up and return home. It also unlocks the chance of finding the relatively expensive blue assemblers in loot chests, because oh yeah, now that we have a car, we can explore vast amounts of land easily. And finding loot chests becomes a relatively reliable part of our strategy. Especially with the loot chest locator add-on. It should be super easy as we don't need to squint our eyes to search the map. They should just pop up right here on the minimap. Well, I guess we are a bit unlucky as we haven't found any just yet. I'm sure we'll find a couple soon though. Right? Right? Strange, I've rarely been this unlucky. What's going on? Hey, eventually we find one, but somehow it's not marked on the map. Anyway, we find 9 extra gun turrets, 2 stacks worth of copper and some useless stone. But hey, it's all free, so we take it. Whoops! We gotta be careful in triggering any biter swarms from the nests. Sure, we are faster in the car, but not if we crash into a rock, we are not. And that's usually a death sentence at this evolution rate. But even a swarm of small biters will easily wreck the car. Well, I keep being confused about why the loot chests don't appear on the map. But as the last red signs only tag completes, we need to return to the base to distribute the produced green signs to the labs after just finding one measly loot chest. Oh well. While we were out cruising, all of the green signs has finished producing. So we just need to distribute it to the furthest labs only once. The red signs packs are finished too, so we start to deconstruct all the infrastructure we can already while the last warp platform technology completes. The last warp platform technology completes. So let's go take a look at what happened back home. Still no swarm of biters. So far so good. Let's go down. A new stairs has appeared on the factory floor, which takes us down to the tiny harvester floor. And we can go down once more to the boiler basement, the final floor to have unlocked for the rest of the game. Back up at the harvester floor, a tiny long hallway leads to the harvester platform teleporter, whatever that is. Anyway, let's just pick it up for now and head back to our base, because the last stack of automation 2 completes. We need to go pick up our base again and prepare to warp out. But something feels off. Something feels different this time. I don't know what it is, I'm sure I'm just imagining things. Anyway, despite our late start, we have our entire base deconstructed with over 3.5 minutes left on the clock. That means we have 200 seconds of free time to go loot chest hunting. We drive and we drive and we drive and we drive, but we find nothing. I am already cursing the strange bug that causes the loot chest to not show up on the map, until we randomly bump straight into an actual loot chest and I finally figure out what the bug is. And of course, the bug turns out to be the 200-pound gorilla operating the equipment. That's right, it's user error. I turned off the map text to make a screenshot or something and forgot to turn them back on. Obviously, turning off map text sounds like a pretty likely cause for map text to not show up on the map. Well, it's fixed now, and we spot another distant chest we missed earlier. We have just a minute and a half remaining. Can we still make it over there in time without getting left behind on this planet? Well, if it's up to this evil forest hiding another loot chest, we shall fail. It's like living one of those nightmares where you want to run away, but somehow you can't. Except here I actually am that clumsy. Eventually we get the chest, but we lost precious time. The evil forest spawns a giant cliff and decides to block us some more with straggler trees. Eventually we make it through though, And with just 33 seconds on the clock, let's switch over to our reporter, Live Mike, in the car. Alright. I hope I'm not being too greedy here. I really want that chest. For once I don't choke on some rocks or cliffs or something. And we open the chest with 15 seconds to spare. A full stack of ammo, man. A full stack of red ammo. That's just amazing. I'll mark out all the loot we found in this 3 minutes of hunting in my inventory. Less than 10 seconds remaining. Why are we not panicking? Right, now we grab that underground platform and we just gently park our car on top. And as soon as we are back, we should be right on the platform. Right back on the harvester platform on the harvester floor. A direct warp back to the safety of the underground base. That's a huge improvement over the warp platform teleporter we've been using so far. Especially given that the overworld shall be swarming in biters very soon. Anyway, we ended up on a new type of planet it seems. Right, you prospect your surroundings and gaze at the star and you wonder if this world ever had a name. That is a new message. Okay, I need to do some inventory management. Yeah, the disadvantage of the loot chest is they clutter up your inventory. So you can carry that here, we won't need all that ammo. I need a lot of coal, so let's put copper and iron away. Yeah, coal. Whoa! It was at this very moment he knew he was fucked. Next time. Well, so let's put copper and iron away. Yeah, coal and... Whoa! Well, I need this teleporter, man. This is gonna be loud. Oi. Oh, I'll have to tone that down in the edit, I guess. Well, I told you the heavy armor is OP against small biters. Well, there you have it. What are these guys going to do? Go away. Looks like they're already gathering for the pollution-based attacks right over here. That is not good. Let's see, can I just... Right, looks like for now they stopped to do it. Actually, let's go 50 iron miners here, and first thing we'll do is put some ammo. Alright, let's put another row of gun turrets in here. Let's see, we cannot make anything because I left all my iron top behind. Alright. That is 50 miners on iron. Oh, we're gonna need more coal though. Oh well. I guess we have a very small starting area. 17% starting area, that's barely anything. Okay, this is not good news though. Let's just grab a little. Let's just run! Alright. I have a feeling we may be needing a few extra gun turrets on this side here. Alright, let's make copper. 20 on copper. And that will be, looks like 18 on copper, because that's all that fits. We need to get it started, man. I lost already a lot of time with that spawning in the middle of the bite nest shenanigans. Yeah, mate, that is an unfortunate spawn, I would say. Well, if we can get out of here, the first stage of our plan is roughly similar to last Warpzone's plan, albeit on this planet we need to do it in vastly different circumstances. We are again mining as hard as we can early on, when the biter pressure is still low, and again we will run off once we have collected sufficient resources. I'm gonna want to keep collecting coal. Right. Now you can see the warp platform's pollution, man. It's really dense. It's like the center spot. My burners don't do anything. It's just a platform. Like this chunk is the chunk which the platform is in. 17% starting area. You can see just the bite out of this nest here. They're not coming yet, so that is good, I guess. I guess I'm going to have to use my underground warper to get back later on. Alright, I guess I'm just going to ignore that there are biters here and just pretend they are not here. Anyway, evolution has reset, and it's all small biters again. Okay, this is a full chest of coal. Yeah, now we just do 2 bullets per small biter of 15 health. You can see we have slightly over 7.5 damage. We are again aiming for at least 6,000 iron and 2,000 copper, although we are planning slightly less research this time. But contrary to last warp zone, we have some additional tasks to complete before warping out from this warp zone. I should put down more gun turrets here as well. Let's put some on the southern border here. Alright, 2k copper. Again, we're going to have to make 600 inserters, so 900 copper wire. And then again we are going to make batches of 1000 gears, and again, so we can keep easy count. This is 1000 copper, and this is 2000 iron. 1000 copper, 2000 iron. And I guess we can just store the core as grenades. So this is going to be like 100 grenades, going to be 500 iron. Okay, we got some biters coming in from the other directions now as well. So we are mining at a decent speed. Somehow these biters are not attacking at all. I don't know how Warptorio messes with mechanics, but in some cases it turns out to be easier than in vanilla, because in vanilla all this pollution definitely would constantly be attracting biters, but looks like in Warptorio it's a little bit more selective or something. Okay, I need another 1000 coal, so I can make 200 grenades. That's also 1000 iron in the queue. So this is another 1000 copper. Let's go grab the iron. Right, so it looks like this, I don't see any trees or cliffs here, so this map is exactly with the same settings as the home planet. So it turns out it does matter, the starting map settings. Another 2000 iron. You can just keep doing this infinitely, man. Right, I think it's time to start deconstructing. We have 2000 copper, 6000 iron. Yeah, it should be more than plenty. Start with deconstructing all the miners again. Oh, big attacks now. But the gun turrets are now twice as powerful as in the early game. We are a little late again starting the deconstruction process though, especially because of the other important map setting we changed. We are going to need a nice cozy lake again, but this is going to be a giant continent style map. With no water outside of the starting area. We are going to have to drive out all the way to the ocean, if we can even get there due to the giant biter nests. And I gotta get out of here. 10 minutes, man. 10 minutes is a good benchmark. 10 minutes of mining, the attacks are still overseeable, and when the things get really hot under our feet, we just run away out of the pollution cloud and let the strongly evolved biters just do whatever they want to do. Okay, how's my inventory not full? Alright. Alright. I have really a lot of materials. I may have spent a little bit too much time here. Alright, I'm gonna make a save as soon as I deconstruct. Alright, so if we spawned on a similar map like our home island, then it's definitely good I researched the card that early. This is going to be a giant continent and we are going to have to drive all the way out to the edge basically. The good thing is there's no trees and no cliffs. The biter nests are going to be huge though. Okay, these are already polluted as well. It was a big attack group there too. We head out one final time. This is the last time we will set up a base far away from the platform. Soon we will be playing some actual Warptorio. This is quite the drive though. It is pretty far, my car is pretty slow, and that's a pretty large nest. So let's go around it. Let's hope I find some accessible water border soon. Imagine if we would have to walk this distance, man. Can I access that? It looks like I can, and we met the water. More barrels? Sure mate, stack some more grenades on top. I'm sure that won't lead to any issues. Yeah, I think this is going to be where it's going to be. Well, we are a little bit sandwiched in here between those giant biter bases, but it's all we got. So let's go ahead and start on this totally new and unique build which you have never seen anywhere before, especially not in the last episode. We again need over 1000 red signs and 600 green, although this time we are building it vertical for some reason. I don't like vertical builds though. Then why are you built vertical? Also, after this I am going to go with a horizontal build. I need 1050 red sign spreads, I still have 65. Put all our stuff away, then we can cancel a bunch of iron. Cancel a bunch of grenades, no we can't. And that's why you need to alternate those handcrafts. And having an empty inventory when cancelling would also help, I guess. Here we do have some leeway before we are attacked. The classic pretend it didn't happen method. So this is the labs line. Well, this is not a radio show, mate. You're not fooling anyone, you know. Then we're gonna get the rest of the assemblers up here. There's gonna be green signs. Okay, so as long as this pollution is not reaching the bikers next to us, we should be good. I have plenty of time to pick up all that iron later. That will go at the cost of time spent hunting for loot chests though. Okay then, we've got the red sign set up quite timely this time. That will give us some nice extra time to pick up all that iron off the floor, I guess. So now first we get the red signs going, before we start on the green signs, because we have a bunch of projects which require only red signs in every warp stage so far. And the red signs assemblers have to make 100 sign specs each, while the green signs assemblers will just make 50 sign specs each. We should probably start researching then. And since red science is running, we start off with all red technologies. More warp speed to deconstruct even faster, and 10% running speed increase. This accumulator type thingy which increases energy transfer between the different factory floors. And warp platform logistics is the last red technology, which will add belts and warp chests to the platform floors, so we can actually build stuff over between different floors. Let's continue. Right, we are going. Everything is going. So it's time to set up another 600 green signs again, similar to last Warpzone. I'm leaving it in for completeness sake and will let live mic commentate it for the most. Feel free to skip ahead a minute or 3 until the green sign setup is done. Same trick like last time, 1200 iron into gears for inserters and 600 iron into gears for the belts. Meanwhile on this side we can probably start with the circuits. This should be 900 exactly. Again, we're going to have 2 green sign assemblers on the side, because this setup is not really good, or really not good. Okay, I think we are about to pollute, so let's at least put down a couple turrets here. And on the other side as well. So yeah, the reason to go so far away is so that we are not affected by the warp platform's giant pollution cloud. Look how far it's reaching already. But we are only getting the honest attacks of the pollution we generate ourselves. I need to hurry up a bit. I hope to get this done before all the red technologies are done. It may not be the case. Ah, that was the first attack, and indeed it was very, very small. Not a problem at all. We're gonna need the green circuits. We can deconstruct this, I think. And we need 6 more circuits. Alright. And this is gonna be green signs. Yeah, I guess, yeah, these are done. There is 600 bells. These are still running. That is all the bells. Let's just quickly put away the inserters. So we have exactly 12 half stacks for easy distribution. Right, now we're going to bump the defense up a little. It has to be ready to withstand like almost 50% evolution in the... Almost, but not quite. Our weak gun turrets cannot deal with even a single big biter just yet, which is the main reason why we are still limiting ourselves to 40 minutes per Warpzone. Okay, now everything is done, and that is green signs. We're going to deconstruct all the stuff we don't need. I guess it's time for the first round of redistributing green signs. Pick up all the iron on the floor. And then basically we have 2 choices. We can go either loot chest hunting or we can start actual work on the platform. I think we should probably do the latter. But first we're gonna make safe. Alright, let's take a look at the nests. Evolution has just crossed into medium biter territory. So we're gonna get some attacks from those soon as well. In preparation of researching the fluid handling technology, which will finally allow us to make the first build inside of the factory floor, we plop down the platform and press together some pipes. We then try to make our getaway for a quick loot chest hunt. But alas, we are out of coal to fuel the car. By the time we have the car fueled, the last red technology completes. And we need to distribute the green science packs to the labs, as well as queue up our green technologies for this warp zone. First of all, we want fluid handling, which is going to be very important to get access to water inside our factory, because obviously we don't have water. Water is only available on the surface of the planet. And then we are going to want the harvester on the other side as well. So it's not only going to be an underground warp, but these are going to be our future mining platforms, and we basically can just plop down mines without needing to build and deconstruct them every time. They will be saved on the platform. So we're going to want that on both sides, and also we will have extra space in the harvester floor. And we are going to want to have the next upgrade of factory floor, which was quite expensive early on, so I didn't get it just yet. And also it requires advanced material processing for steel furnaces and steel power poles before you can access it even. But yeah, my red and green science build is based on the size of this factory floor, so we are going to need to get it before we can actually play Warptorio like it's intended, you know, build stuff in your Warptorio platform factory floors and such. Right, and last of all, the teleporter energy upgrade, and I think that accounts for the full 600 science. Something like that. That science will catch up in due time. So can we now go for a drive? Fluid handling is already done, that is annoying, as that means we still cannot go for a drive. As with fluid handling completed, we have access to a new item, which finally makes it plausible to start building inside our warp factory. I want to enter through the teleporter, but I cannot. Now I can. Okay, sometimes when you research and upgrade technology, the teleporter becomes inaccessible. Alright, now we're getting to the blueprint stage. We have, of course, one for the boiler floor, which is going to be this guy. Fits only one way. 16 steam engines and a whole bunch of water tanks, which is the first thing we are going to connect. This is what I made the other steel for. 12 and 16. Okay, we are getting damaged. There's the warp teleporter, which is getting damaged. That's alright. Guess I can place this down already. So for now, I just need the pipes. You can already see the smelting design. I'm gonna have to do a little bit of transferring stuff. Alright, both sides have been researched, so we can get the full blueprint in here now. And I guess we'll just place the steel chest here for now, with most of the coal. I probably need to build the rest of the fluid tanks before doing anything else, which I left outside. Yeah, you see, this strategy is really easy. You can mess up all the time and you can still make it. Already have 91k of fluid in the system. Actually, we can make these 12 pumps, which is what the other engines were for. I don't exactly have plans for 12 pumps, but it just happened to align with the amount of steel. So the last blueprint we have is, of course, the one for the factory floor, which is just basically red and green signs. Just put a link on it here so I can see what I need and I can start crafting this stuff. Like we need 18 blue inserters, 15, 18, we need 20 red inserters, and we need a whole bunch of yellow ones, 38. And 35 assembly machines Mark II, but we'll get to that a little later. Somehow all my coal is gone now. This is really a mess, this playthrough, man. I'm just put away all my coal, but I should not have put away all my coal. Well, I guess this just means we will have less time to get lucky with loot chests, which probably is a good thing for the reliability of the strategy. Okay, we are at 33% evolution. Counters are getting damaged. That's the reason why. Let's reinforce this side just a little. Not really, it's just a little. Okay, we are going out loot chest hunting, man. I want to at least drive around a little bit. Especially since this planet is actually quite ideal for that, since there are no trees and no cliffs. So there are still hooks and giant biter bases, so that's the negative. So that looks like an expansion to me. Perhaps we can circle around this nest and get lucky. They get stuck here. Okay, Warp Factory 4.2 is about to complete, which is great news. Oh, this is the last technology already. We are basically done. Okay, we're not getting very lucky with the loot chests. Can I even drive back like this? It looks like I can. Okay, we just wasted a bunch of time for not finding anything. I guess it's good for the reliability of the strategy, but I really would have liked to find some like assembly machines or something. Or basically just more ammo, that already would do as well. Okay, looks like we're out of power. Right. No more loot chest hunting. And this was still going. I think we're just with having the wrong combinations. Alright, that's everything. And immediately our home gate gets destroyed again. Let's actually check out how it looks now at home. I can't because I don't have a warp teleporter. Alright, let's make it safe. I'll just pop out the gate real quick and then just reload. Ready? That is how it looks outside, guys. Look at the giant attacks coming in. Holy moly, that is a lot of biters. And that is exactly the reason why we are not trying to defend this platform, man. It just cannot be done, at least not if you plan on staying on the planet until the end of the warp time, and you need to warp out early. Yeah, just giant attacks coming in everywhere. Let's see, this is just non-stop massive attacks, man. Alright, time to reload. So, I hope now you understand why I'm taking the Weasley strategy, by just going all the way out, very far away, and only getting the attacks which we are supposed to get from the pollution we create. Okay, that was my train of thought. We were done here. I think we should just be making some wire with the copper we have, and some gears with some of the iron we have. Not everything though. We can basically just start deconstructing this area. And even more iron laying around. 4 minutes to go, we don't have that much time remaining. Yeah, that's enough copper wire as well. Okay, let's see what else do we need. We need to make mostly the 35 assembler Mark IIs. And we have to make them all. So we didn't find anything in chests. It's good I have a bunch of extra resources. Alright, we didn't make the gears for no reason at all. Right, now we can move the power plant inside. Well, it was far from perfect, but I guess it was a lot more fun than a perfectly executed version of this strategy. Right, we have 393k water, and now we can build this. Put in some of this, and now we can add the pump, which will increase the water flow a little. Alright. Let's pump it out into this reservoir for now, so there's always space for new water. Right. 2 minutes to warp. Hopefully I can build this thing. We need 8 burner inserters. And from now on we will have power inside, instead of having to go to some water point far away. Alright. Even have a bunch of bells, we can make 2 splitters here. And then power is truly automated. We don't need a chest system just yet. That is power. We definitely need to get out right now. We are out of steel. Oh, I forgot we have a lot of gun turrets to deconstruct. Attacks should have stopped, since we are not outputting pollution anymore. And we will be warping to the next planet any moment now. Alright, make a save. Okay, I forgot to record again. We are about to warp out. Let's go back and grab this one, because it takes some time. And let's grab the left one as well. Anyway, we need to wait until the timer is at 0. Unfortunately, the days that I could stand outside on the warp platform and watch the world around us change, those days are gone. Alright, this world reminds us of home, which means it will be anything but like home. Next time. In Warpzone 3, we got jump scared by spawning right in the middle of a giant biter nest. It turned out to be more of a nuisance than an actual problem, so we just ignored them and did another home mining session, before driving out and setting up another temporary research base. But this will be the final temporary base, as this time we focused on unlocking all the Warp Factory floor upgrades we need to start off a real Warptorio base. So, in Warpzone 4 we are going to focus on building up all 3 floors in our Warp Factory, while attempting to automate the inflow and distribution of resources as best as we can with the limited space we have available. We won't need to run away to build temporary bases anymore, but still we need some resources to build our Warp Factory, so we start off with the final home mining session of the playthrough. Most of all, we need the one resource we ignored so far: stone. Stone bricks, to be precise. We need them for 2 reasons. We want to make steel furnaces, which cost 10 stone bricks each, and we will need a couple of stacks of walls for a few select military science projects. We won't be mining stone anytime soon again, so we need to collect all the stone we will need right now. Which means we are going all out and place 20 miners on stone, fueled by 25 coal, and those will have to run out completely. We need to protect the stone patch at all costs until all stone bricks have been produced. And since we're out here mining stone anyway, we also set up the usual suspects on the iron, coal and copper patches. This time I do remember I have the warp teleporter. And for as long as the biters are small, we can use it to fast travel to our warp platform. Though I'm pretty sure it would have been faster to just walk to the copper directly instead of going through the warp teleporter. Five minutes in, all 100 burner miners are going again. And we spot that not all biters attracted by the polluting warp platform are finding their way toward dirty burner miners. Anyway, the goal of our mining session is to keep all miners active while trying to transport all the resources to the safety inside our warp factory, where we quickly discover the concepts of warp building. Oh, whoops. Anyway, we will explain the full blueprint later on, but this row of chests located under the teleporter takes up all tiles south of the teleporter. The teleporter spits you out on the opposite side of where you entered, so as we often enter from the north side, that means I should spawn below the teleporter, which would easily get me stuck in the chests and pipe infrastructure next to the teleporter. However, with all space south of the teleporter occupied by chests, there simply is no space for me to spawn there, so we get pushed out in a more favorable location instead, to the left or to the right. These chests will also function as my personal storage for the foreseeable future, so we are transferring all temporary storage down from the Warp Factory floor above. And with the full factory floor cleared of chests, we can now plop down the final floor's blueprint. The red and green sign setup, which will carry us through the next few warp zones. In the south, we find the assemblers which will make the red and green signs ingredients, connected to the red and green signs assemblers on the left, leading into a cute signs buffer chest area in the north, which will ensure science production goes on even if we are researching slow technologies. Or, you know, if I just plainly forget to select technologies to research. On the right, we have space for 20 of our 40 labs, which isn't great, but we are simply out of space, so for now, it'll have to do. And lastly, the central assemblers in the northern area are my personal assemblers, where for now we will be making copper wire and iron gears to speed up our handcrafting addiction. Though perhaps making more ammo would have been a better call. Anyway, there is no real base building going on just yet. We are just trying to declutter our inventory so we can transport more resources. And as it turns out, we've already gotten distracted for too long. The coal miners are already idle and the iron mine has largely run out. Meanwhile, attacks are coming in from all sides already, but with small biters we should be good. As long as we keep the turret supplied with ammo, that is. And 8 minutes in, there's still about 10 coal left in the stone miners of the 25 they started out with, so we're going to have to defend our home area for a lot longer than on previous warp zones. Combat may get a little intense. And this time we see not all of the biters routing to the warp platform are unable to find the miners. Anyway, we try our best to keep the miners mining while transferring all the resources and making some progress inside. We are gathering stone bricks now, but we are still lacking the other ingredient required to make steel furnaces, which is, well, steel obviously. So we cram a triad of stone furnaces in each of the 4 corners, which we will use to smelt the iron into steel. While we wait, we start handcrafting all the stuff we need to set up the rest of this floor, which mostly consists of a dazzling color array of different inserters. While we complete the boiler floor, let's get a brief rundown of the mechanics behind this blueprint. We reuse the 8 boilers from previous warp zones and hook them up to 16 steam engines, occupying 2 of the 4 corners of this floor. This is a measly 40% of our usual 20 boiler coal power plant, and it can provide us with only 14.4 megawatts of power. But still, thanks to the out-of-the-box use of our future Warptorio feature, which we'll get to later, this little power plant that could will provide us with all the power we need for the next couple of warp zones. Anyway, the other 2 corners are dedicated to a cool 28 fluid tanks of water storage. Once connected, it takes about 10 minutes to fill up with water, but they will be able to provide the base with power for approximately 45 minutes without outside support. All that water won't do us any good if we don't have the coal to boil it into steam, so the center area is reserved for coal storage. In the future, that coal is going to come in through the harvester floor and flow down to the boiler floor through the 2 wooden chests next to the teleporter. The priority splitters will make sure that if we have coal incoming, that will be used first, and any excess will flow into the 8 buffer chests. And if we don't have coal incoming, the 8 buffer chests feed out the coal to the boilers instead. At the moment, our 650k water storage is about 80% full. That will probably be enough to get us through this warp zone entirely. Anyway, we are making the first batch of steel furnaces now, 12 to be precise, which are intended to upgrade the current stone furnaces smelting steel. And we clean up our inventory a bit to prepare for another resource haul. We clean up our inventory a bit to prepare for another resource haul. And we are not a minute too late, as many of our turrets have meanwhile run out of ammo. Anyway, as we refill our turrets, we catch the exact moment the stone miners run out of juice. Which means we are done here at the home area. But with our inventory already full of coal, we can't carry much else inside. So we sprinkle some additional coal over the setup so we can harvest just a little more. While we start hand hauling heaps of harvested resources. And as we upgrade our 12 steel smelting stone furnaces into stone cold steel furnaces, doubling their speed and coal consumption efficiency, we prepare 32 more miners. Electric miners, that is. That's right, the era of the coal burner miners is coming to an end. They carried us all the way through the first 3 warp zones, but with the current inflation rates, we will no longer be able to afford the trainloads of coal they require to operate. Automation is on the horizon, and Warptorio is a mod where true automation means you will be poor for most of the game. So, trying to get the most out of the hard limit on resource intake capabilities the Warp Factory provides is going to be key. So, now that we're moving towards a factory inside the warp floors, we're going to go all Scrooge McDuck on our resource consumption. Not only are we switching over to electric miners, which of course still require coal to operate through the power plant, but approximately 3 times less compared to burner miners, we are also going to skip a stone furnace smelting setup altogether, going straight for steel furnaces, which consume only half the coal per plate smelted. We've carefully taken another 480 stone bricks, which will allow us to make another 48 steel furnaces for the left and right smelting arrays, but we don't have enough steel yet. So, instead of making our ever more urgently needed escape, we return inside once more to smelt some more steel. Finally, under the cover of our Finally, under the cover of our last few gun turrets, we pull our car from our pants pocket and try to escape among the chaos of bantering biters, fierce forests and sturdy stones. Ouch, not an easy task to navigate our way out of. Of course, we immediately stumble upon what we are looking for. That seems suspiciously too good to be true. And it is, because this iron patch is still firmly inside of the pollution cloud. With evolution crossing into medium biters mere minutes from now, an iron mine here wouldn't stand up against the evolved biters for long. So, on we go. Eventually, we spot our first loot chest, and spent way too much time trying to claim the grand prize of 3 iron chests. Well, as they say, you lose some, you miss some. The real prize is me taking the time to repair my car, probably preventing me from losing it in the next inevitable mishap. Anyway, the water border annoyingly starts to curve right back up towards our starting area, so we are not making any progress so far. A tiny land bridge prevents a total exploration disaster, but as you see, we have driven straight back into the warp platform's pollution cloud, and sizable attacks are being sent. Hopefully we will remain undetected here behind these trees. Anyway, although for a different reason than in the previous warp zones, we are again looking for a distant, unpolluted resource patch. But as we drive further and further out, the biter bases become larger, more numerous, and with much more dangerous worms. Also, this planet seems to be quite forested with a lot of lakes, which severely has been limiting my movement options. But fortunately, eventually we find the iron patch we are looking for, and after a quick scope of the surrounding area, we can start our electric mining adventure. But how? Where is the electricity going to come from? Well, my friend, this is Warptorio. We just warp it over through this warp harvester mining platform, which is the final blueprint for this stage of the game. Anything which is built on the platform stays on the platform, even if we pick it up, which means we can pick it up and put it down as we please in one single action. Despite the platform being super tiny, it is enough for our miners to be only partially built on the platform, and indeed, the 4 corner miners are just barely touching the mining platform with a single corner. The platform warps electricity over from the boiler floor, which powers the miners, and the warp loader warps the ore straight onto the harvester floor. Now, these miners are still gonna be making a lot of pollution, which will attract much unwanted attention from highly evolved biters soon, so we will still need to protect our mines with some gun turrets. Unfortunately, those do not fit on the platform, which means we have to hope we don't forget to collect them before we warp out, or they will be lost forever, including the ammo inside. We don't need to worry about the miners though. Anything that is built on the platform will automatically warp back inside of our factory upon our departure from this planet to the designated mining platform place at the end of the harvester floor's hallways. Anyway, this is a good moment to talk about the harvester floor blueprint. As you see, we only have a 5 tile high area to work with, which means automating coal supply to the furnaces is out of the question. Between the full belt of iron ore coming in and the full belt of iron plates going out, there's just no more space. Fortunately, a steel furnace can run for 37 minutes on a single stack of coal, so hopefully we manage to keep them supplied by hand for now. And while inserters have no problem taking from the whole belt, they only give on the far side of the belt. So while the ore belt can just continue straight on, we need to do some old school belt side switch route to get the iron plates to the inside of the belt halfway through the furnace line. So if you are part of the OCD crew who immediately spotted the discrepancy in the inserter pattern, I know, it hurts my soul too. But because we somehow have to route a water pipe through that same 5 tile high area as well, I just didn't find another way. And the gun turret at the end should deal with any biters accidentally warping along with the mining platform. So even though I said we won't be able to automate coal to the furnaces, there's a strange stack of 3 coal priority splitters at the end of the line, because indeed, we may not be mining iron all the time. Sometimes we may be mining other resources, like, indeed, coal. And those splitters will make sure the iron ore gets blocked completely and any coal will not be mixed in with the iron plates, but be routed through a different belt which leads to the boiler basement coal storage area. Anyway, with a full stack of coal per furnace and 9 chests of storage capacity for the iron plates, we can be sure the iron keeps flowing in until the moment we warp out. So, it's time to go find a copper patch. But first, let's go check out that loot chest we spotted upon arrival. 9 assemblers and a stack and a bit of iron gears. But the most important loot we got from this chest is revealing a copper ore patch on the edge of the map. It is very close to a biter nest though, so it remains to be seen if it is usable for us. Oh, well, correction. It is very close to 2 biter nests, plus there is another one close by in the south. We can still fit the mining platform on the southern tip of the ore patch though, but with the biters being this close by, we are going to get some significant attacks here for sure. Anyway, our 24 steel furnace stack can handle a full yellow belt of ore, but you need 30 miners to supply that, and our platform only fits 15. So why did we even bother to build the full 24 furnaces then? Well, we already researched 3 levels of mining productivity early on, which made the normally slow burner miners actually slightly outspeed the stone furnaces. But it doesn't stop there. We can get 2 more levels of mining productivity with red signs, and then 5 more levels with green signs. And with 10 levels of mining productivity, the bonus production equates to a full 100%, which indeed means these 15 miners should be exactly enough to supply a full yellow belt of ore. Well, as soon as we manage to research those technologies. Anyway, after completing the copper mining platform, we go ahead and build up the copper smelter array, which can also be used to mine coal or even additional iron should we require so in the future. We also have a pipe leading in from this side, so we can hook up water to either the iron or the copper mining platform, or both at the same time even. Later on, we can repurpose one of these pipelines to oil. And there you have it. We have automated both iron and copper smelting. And we have automated power from our buffered water tanks and coal chests. Let's quickly refill all the furnaces so both sides are running on the same clock. And now that resources are actually accumulating automatically, it is finally time to complete the last step of this puzzle. The warp factory floor. where we will actually process said resources into the red and green science packs we so desire and require to progress. It is the first sign of true automation resembling normal Factorio, but of course this is a Michael Hendricks playthrough you're watching, so you're gonna get a Michael Hendricks level of automation, meaning there's still gonna be more hand feeding going on than in a children's zoo. And indeed, our entire red and green science setup relies on hand-feeding iron and copper plates in meticulously calculated ratios between these 7 chests here, instead of using belts like a normal person. Anyway, we already have several things to keep track of, like boiler room water and coal levels, and keeping the furnaces supplied with coal. So we may as well add one more thing to the list in keeping the iron and copper plates chests for the science area topped off. The trade-off is we have saved some space to both produce and consume science packs at a higher rate. Well, if we actually manage to keep it all supplied. We start off by equaling the count of red and green science packs in the buffer chests, which means we need to make 23 extra green science. There goes all my inserters. While we complete the science build, we can see the alerts coming in from attacks on our mining platforms, which is a little scary at over 30% evolution already. There are spitters and medium biters in the mix, and we are completely blind as to how powerful the attacks are, unless we actually go outside to check it out for ourselves. We cannot check the world map from inside the factory. Anyway, I had so nicely prepared the exact amount of inserters I would need and such, before I just threw them into those extra 23 green science packs, so of course I run out. Anyway, eventually we complete the full blueprint, and it's time to select the first technology of our fully-ish automated base. After my recent rants, it should come to no one's surprise that we go for the mining productivity tax first. We are producing rookie numbers, we gotta pump up those numbers. These two tags cost 180 red signs and 0 green signs, so we want to produce an additional 180 red signs before doing the balanced distribution dance. Meanwhile, the first attack which deals damage to our structures comes in. We really need to go out and check out what's going on, but we don't. Instead, we collect all our resources to see where we are at. So let's forget about those attacks and let me show you my undeniably cool and legally trademarked chest-sized resource distribution method. To produce a pair of red and green science packs, you need 2.5 copper and 7.5 iron. So we need 1 chest of copper and 3 chests of iron. Unfortunately, we don't have 3 chests of iron just yet, so instead we collect only 1 chest of iron and 1 line of copper to get the correct ratio. These 4000 plates will produce us 400 pairs of red and green signs, if we distribute it correctly. So let's start with the easy one, copper. 4 stacks for 400 red signs and 6 stacks to make copper wire for 400 circuits. The iron distribution is slightly more daunting at first, but still pretty easy to keep track of. 8 stacks for each dedicated iron gear assembler, which will produce 400 gears each. 4 stacks for inserters and 4 stacks for green circuits to complete the requirements for the 400 inserters. The remaining 6 stacks of iron go into 400 yellow belts. Our inventory being empty is a sign that we distributed it correctly, so now we can go do something else. Yeah, indeed, like checking out the damage on our gun turrets. Nope, no more science distribution, out! Good boy. And indeed, we find piles of biter bodies stashed up right against our gun turrets. Medium biters and small spitters are hard to deal with for gun turrets, as the fast and tanky medium biters take the lead and thus draw away all the gunfire from the squishy ranged spitters. Anyway, we are being damaged even though we only deal with the fairly generated attacks from the pollution of our measly 15 miners. The warp platform's immense pollution cloud is still thousands of attolight years away. Unfortunately, I don't get to show the deadly biter combo, as the medium biters went on strike and refused to join this specific attack. And I don't have the time to hang around all day, you know. We are supposed to beat this mod in 8 warp zones, and we are nearing the end of warp zone 4. That is the 5th world, including the starter planet. Anyway, let's complete the last little bit of the blueprint, which are the optional coal belts leading into the boiler basement, while the next attack immediately causes damage again. The final part of the blueprint will lead the iron and copper belt up to the warp factory floor somewhere in the far future. A quick glance shows the water level has dropped by only 100k or so since we drove off from the platform, so we are still good on power for a while. With apparently 12 gun turrets in combat simultaneously, we rush outside again. We are at 38% evolution, which means we're only 2% away from the higher damage and higher range medium spitters, and only 12% away from the giant power spike that are big biters and spitters. We still won't reach this warp zone, I hope, as we aren't ready to deal with those, but we plan to research the next 2 levels of warp reactor technology in the next warp zone. That will push our time on each warp zone to a full 60 minutes, which will push us far into big biter territory. I hope we are going to be ready to deal with that. But we won't push our luck in this warp zone. We will first focus on getting maximum production from our mining platforms, getting up to a full yellow belt of ore per site. Each of these 5 technologies take a ratio of 2 red sign specs to 1 green, which is a quirk that some of the Warptorio specific technologies have. Anyway, that means we'll have to add another 550 red sign specs to the mix to keep the science buffer evened out. Meanwhile, it looks like we have power problems, as indicated by the red flashing icons. This could be bad. But once we go down to check, we quickly find out what the problem is. Me. I simply forgot to build the second half of the power plant. So, once we filled in the final part of our blueprint build, our power problems are immediately solved. Well, with everything built, now it's simply a matter of keeping everything supplied, which is actually not that simple. We need to juggle around everything, from the big things like placing entire mining platforms on the correct resources at the correct times, as well as the little things like keeping the furnaces fueled, and of course, keeping science production going. I tried to show off the 4 full chest resource distribution method, but that's a pipe dream. Without mining productivity 10, we are barely producing more than half a belt of iron. So, while playing Mike distributes another set of 4000 plates to the science area, let me tell you about another pipe dream I had. I forgot to place the final part of the blueprint, which is this pipeline here. But it's not connected to anything. What is it for? And indeed, these pipes are not for transporting fluid. Their only function is to block me from accidentally walking outside into certain death, which certainly did not ever happen in any of my practice runs ever. Anyway, after playing Mike aimlessly noodles around for a bit, the time has come to go reclaim our gun turrets, or they will stay behind on this planet. A task which is not without danger. A task which is not without danger. And we simply have to hope no biter attack comes in the short time the platform is undefended. Once the platform is inside, we can actually see that the corner miners are barely on the platform. But I'd rather have you go out to the other miner and reclaim those gun turrets too, if you don't mind. It's a long hallway. Anyway, if you wondered what those 4 belt pieces are for, wonder no longer. The mining platforms are so tiny that the outermost 8 miners actually don't output ore within the platform's border. Just like with the gun turrets, we have to manually place those 4 belts every time we go outside. And if we don't reclaim those belts, they get left behind, attacked and destroyed. But more annoyingly, if we forget to place those belts at any time, which is very easy to do and will inevitably happen, half of our entire mining platform is out of commission, as they output on a beltless tile. Anyway, time is up, we are warping out. And we get another planet like our home planet. Similar to what we had in Warpzone 3. A giant continent with huge open spaces, no trees and very large but sparse biter bases. With our current technology, those map settings are actually a bit too easy for finding resources, water and loot chests. So here, watch me save scum to get a more interesting planet. With varying degrees of success. But yeah, you can basically reroll the next planet type by doing something RNG heavy, like triggering a few hundred biters outside to attack you. This will often lead you to warp to a different planet with every attempt. Here we rolled another planet with default settings, which is fine I guess, but I will make sure to showcase 3 new types of planets for the 3 remaining warp zones. For warp zone 6 and 7, I decided to pre-select a planet type, which you normally cannot get this early in the run. For warp zone 6, I will roll a neutral world type, which makes some things easier and some things much harder, depending on what you need. And for warp zone 7, I will roll a bad world type, with increased biter difficulty. And for warp zone 8, well, I have developed my game plan on getting one specific type of planet, and it's probably the only type of planet on which my warp zone 8 strategy can succeed. Can you guess which one it is, and why? Let me know in the comments. And with all of that being said, I will see you next time. In Warp Zone 4, we build up all 3 of our factory floors, finally making the transition from burner miners and quickly thrown together temporary outdoor research bases to a well-designed indoor factory, finally following the intended game design. We've got the boiler basement, responsible for power, with an inbuilt water and coal storage. We've got the 2 mining platforms supplying the harvester floor, which has 2 lanes of multi-use smelting lines, each of which can process iron, copper or coal without any reconfiguring. With its 18 chest plate storage located near the central teleporter, we can easily bulk transfer the required plates up to the warp factory floor, where our 20 labs are trying their hardest to keep up with over 60 SPM of science production. Now it's just going to be a matter of trying to mine the right resources at the right time, so we can keep supplying copper and iron to science production, while simultaneously trying to not run out of coal or water, to prevent power blackouts and running out of furnace fuel. Welcome to Warp Zone 5. Upon arriving in a new warp zone, we are obviously not gathering any resources just yet, so that's going to be top priority. But even topper priority, we still have one more batch of 4000 plates available, so we first distribute those to the science assemblers to keep research production going while we are out scouting for distant resources. Each set of 4000 plates will be turned into 400 pairs of red and green signs in under 6 minutes. So, including the 4 minutes of production still left over from last warp zone, we have but 10 minutes to go out, explore the world, find and mine iron, and show up at the science area with a fresh new batch of the stuff, ideally in under 10 minutes sharp. So, we grab our stuff and quickly poke our head outside briefly, to ensure the biter masses warping along with the platform are gone. And they are. It usually takes them anywhere between 10 seconds to a minute to find a local nest to join or to get lost and despawn. Of course I forgot to take coal, so we chop down a fuel rock next to the platform and get going. Despite having a small grace period before the attacks start mounting up again, we are not even going to look at the home ore patches. While that would give us a quick boost of iron, it just takes too much time to move the platforms around multiple times per warp zone. We are going straight out to distant locations, where we can plop down the mining platforms and build up its surrounding defense, and keep it there for hopefully the entire time period we have on this warp zone. We want to go out far enough so the warp platform's pollution cloud won't catch up to our mining platforms, but we cannot go too far out, as the biter base size and density increases with distance from spawn. Not only would we eventually be physically blocked by the sheer amount of biter bases, it also becomes less and less likely that any resource patch found has enough biter free space around it to not attack the tracks. to not attract attacks based on pure proximity. And at those distances, we cannot simply remove the nests, as the big and behemoth worms are basically indestructible at our level of technology. Eventually, we find our first copper patch. It is located perfectly, but we don't take it. Yet. We still have chests full of copper in the base, and each chest of copper needs to be matched with 3 chests of iron. So yeah, we are going to want to build the iron mining platform first. Well, I'd say these crappy loot chests could now actually be hurting me more than helping me, taking up precious time, all during which our smelters remain idle. The RNG factor in finding biter-free patches of resources of the type you need is definitely a thing, and it's taking me a long time to find, well, anything really, let alone iron. Fortunately, this planet has been reasonably kind to us exploration-wise, as this is the first time I need to carry my car through the forest. And we spot a patch of coal in the process. Well, by this point I'm starting to feel desperate, hungry for any resource. So, let's start taking it. Especially because there's also a nearby water source we can claim to top off our water buffer tanks. Throughout my practice sessions, I have learned that it's a good habit to go look inside to verify everything is working correctly, as it happens too often that something is stuck, blocking something, disconnected or rotated somehow. This time though, we can see the coal flowing nicely past the copper furnaces, through the splitters and into the boiler basement. We also quickly check if the water level in the system indeed is rising. The grand plan is to mine coal for as long as our copper reserves last, before making the switch from coal to copper. Anyway, did I mention if we forget to place those 4 extra belts which don't fit on the mining platform, that half of the miners are out of commission? And yeah, perhaps leaving before placing any gun turrets to defend against the friendly biters next door also would have been a bit premature. The grand plan is to mine iron all Warpzone long, or at least that was the plan, as it's over 7 minutes in on this Warpzone and we have found giant resource patches of all kinds except for iron. On and on and on we go, finding a truly laughable amount of non-iron resource patches, before we find yet another lucky loot chest. Again, not for the loot, but for actually discovering an iron patch in the process. But will it be free of biters? Somehow it is, even though we are much farther away from our warp platform than I ever intended to go. We quickly build up the platform, not forgetting to place the all-important 4 extra belts and defend it with gun turrets again. That concludes our business outside for a while, so before popping in to see if everything works alright, we first make a quick exploration loop. And boy, the surroundings are littered with giant biter bases, which somehow have avoided spoiling the iron patch for us. Well, we'll take it. And despite it taking forever to find this iron patch, somehow we still got it done in under 10 minutes. Nice! So we quickly pop inside and iron smelting indeed seems to be working fine. We have almost completed mining productivity 10, and you can see we almost have the full furnace stack at work now. By now the 10-minute mark has passed though, and indeed the iron chests for belts is already empty. The inserter production is still slightly suboptimal due to inserter speed limits, which we'll address shortly. First, we somehow scrounge together 3000 iron, and refill our science operation just in time so it keeps operating without any hiccups. Whoa, that was close, nice job man. Well, mining productivity 10 has finished, which means the resource acquisition has caught up to its intended pace. So now it's time to get the resource processing up to its intended pace as well. So let's first address that inserter speed problem I just mentioned. The next warp technology gives all of our inserters an extra carrying capacity, meaning they'll pick up 2 items per swing instead of 1. Currently our iron gear production is limited by the inserter speed. Even the blue inserter cannot insert iron fast enough to keep the assembler running at all times. The green chip production is also not up to speed, but that's not due to the inserters. A single copper wire assembler simply cannot produce enough copper wire by itself to satisfy a hungry green chip assembler. Anyway, the last bottleneck is the limited amount of labs we can place, so we researched the first 2 levels of lab research speed, which makes our 20 labs as fast as 30, so we can hopefully make a dent in the backlog of produced science packs. The inserter technology costs only red signs again, 150 packs, so we supply the red signs to compensate. We collect all our copper to see where we're at, and we discover we still have over 2 full chests in total, so we need to mine like 20,000 iron before we spend all our copper. At 900 iron a minute, that's over 20 minutes of iron production left to go. Also the coal storage will benefit from the inserter technology, as without the upgrade, these 4 inserters simply cannot keep up emptying a full yellow belt of coal just yet. Fortunately, coal production hasn't slowed down just yet because of the wooden chest buffers at the teleporter, but for now we can hand transfer the remaining coal and upgrade the storage to steel chests, and with over 5 empty chests available, we can keep the coal flowing in for at least another 15 to 20 minutes. And that's the initial setup of Warpzone 5 done. We've got a full belt of iron plates and a full belt of coal flowing in for the foreseeable future. Now it is time to focus on the next step of the plan, extending the warp timer to a full 60 minutes per warp zone. To accomplish that, we need a new type of science pack, military science. 2 times 50 for the 2 warp reactor technologies themselves, plus an additional 120 to research the prerequisite technology of rocketry. This is what we mined all that excessive stone for last warp zone. We will need 220 walls to make the 220 military science required. And like always, we want to make just a couple extra to speed things up. We also need 110 red ammo, but conveniently we found already more than that in loot chests. And the last thing we need is 110 grenades, which requires well over 1000 coal. So let's just use our personal assemblers to make some. Yeah, let's just use all of them. Meanwhile, let's collect all the military science ingredients in this chest over here. To make it easy to follow for you, the viewer, we are going to be making 4 sets of 28 pairs, resulting in 224 science packs. Well, at least there's no productivity bonus involved. Alright, we just need to grab 28 more grenades. 29, that's enough. So let's repurpose 4 assemblers to military science. Nice. You know, only a true professional would prepare his inventory this well. Let's grab the first column and... Hey, wait, where did my 28 red ammo go? Oh, it went in my machine gun. Well, no problem, easy fix, you know. let's just insert it in the assembler and... No, don't! Well, everything for the presentation, right? It's not like we're in a hurry or anything. We wasted a full minute on unnecessary chest shenanigans. Wait, what? I was supposed to cut this out? Anyway, this time we'll do it properly. Ish. Alright, whatever, that's 224 military signs in the making. Let's quickly distract the audience by taking a quick peek outside. All is still good on the iron patch, and the giant biter nests are so far away we haven't even started to pollute them yet. Until now, the furnaces have been consuming coal unevenly, because before mining productivity 10 was in, we didn't have a full belt of ore just yet. So let's just give them a refuel to once again put them on the same clock. And indeed, commenters, you were right. I forgot to put the ore unblocker 2000 on this side. I have fixed this and some other small issues in my public blueprint book, which you can find on my Discord channel, link in description. Also, come on man, you are 6 videos deep in this challenge, so subscribe already. Anyway, now that we are mining coal, I try to distribute the coal to as many places as I can, freeing up chest space as much as possible. With the shiny new inserter upgrade researched, now the blue inserters can keep up with a full yellow belt of coal. Anyway, with every furnace filled to the brim with coal, we've still got 4 more chests of coal to fill up. After all those time-consuming shenanigans, we probably need to go and resupply red and green signs, and indeed, there's only 36 iron plates left over for the circuits. Annoyingly, we are still nowhere close to having a full 3 chests of iron, so another portion-sized package it shall be. Anyway, you've seen me do this before, 88446, and that's another 400 science packs supplied. At least we can see now the iron gear assembler is working continuously. Yeah, never mind me checking the water situation every time and doing water pump management. That's also something I've made obsolete in my public blueprints, and there it just works without micromanaging the pumps. By now, the much needed lab research speed 2 is almost done. And after we distribute another set of resources to signs, we see that we have already stashed up 200 red signs and 670 green signs. That huge discrepancy is caused by a bunch of Warptorio technologies costing 1 green and 2 red signs per cycle. But that means that our imbalanced signs production setup of 81 red signs per minute and 67.5 green signs per minute is actually a good fit for this stage of the game, and the red signs count will now slowly catch up to the green signs count again. Anyway, our military science packs are almost done, which is good, because those are required for the next technologies on the program. Unfortunately, we don't have space for automated bell distribution, so we are going to have to distribute it the Michael Hendricks way. Z inputting 220 science packs one at a time, as I blatantly refuse to install the even distribution mod. And with just under 19 minutes remaining in this warp zone, we are ready to extend the warp timer for the second and last time this playthrough. As you see, Warp Reactor Project 4 requires a whole bunch of additional red and green technologies, but since we've got those automated, that won't be any problem. It'll just take some time. The Warp Reactor projects are 5 seconds per science pack technology, so get ready for an absolute blitz through this one. And just like that, another 10 minutes have been added to the clock. Nice. A quick check confirms that we still have plenty of copper remaining to keep science going for a while, so we can still keep mining more coal. Anyway, by this point I give up on my legally trademarked quadruple chest limited resource distribution system trademark public copyright, and I hereby release it alongside Mickey Mouse to the public domain. With red signs so far behind, the chest limits are getting in the way, so we just get rid of them altogether. Hand feeding is joy. Hand feeding is life. Join the cult today. Anyway, military science production is fully completed, so we distribute the last packs to the labs. We haven't really evenly distributed the science, but it doesn't matter much. It's a 5-second technology and we have produced 4 science packs extra, meaning that we don't need to consume every last drop of science to get the upgrade. Anyway, I'm not sure what I should be doing next. So let's take a quick peek outside at the coal mine. We see a reasonably large stack of biter bodies, but so far no damage to our gun turrets. That is likely to change though, as with the 20 extra minutes per Warpzone, we are going to get far into big biter territory. And those guys are no joke. Anyway, with this round of science ingredient distribution, the iron chest at Red Science is all the way full. And it will take the base like 20 minutes to chomp through it all. All the floors are fully built out as well, so there really isn't much else we can do here. So I decide to go exploring a little. See if we can find a better copper patch, as the one discovered earlier may turn out to be too close to the War platform's pollution cloud in the later stages. We do find a copper patch, but that big worm is within range, and we physically cannot kill him yet, as his armor way outclasses our gun turrets. There is a slight problem with our mining setup. In this configuration, the central miner is outputting at the top half of the belt, which means we've got 9 miners for the top half and only 7 for the bottom half. That leads to the top half having inactive miners, while the bottom half of the belt is not fully full. We implement a hacky solution to solve that by having an inserter pick off ore of the top half and transferring it to the bottom half. That should balance things out and make sure the ore belt is fully compressed on both sides. Anyway, in the playthrough I didn't realize the following yet, so I went to do the same at the coal mining platform, but here we don't need to. The central miner in this orientation outputs on the bottom half of the belt. So that leads to the 8 miners for the top half and 8 miners for the bottom half configuration we actually desire. This of course is also fixed in my public blueprint book, as instead of having one flippable blueprint which I'm using here, each mining platform now has its own blueprint. Anyway, the rocketry technology is about to complete, which is the final prerequisite we need. And we need to be careful not to miss the moment, because this is one speedy tech. And after it completes, we now have a full hour of time per warp zone. Big biters, here we come. Well, not so fast. Those big biters are going to come with big armor. 8 physical armor to be exact. That means our gun turrets are no good, as they currently output less than 8 damage, which makes big biters blatantly bulletproof. And we've got a mere 13 minutes to do something about it. Fortunately, the added Warptorio technologies come to the rescue yet again. We can research 2 more damage upgrades. The regular one, which gives 10% bonus damage, and the Warptorio one, which gives 15% bonus damage. As gun turrets benefit from each upgrade twice, that should push their damage high enough to deal with an occasional big biter, I hope. The other improvement we could make is upgrading to red ammo, but it's almost 3 times the price while only doing 60% more damage. Since our objective is to minimize unnecessary resource consumption, we're going to try to stick to yellow ammo for as long as we possibly can. After adding the doubled red signs requirements to the respective chests again, let's put down 2 gun turrets with both ammo types, so we can see the damage upgrades happening as the technology is complete. We should also remember to keep on smelting steel if we have the iron to spare, because we're gonna need a lot of it. Not only do we need it for military and blue signs, we also need it for expanding the base with assemblers, chemical plants, oil refineries, pump jacks, power lines and more. Anyway, at the moment there's not much else to do, so I decide to film this long time lapse instead, showcasing the gun turret's damage increase with the next 2 technologies completing. We went from 7.8 to 11.25 raw damage output, which means we can now damage big biters with yellow ammo for a whopping 2.9 damage per bullet. At this point, with yellow ammo just barely overcoming the big biters' armor, red ammo would actually be superior to the lead big biters, as with a net 9 damage per bullet, it would kill them at the same resource cost, but faster. But against the combined mixed enemy forces, red ammo would still be roughly twice as expensive. With big biter preparation out of the way, we can focus on the factory again. And the first thing we're going for is a bigger factory floor. The lab research speed only took us so far. We just need more space for more labs. Meanwhile, the coal belt has stopped moving. All coal chests are full by now, so we simply stash some coal over in our personal chests to keep the belt flowing. It may look like we're stashing way too much coal, because we are. This is the last chest of copper we have remaining, and we really should switch to copper mining instead of filming another time lapse. Anyway, factory floor 3 completes, and suddenly we have 4 more tiles of factory all around us. That means we can finally recommission all of the 40 labs we used in our temporary research stations in the early game. And we will be able to blaze as fast through future technologies as we can produce design specs. Nice. We are not going to redesign the entire base to make optimal use of the new floor space, as the opportunity cost of reconstruction would just be too high. We are going to make giant leaps like an Olympic triple jumper and skip over as many small optimization steps as we can. Our next research goal is advanced electronics, which unlocks red chips. Not because we are planning to actually make those anytime soon, but because it allows us to find red chips in loot chests. That's right, instead of needing to set up oil, pump jacks, pipes and the whole effing oil industry together with dozens of assemblers and whatnot, we can simply find our first handful of red chips in loot chests. That will be extremely convenient for things like making the modular armor, or a couple of early modules for some reason. Well, there's no sweet blueprints for this step, we're in the just stack it on phase now. Beautiful. Also, it really is the highest time to switch the coal mining platform over to copper, so out we go, car in hand. Well, I'll come back to pick up those pipes later. Maybe. I just want to get that copper mine up ASAP. And have as little mining downtime as possible. So, let's drive, driver! Oh, the drive was a bit rough, but we have finally arrived at our beautiful copper pad. What is that? There's an enemy expansion right on our copper, and we are like 0.1% evolution away from big biters. Well, okay. I guess we can place the mining platform down first. It shouldn't start drawing attacks by itself for like half a minute at least, but these gun turrets will. That clears things up quite nicely. We got kind of lucky that no big biters spawned, as evolution is absolutely stampeding into the big biter area now, going up by 0.1% every 3 to 6 seconds now. By the time I have my gun turrets up and start driving off, we're already at 52%. But I forgot to do my does everything work check. And it's good we turned back as the copper belt is only half full. We forgot the 4 extra belts. Again. Alright, that should do it. Anyway, a quick glance at science production shows we need to resupply those once again. And for the first time, I actually have the 4 full chests the system was originally based on. The 9 rows of iron neatly fill up our entire inventory, but unfortunately we got rid of the chest limits already, so we are just hand feeding triple the amounts we used before. And after collecting all the remaining copper and iron from below, I'd say we made the transition to copper at right about the right time. Our water tanks are topped off, but disconnected from the water pump now that we moved the coal mine, so let's see how long water actually lasts with the base running at full power. And with full power comes full production, as we get a clear shot of all of our furnaces smelting. Nice. We are off once again, to go reclaim those underground pipes we left behind. Those are still expensive enough to care about, right? We will take a detour though, exploring new territory and hoping to get lucky with loot chests. As now with red chips finally researched, any newly generated loot chests will have a small chance to contain some red chips. We do stumble upon a loot chest, but I cannot seem to spot it. Where is it? Man, that's a stealthy chest. It spawned inside the cliff. It does not contain red chips, however. We can only find those in actually newly generated terrain. So unexplored chunks, which were already generated previously by pollution or our own proximity, would have their loot chests already generated before we researched the red chip technology, and thus cannot contain red chips. Plus, it can be pretty dangerous to accidentally trigger biters with this evolution rate. Perhaps we are better off looking for loot in the next warp zone, as all loot chests there will be newly generated ones. Pretty soon we're back at our former coal and water mine, and we start picking up our 20-some underground pipes. Was it worth the time to come back and pick up like 200 iron worth of pipes? Probably not. But what is worth it is researching more levels of toolbar, including the vanilla one, for extra inventory space. As well as unlocking all 3 types of modules. We do have a purpose for any early red chips we may find, which we'll get to later. But I hope to find up to 60 red chips, and I'm kind of counting on finding at least 10 to make 2 specific modules. Which modules? Well, let me know your predictions in the comments and find out if you were right next time. Just kidding, the episode isn't over yet. Let's continue and aim our car through this small cliff opening. That shouldn't be too hard. Wait, what? Please tell me, Whoop, what am I crashing against? Well, I'm crashing into loads of objects actually, so let's just move attention to something else. We spot another new expansion. And we get the opportunity to check out the stats on the new big biters and spitters. Pretty beefy boys. Our turrets are starting to run out, and of course I didn't make additional ammo. I have been lacking ammo for basically all game now, haven't I? I tell ya, I would fare terrible if I actually tried to play Warptorio the intended way. So let's cheese on. We smelt some more steel. Try to move around some more coal to clear our personal chests again. And super clumsily prepare to distribute even more resources to science. But alas, there's not enough space in the chests to fit it all. So let's upgrade them to steel chests instead. distribute another 12,000 plates to make 1200 red and green science packs. And refuel the furnaces to get rid of even more coal. By this time we see the science buffer chests are actually empty. So our 40 lab extension is doing its job well. Even if we forget to research technologies for a while, we should be able to catch up lost time with this many labs, making our strategy just a little more foolproof, and I may need it. Anyway, let's push on through our tech list, and the next thing will ultimately, and I mean like 50 hours from now, be the most powerful feature in all of Warptorio, the Warp Factory Beacon.
Oh, hand feeding is live!
Each level unlocks one module slot, and ultimately there is 10 levels to unlock. But with red and green signs, we're going to be limited to 2 slots for now. I wonder what those 2 modules he was speaking about earlier are going to be for. And yep, that warp beacon is going to spawn right on that central patch of hazard concrete over there. Pro tip, don't build expensive stuff on hazard concrete, or it may despawn with the next upgrade of your warp factory. Alright, I'm tired of manually placing and removing gun turrets, and especially tired of forgetting to place those 4 extra belts on my mining platforms all the time. We are going to want to upgrade the size of those bad boys, but we need yet another 400 military signs for that. We also need an additional 200 military signs for another tech I'll get to later. So that means in total we need 600 military signs. That means we'll need another 3000 stone bricks for 600 walls again. But we didn't manage to stash away that many stone bricks earlier. We will have to mine some more stone. But it's too late to try and do that this warp zone. We can, however, get started on the 300 red ammo and grenades we'll need. Those will take a while to make, while the walls can be created near instantly once we eventually have the stone bricks. Instead of hand-feeding assemblers like a savage, this time we'll semi-automate it like a semi-savage. That means we'll assign 3 assemblers to make 100 grenades each from 1000 coal and 500 iron a pop. Nice. That leaves us some room to start crafting the yellow and red ammo we need like a savage. Do you remember how even noobs know one copper wire inserter cannot keep up with one green circuit assembler? Well, one way to get around that is to switch out some copper plates for pre-made copper cable. That way we could get the green circuit assembler and with that the inserter assembler to keep working uninterrupted, at least for a while. Okay, we overproduced yellow ammo already. Well, fortunately I might add, as that means we'll finally have some ammo available for our gun turrets the next time we need it. Anyway, we are starting on red ammo. And there she is. The warp beacon just warped into existence. Now, despite the warp beacon looking just like an ordinary beacon, there's actually 4 main differences. It starts off at only 1 module slot instead of the regular 2, but with upgrades you can get this bad boy all the way up to 10 module slots. Second, the range on this thing is absolutely humongous. It currently covers every machine on this floor, and its range will grow even further with additional upgrades. The third difference is the distribution efficiency. On regular beacons that value is 0.5, meaning only half of the beacon's effects are transmitted to the machinery. However, on this Warp Factory beacon, the distribution efficiency is 1, which basically makes it so that every machine within reach has the same modules inside it as we put in the Warp Factory beacon. And currently, we are already covering 75 machines. Think about that for a second. After research of the second module slot is complete, we can basically get 150 modules of value out of the 2 modules we choose to put in our warp beacon. That's just crazy! And obviously, we can still add additional modules in the machines themselves, to stack those additional effects on top of the warp beacon effects. And the fourth and most important difference to the Warp Factory beacon is it accepts productivity modules. Yeah. And did I mention it will have 10 module slots eventually? Well, not for a long time though. We will need literal thousands of space science packs for that. But stay tuned, because by the end of the series we are going to break the game in ways you cannot even imagine. And some of that game breakage will even be applicable to vanilla Factorio. Well, anyway, we'll get to all that crazy power later. For now, we don't actually possess any modules just yet. So for now, it just consumes 480 kilowatts of power for absolutely no benefit at all. Suddenly, we have less than 3 minutes left on this warp zone. Let's go reclaim our miners already. Or, you know, don't. And get on with red ammo production instead? Okay, anyway, it gobbles up 300 of our 365 steel, or, you know, all of our remaining steel for some reason. Come on, we don't have time for this, man. Yeah, I get it, we need to replace our lost steel, but man, there's only 2 minutes left on the clock. You know what, let's just sit back and relax. I get the impression that playing Mike just forgot to keep an eye on the timer, and he's gonna get a rude awakening once the warp alarm starts beeping a minute before warping out. Let's see how he does. Yeah, he doesn't seem to be in a hurry now, does he? Yeah, very good, yeah. We have stone bricks left for about 100 walls out of the 600 we need. There is no point in starting military science production until we have mined some additional stone. Uh-oh, I think he spotted the timer, guys. With 70 seconds to go. Run, boy, run! The biters were far away from this platform. I don't see any significant biters. Oh, there is the alarm. And an attack. The panic is setting in now, isn't it? Oh, never mind. What a chat. Even taking the time to calmly repair the miner. Nice flex, bruh. And taking the time to stash away some superfluous plates? Come on man, that's just showboating. But yeah, I guess a minute seems like plenty enough time to get our stuff back indoors with those handy mining platforms. A big improvement from the early warp zones indeed. Though I probably still should check for incoming attacks before deconstructing the gun turrets. Perhaps we can still interpret that as a slight feint of panic. Unfortunately, no big biters come to ruin the fun just yet, in this warp zone at least. And we safely retract the mining platforms indoors. It will warp back by itself upon warping out, but doing it manually saves it from the biters and put the platforms in our inventory already. A quick resupply on red ammo and we're out. You land with a loud metal clang. The sparkle in the ground fills you with determination. Well, that's a new one. And we'll find out what it's all about next time. In Warp Zone 5, all the Warptorio specific floors and platforms have been unlocked and set up in their initial form. And before we want to spend time rebuilding the factory yet again, we want to unlock all the warp platform upgrades we can acquire with just red and green signs. And a little sprinkle of hand-fed military signs. We also extended the warp timer to a full 60 minutes per warp zone, which exposes us to over 18 minutes of increasing big biter bonanza at the end of each warp zone. And we unlocked the warp beacon, the single most powerful structure in all of Warptorio, spreading its module's effects to the entire factory floor at 100% efficiency. Welcome to Warp Zone 6. Well, before heading out, we quickly inventorize our situation by collecting all remaining iron and copper plates, and we decide science has enough resources left over to keep running while we go out placing the miners. Not before long, we get a sense why we landed with a loud metal clang. There seems to be many huge iron patches around, making it an easy to find resource. This is a so-called iron planet. These two iron patches are too close to the future pollution cloud of the warp platform though, so let's search further. Eventually, we find a distant enough iron patch, and just look at that. 20 million iron in these patches. Too bad we'll only be here for an hour though. We decide to set up both mining platforms on iron for now, because iron planets come with a major downside. While the iron patches are large, rich and plentiful, all the other types of resource patches are very small and poor, and more importantly, they are much sparser and thus much harder to find. And indeed, we haven't found a single different ore patch on our entire exploration journey so far, besides the teeny tiny starter patches right under the heavy smoke cloud of the warp platform's pollution. That's very bad news indeed, as we were counting on mining tens of thousands of stone for our upcoming military science projects. And additionally, our copper reserves aren't gonna last all Warp Zone. We further dip into our limited stone brick stash to make 18 steel furnaces, to accompany the 18 electric miners we were crafting to mine stone. Now, we just gotta find it. We will probably need to explore for a while to find a usable stone patch, and ideally a copper patch as well, but that does come with a small upside. We will encounter many loot chests, increasing the chance we'll find the red chips we are looking for. Other possible good finds include red ammo and red underground belts, both of which are quite expensive and which we'll need soon. Though at this point, any other finds will hardly make a significant impact anymore. Miraculously, we did find a stone patch free of biters, and while building the stone mine, I get early game flashbacks of having to build all those temporary mining outposts again and again and again and again. Because biters will destroy anything we build on the warp platform, we cannot use the warp teleporter to transport resources home like we do with the mining platforms, but we can use it to warp power over to the stone mine out here. Unfortunately, not all of the miners are powered by these small wooden power poles, so we need some steel ones. But I cannot craft any, and somehow I still have a bunch in my inventory. But while we cannot transport resources, we can take the short way home. Where we then discover we came in vain. Anyway, back out we go. Early on, the evolution is still below 20%, and the small biters don't stand a chance against my steel armor. After fueling the last furnaces and placing the steel power poles, I think these furnaces will be able to smelt stone bricks all Warpzone long. Or at least until big biters evolve. Ah, right, technologies. We are basically done with the urgent upgrades needed for our current red and green science base, and we are now working towards upgrading the size of all the different floors as far as we can with only red and green signs. Anyway, we have placed all of our mining operations for now, but we are going to keep exploring until we find at least some red chips. And hopefully some of the missing types of resource patches in the process. Not before long, we do spot a copper patch, right next to a lakeside iron patch. And there's even a coal patch close by should we need that later as well. That's incredible luck. And it doesn't stop there, as in the very next loot chest we find 35 red chips. Now it's time to reveal the winners of the module competition. It's gotta be 2 efficiency modules. Those will make such an important difference, we immediately return home to put them to use. Evolution is still low enough for us to be able to use the above ground warp teleporter. Though those small biters have become numerous to pin us down in place, until we remove the pin from a grenade, that is. Back to those efficiency modules. We are now running at 11 megawatts of power. But once we place the 2 efficiency modules in our warp beacon, immediately it's like all of our 75 machines have 2 efficiency modules inside. And if we now check back our power consumption, we have dropped from 11 to 7.5 megawatts. Those 2 efficiency modules alone have reduced our coal and water consumption by 33%. That means we can spend less time mining coal and more time mining copper and iron to keep science well supplied. There are good arguments for using either speed or productivity modules as well, but either of those options introduce a whole bunch of new types of headaches, like a higher chance of power blackouts, coal running dry, or increased resource demands. Efficiency modules have quite the opposite effect, as they tend to reduce your personal stress level. As for now, we are only making cheap red and green signs with the occasional military sign spec thrown in, and all production is controlled through precise hand-fed amounts of stuff. Neither extra speed nor introducing a productivity bonus seems that important just yet, and productivity would additionally mess up our numbers as it would not apply to all our products. It would work on the labs and science spec assemblers, which are arguably the most important targets, and it would also work on the intermediate products of iron gears, copper cable and green chips. But then again, not on inserters, belts, the copper for red signs, and none of the military science ingredients of walls, grenades and any type of ammo. Speaking of military science, let's keep working on red ammo, and meanwhile all of the grenades are done already. Nice. We are aiming for 600 military signs at the moment, which means these 300 grenades are sufficient. We are working on the red ammo, and we are mining the stone for walls as we speak. Anyway, everyone's a winner on the Michael Hendricks module show, as actually those who predicted I'd make 2 speed or productivity modules were also right. We will use the speed modules very soon, and we want to switch to productivity modules in the beacon as soon as we can get away with it. While those are being handcrafted, let's go see how many stone bricks we can collect yet. Man, we have landed on another brutal desert world here, and without the presence of trees, the mining pollution is attracting loads of biters. We are already starting to run out of ammo, so yeah, time to shift click all of our iron into ammo yet again. Those speed modules will have to wait. Oh, right, the stone bricks. Almost forgot about them. I wanted to go and check our turrets at the iron mines. Let's hope I don't forget. And I forgot. Well, at least we are producing some extra ammo. We also collected enough bricks already to make the 600 walls we require. That's 5 minutes of handcrafting though, so we'll make those in the assemblers as well. Red ammo has finished producing anyway, so we can just repurpose these. Without even calculating, it's safe to assume that 600 walls will divide nicely in 6 assemblers. So we'll just keep feeding them bricks until they have produced 100 walls each. Meanwhile, we can reveal the purpose of the speed modules. Ideally, we would have 1.5 copper wire assembler to match the single green circuit assembler, But instead we can put speed modules in the copper wire assembler to speed it up by 40%. It's not quite the 50% boost to satisfy the ratio OCD, but it will still be fast enough to feed the 9 green science assemblers we have, and the yellow inserters on the supply belt will soon be fully backed up along the backed up belts. We insert the third stack of bricks, and it looks like we need 2 additional cycles to get the 600 walls we need. But with over 300 walls completed, we don't need to wait any longer and we can start production of the 600 military science packs. Let's just stay here and finish the last 2 cycles with full focus, or else we will probably multitask our way into forgetting about the rest of the walls again. There, all done. And not a minute too soon, as we need to multitask our way out the door in a hurry to check on our gun turrets. If small biters manage to destroy one, that probably means we are all out of ammo and more will soon follow. And indeed, on our iron mine, most turrets are empty and one of them has gotten destroyed indeed. Naturally, we barely possess the ammo to meaningfully refill our turrets, and this double iron mine is located quite badly amidst 4 nearby biter nests. This refill won't last very long. And yeah, you're right, we definitely need to go check on the stone mine too. Until 20% evolution, we can still use the warp teleporter to get there and... Hey, that's the wrong way, get up there! Oh whoops, we're actually almost completely out of water. Oh no, of course my man goes off on a tangent task again, filling the furnaces. Hey, did this floor just grow in size? Anyway, apparently refueling furnaces that were nowhere near being out of fuel is more important than our stone mine being destroyed. Or the threat of the entire factory entering a power blackout. But eventually I see the light. And start addressing the actual problems around here. Let's take a running start and... Yeah, if you thought you could still just sneak through, you were mistaken, bro. Anyway, half of the turrets here are out as well, and I've got a whole 10 magazines to fix it. So we have no option but to, with some trouble, go back inside the factory to mass produce some more ammo. Except production is grinding to a halt, as the factory has entered the brownout spiral. We are out of water for the power plant, remember? So we have no option but to, with some trouble, go back outside the factory and declare to the stone mine that this amount of ammo will have to do, good luck and see you later. We are off to go and deconstruct the badly located iron mine. That lakeside iron mine looks much better, you know, especially because it's, well, lakeside. And we will be able to supply our power plant with water through there. quickly take down both of the iron mines and move the F out of this dry desert. It is time to go chill on the beach. But it turns out we were not the first ones wanting to claim that nice lakeside location. Yet again, a biter expansion has popped up right where we didn't want them to. We may be able to sneak past, no we won't. Fortunately, it was fairly easy to forfeit their claim to our copper fields. Surprisingly, both of the mining platforms fit on this iron patch as well. But the miners aren't working. We are simply out of power. But as soon as we connect this water pump, we should be back in business. And indeed, the miner status lights are turning green again. You know, why not hook up both platforms to a water pump to double the potential intake? And after strategically defending the strategically located location with gun turrets, we go and check on the stone mine. We go and check on the stone mine just in time to prevent a total disaster. By now, medium biters have started to mix in, which will put an increased strain on our ammo usage. Anyway, we gather all 5,000 stone bricks. We gather all 5,000 stone bricks, reusing our early game store it in the crafting queue trick. And drive back out to... No, don't go in there anymore, are you crazy? No, don't go in there anymore, are you crazy? Well, okay, I guess a nice explosion still clears enough of the biters to not get locked in and chew to a swift death by the many medium biters now present at the platform. And again, we see only half of our furnaces working. I forgot those darn extra belts again. Those 4 pieces which don't fit on the platform. In hindsight, there's a better solution for the platform setup. We can use long-handed inserters which can reach outside of the platform to reliably pick up that extra ore, instead of having to remember to place those extra belts every time. The trade-off is we need to research one level of warp inserter pocket dimension for the red inserter to be able to keep up with the miners. But since we want that fairly soon for the base anyway, that's not a big issue, and definitely worth it if you have the memory of Ben the Goldfish like I seem to have here. Anyway, for this playthrough I won't switch over to the new design anymore, as we are about to unlock the size upgrade for both of our mining platforms, which will solve the belt issue altogether, and which will integrate the gun turrets on the platform as well. Speaking of technology to unlock things, since we have been hoping to find 30 more red chips to make the modular armor, we have been researching the actual modular armor technology, as well as these mysterious looking castle turrets. Spawns in a castle turret on each of the 4 corners of your base. What? A free castle turret? Well, that sounds nice. I wonder, will those be indestructible like the warp teleporters as well? And perhaps they will come with free infinite ammo or something? Or what else could be described as castle turrets? Well, what it actually does, I couldn't have predicted. And we will find out next time. Anyway, as the situation seems at least semi-stable again, we can head back inside to give Science another much-needed refill. We now have only a single chest of copper left. And thanks to the doubled iron production, we can fill up the full 6 chests of iron for Science and still have plenty of iron left over to smelt steel. Whoa! While we were out having Type 2 fun in the form of mild panic attacks while trying to keep the base from blackouting and the outposts from getting overrun, the floors in our factory sure have expanded excessively. Especially the boiler room has seen a significant expansion, and we're gonna take advantage of that extra space by massively increasing our water storage. With a water pump on each of our mining platforms, we should be able to fill this baby up in no time. But actually, our doubled water intake hasn't been functional at all so far, due to the warp pipe transfer limitations. We need to hook up both water lines individually through separate warp pipes to take advantage of the 2 offshore pumps we put up. Now we are taking in over 2000 units of water per second. Nice. But with a storage capacity of 2 million water, it will still take over 15 minutes to fill up. And now that we have the extra space, we can also put down just a little more power plant. If we need more, we can easily expand further by turning 90 degrees north. Anyway, I won't show my every move anymore, but we will keep smelting more steel at every opportunity we have. A quick pop outside confirms both of our water pumps are indeed functional now. More than 2 cubic meters of water a second is now flowing into my basement. Nice! Wait, that sounds like a weird thing to be happy about out of context. Anyway, the biters are doing the damage, so it's the highest time to go check the situation over at the stone mine. And bring home the bricks. Biters are amassing from all directions simultaneously, and the turrets are out of ammo, again. And I don't have any ammo to fill them, again. Out of pure desperation, I insert the overexpensive red ammo for my gun for now. And start loading up the bricks. Yeah, no, there is no way we can use that warp teleporter anymore. That's gonna be insta-dead. The place is literally littered with medium biters and spitters by now. And that's over 10,000 bricks collected already. Well, with such a large water storage tank, it probably wouldn't hurt to also expand coal storage a little. And we've got almost 1 million water already. The science ingredient chests will run out soon, which means we are about to spend our last copper. It is finally time to move one of the mining platforms over from iron to copper. We will have to dodge incoming biters left and right to get it done. But done it gets. And with such a large water storage tank to fill up, we do reconnect the water pump, even though it's a bit awkward to set up. While we wait for some copper to be processed, we drive back to check if the stone mine is still standing. And, perhaps somewhat prematurely, decide to reclaim our red ammo. We barely have any yellow ammo ready yet, but I guess with big biters being seconds away from joining the party, it'll be fine, everything is fine. So let's go refill signs back at the base and don't worry about a thing. That uses up our last... Hey, ignore that repeated red damage indicator, will ya? Everything is fine. That uses up our last copper chest, but with the new copper mine already up, we can replace that in a heartbeat. Nice. Alright, let's get back to the stone mine then, again. But the big biter era has already started without us. We finally opt to protect the corner under heavy attack a little better, and even though we have 150 magazines now, that's still basically peanuts. A single big biter will take up like 13 full magazines all by itself. Well, I guess big biters are nothing to worry about, everything is fine, as playing Mike seems to indicate he wants to go hunting loot chests for red chips to make the modular armor. Really, mate? At this time? Well, go ahead, I guess. I'll be watching from the safety of the sidelines. Biters are all around us, especially as we drive in the Warp platform's pollution cloud. And we spot plenty of biter groups on their pilgrimage to pay homage at the holy Warp platform. And by the holy Warp platform's divine intervention, we find our red chips in the very first loot chest we discover. Unfortunately, it's located out of reach, in the middle of the lake. So we immediately switch to research landfill instead of exploring further, as the red chips in this very loot chest is all that we really need for now. I'll be back. We are triggering highly evolved biters left and right, but it's alright. We are faster than them in the car, and I never crash into anything anyway. Meanwhile, we have collected over 1000 steel already, which will sure come in handy later. And as the landfill technology completes, all of that random stone we've been collecting in this chest all game long finally becomes useful. Before we head out to claim our red chips from the Lady of the Lake, we first pop up one floor, as our 600 military science troops are ready for deployment. Well, you know the drill. Anyway, with that distribution done, we can finally start to research the upgrades to the mining platform size, as well as upgrade the Warp Factory bridge size, whatever that may be. Well, I'll tell ya, those 4 castle turrets we researched don't actually contain 3 infinite turrets at all. Rip the dream. But their real benefit is perhaps even better, as we suddenly got a hugely increased Warp Factory floor. Those 4 castle turret technologies cause these sizable underground tunnels to spawn in. And the bridge size technology will widen all of those hallways by 2 extra tiles. This is the reason I hand-fed military signs and postponed rebuilding the entire base until we expanded all the floors to their maximum available size. Now we will have more than 3 times the space to start building a real, fully automated base capable of producing blue signs, which we can keep expanding on all the way to launching rockets, all of which we unlocked by making a single tiny starter base. Now that's taking giant steps. Alright, let's go back outside and pick up those red chips. Man, I should be more careful by now. There's already plenty of big guys running around. We can go all Scrooge McDuck here and only place a landfill every other tile. Dang! 115 red ammo and 72 red chips. Nice. Let's make that modular armor, which gives us yet another 10 inventory slots. On the way back home, biters run amok everywhere now. As the Warp platform's pollution cloud even starts to engulf these distant mining platforms now. As we arrive back at the copper mining platform, lots of turrets have run out of ammo. So yet again we panic handcraft all of our iron into ammo. By now we are getting more than our fair share of biter attacks over here, as the Warp platform's pollution cloud now happily wafts along over the nearby biter bases. Back at the base, we try refilling the science chests once again, but instead of finicking around with stacks of plates, we now simply put chest limits on all the ingredients and fill the chests up completely, leaving space for the same ratio of plates as we hand distributed before. And I finally get around to machine crafting some extra ammo. But will it be too little too late? Anyway, by now our water storage is fully filled up with a cool 2 million units of water. That will easily last us between 1 and 2 hours. Though we probably need to mine us some more coal next warp zone, especially since we also need to keep filling our furnaces from time to time. we start preparing prematurely for the mining platform's expansion, starting by deconstructing the harvester floor's gun turrets before we actually integrate guns on the platforms. Let's hope our luck keeps up then. Oh right, we can also take away those 4 belts then. Yeah, a real efficient work pattern again, man. Anyway, with mere minutes left on the clock and big biters running amok, we'd better go and collect our stone mine. But just as we head out, a double big biter attack comes in. Oof, those are some beefy boys. Over at the stone mine, we spot 3 dead big biters and plenty of empty turrets again. How this place didn't get demolished during this warp zone is beyond me, but we'll take it. Literally, let's take up this entire place and pray our thanks to the holy tree in the sky for watching over our underprotected stone mine in our absence. Man, this horrible chest pattern gives me nightmare flashbacks to the start of my starting with 100% byte revolution run. Well, we load up our car with a truly irresponsible amount of stone bricks, but somehow our car doesn't sink away in the desert sand. And with over 20,000 stone bricks in stock, we should be able to get up to 4,000 military science packs produced in our soon-to-be new base. So it'll be a while before we need to head out to mine more stone. Nice. Anyway, both mining platform upgrades are now complete, but the effects are not yet visible. Let's go collect the mining platforms. We kinda recklessly collect the copper platform. Those beefy big boys could wreck me in seconds if I'm not careful. Anyway, we do remember to reclaim our water pumps. And upon warping back inside, we see the copper mining platform area is much larger now. Let's retract the iron miner as well and see the platform expand live on camera. Finally, we can place everything we need on the platform. No more forgetting those 4 extra belts, no more manual gun turret placing, and no more weird inserter miner belt balancing stuff, as the in the way warp pipe has now also moved out of the way to the outer rim of the platform, where it automatically connected to our strategically pre-placed extra underground pipe. Note that we don't need more miners on the platform, as the yellow belt is already fully saturated as is, and we simply don't have the space yet to double the smelting setup to our red belt. The alarm is beeping alarmingly, but nothing of value has been left outside anymore. Merely a couple of left behind belts at our former mining sites, which are now being destroyed by the biters. As the moment of warping out closes in, we are still calmly placing some gun turrets now actually on the mining platform, so they will be nicely prepared for the next warp zone. And as we warp out, we get yet another new message. A heavy aroma of grease and machinery suddenly wafts over the platform, and you wonder if you have been here before. That doesn't sound good. So we pop our head outside to see what's going on. That's just great. This planet is already pre-polluted, which means our rights to have a moment of peace and quiet in the beginning of a new warp zone are voided. It's immediate large biter streams from the get-go on this planet. Fortunately, it will still be small biters only for a while. And we now have 4 new access points to our base, which, thank the great engineer in the sky, the biters cannot use. With all high priority military tasks completed, we can now get rid of our temporary military sign set up, and once just a couple more red-green tags are done as well, in this warp zone we are gonna get rid of our entire base and build a new factory from scratch. After a quick resource inventarization, we learn that after filling the entire sign setup to the brim, we still have tons of iron and copper to spare. So indeed, we won't be mining more iron or copper. We are off to get a new kind of resource. Oil. But it's not gonna be all that easy to find some. Not only do we first need to try to escape our pre-polluted spawn point, but also, this is a so-called polluted planet. Warptorio normally doesn't throw those at you until after Warp Zone 40. You see, besides the obvious already polluted state of the planet upon our arrival, there are some other traits to this planet, which makes it much harder to succeed in this Warp Zone. Not only do all resources spawn at only 75% frequency, size and richness, which makes them harder to find and to utilize, there still is one resource that is nearly twice as abundant and twice as large as usual: biter bases. That means not only is this planet much harder to navigate due to all the biter bases, and additionally huge forests in this specific case, it also greatly increases the chance that any resource we do find is gonna be inaccessible due to biter bases having spawned on top of them. Let's see how long it will take to find... Oh, and of course he finds the oil he's looking for almost immediately, with no biter base in sight. Anyway, let's ignore this stroke of suspiciously good RNG and set up the pump jacks, so we can start collecting oil. But where exactly are you gonna store all that oil? And how are you gonna bring it home in the first place? Well, with our mining platform, of course. We're gonna mine the oil straight out of the ground with our electric ore miners, and of course you could use those warp pipe connections instead. That would work too, I guess. But that still doesn't solve the question of where to physically store the oil, so let's check out the great blueprint book once again. Did you know that you can use this neat little trick to place specific parts of a blueprint by force placing the blueprint, copy paste the part you want, Ctrl Z to undo the blueprint, and then paste back the part you want to have. You won't have to bother with this obscure trick though, as in my public blueprint book, which you can find on Discord, link in description, I added an extra blueprint containing just the oil tanks and connections. Anyway, let's power up those pump jacks and get that sweet crude oil flowing into our base. Warptorio really likes to throw curveballs at you, or at least curved floors, which leads to probably one of the strangest storage tank shapes you've seen so far, trying to make the most out of the curved wall of the harvester floor. Well, with all this highly flammable oil stored around here, we will have to enforce a strict no cigar smoking policy in this Oval Office. Anyway, we're about to get another curveball thrown into our face, as we are researching Warp Platform Stairs Energy Upgrade, one of the warp technologies that messes with the characteristics of the different floors and teleporters in Warptorio. And completing technologies related to those can have some unforeseen side effects. Like your entire warp platform just warping back to the base, leaving you stranded. Fortunately, I had foreseen this, so let's draw the other mining platform out of our pocket and... oh, this teleporter doesn't work anymore either. Let's pick it up and throw it on the ground as hard as we can. And voila! If you cannot fix the problem with a hammer, what you need is a bigger hammer. Anyway, we can now use our harvester floor wormhole to go re-pick up the west harvester. Then escape back out through our east harvester, so we can go place the west harvester back where it belongs on the oil field. So yeah, be careful of the timing on when you complete any Warptorio specific technology that updates specifications on the different floors and teleporters. And that means it's gonna happen again once the current upgrade 3 technology completes, so let's not stray away too far just yet. Anyway, researching those Warp Platform Stairs energy upgrades increases the maximum energy capacity and maximum energy flow rate between the different factory floors. So, at first glance, the effects seem purely positive with no downsides. This is not the case, however, and researching these technologies is a severe mistake, for reasons I'll explain later. For now, we make it back to the oil fields in time to pick up the platform before it teleports away. And upon completing the technology, we can safely put back the platform in its place. And head out to find the other resource we need. Coal. Now, let's hope I didn't miss something crucial. So let's draw the other mining platform out of our pocket and... oh. With all of those shenanigans out of the way, it is finally time to start thinking about our second mining platform. We are in need of coal for our furnaces and boilers, and despite being 12 minutes in on this warp zone already, we haven't even begun searching for a coal patch. And this time, we are not gonna be so lucky in finding the exact resource we need whenever we want it. On the contrary, it's gonna be quite the epic adventure to find it, so strap in. We sneakily sneak around biter bases, but still find the open road blockaded by dense forests. All the while the great engineer in the sky successfully distracts us with lots of low-level loot boxes, costing us precious time for dubious benefits. When we try to traverse through the Terrarian gap into the south, we find ourselves ambushed by a lone medium worm. Hooch! It's not easy to avoid his dangerous asset amidst the dense trees. Nevertheless, we emerge victorious on the south side. And having learned our lesson, we start to ignore all the loot chests with less than stellar loot. Unfortunately, the south side is blocked off almost completely. So we have no choice but to venture back through the same jungle again to explore the northwest side. The extra dense biter bases on the polluted worlds quickly make sneaking through impossible if you stray too far away from spawn. In addition to the bountiful biter bases, the anomalous amount of fierce forests and large lakes further bestows our quest for coal with difficulty. We drive and drive and drive, exploring any chunk where a small coal patch could be hiding, but we find nothing. Until, finally, we find a pretty large coal patch. Right under an even larger biter nest. Unfortunately, there is no way we can use this patch with those biters so close by, but we recently acquired one new advantage. And it's not that shooting speed technology. It is the not insignificant fact that, as of recently, our mining platforms now come with integrated gun turret. Oof. Hopefully, with the nearest biter bases now gone, the gun turrets won't cause an infinite trickle of bullet-draining biter attacks on the coal mine. Oh, right. And of course we cannot use the teleporter after that recent tech upgrade. We need to pick it up and place it back one more time. Anyway, that concludes our outside adventures for now. Let's go inside and complete the other side of our oil storage tankers. Oh, and split this coal to both sides for no real reason, I guess. Now the time has come. This base has gotten us all of the upgrades we could possibly unlock at this stage of the game. And the factory floors have grown tremendously since we first installed this red and green science base. It is time for this base to go and make space for a new, fully automated base which can get us through the entire tech tree and somehow before the next warp zone ends. 2 months later. Alright, that whole base reconstruction thing will have to wait just a little longer. I had recorded ahead until this save point around Christmas, and after finally picking it up today in late February again, some things have changed. Most importantly, after some updating, Warptorio has reset all warp pipe orientations to their default state, which means the oil pump jacks are no longer connected to my oil reservoir, so we'll have to go out and fix that pronto. But not through this teleporter. Apparently that part has not been reset to its default state. So out we go through the other one, which fortunately still works, and we make the overworld journey to the broken teleporter. Well, it's not like we're on a timed run, where I promised the game would be finished in Warpzone 8 or anything. Fortunately, we are still just below the appearance of medium biters, so we can still afford to trigger them. Though this might be pushing it a bit. Anyway, we arrive on the scene and fix the disconnected warp pipe. Fortunately, production has not been interrupted. Somehow I put those oil tanks there on a whim. I mean thanks to my great foresight. We still cannot actually use the teleporter, so we'll have to pick it up and throw down the platform once more. Twice more, for us to be able to use it again. Okay, normality restored. I don't know how much time I wasted, but let's hope it didn't cost me the run. Well, I should have been researching while we were away, but okay I guess. Since we're about to deconstruct the base, let's get 2 more upgrades to our deconstruction speed. And finally, concrete, the last important prerequisite technology for our upcoming goal. Ideally, these assemblers will consume all of their remaining plates while I prepare my stuff to build the new base. But Green Science is a bit behind due to its slower crafting speed. So, let's tag on a few extra Green Science assemblers in this recently obtained extra space at the top here. Nice. Now we are gonna need tons of materials to build a new base, and I barely have anything on me. So we're gonna use these temporary assemblers to make all sorts of intermediates to help us speedcraft everything we need for the new base. Iron gears and copper wire is always a good start, and whoa! That is exactly why I've had that pipe border in the south, so let's throw down one on the north side too. While the first batch is crafting, let's grab the military science blueprint from my new blueprint book. The blue science blueprint will fit right on top later, but for now the mouse over shows us all the building blocks we need to fully build up this blueprint, so we can handcraft all the elements we need one by one. First up is close to 100 medium power poles, which is one of the few recipes in Factorio which requires iron sticks. So, let's switch some assemblers over from iron gears to iron sticks. The assembler will switch seamlessly and continue crafting iron sticks from the iron we put in for the gears. And that's already enough for 99 power poles. Nice, let's do the rest in a quick montage. Well, research has meanwhile been completed, and the science ingredient chests are almost empty. I think we can start the dismantling of the entire factory floor. And that's a clean empty sheet for us to build our new factory on. Nice. Let's stamp down the first phase of the blueprint, containing the labs, red, green and military signs, as well as getting an early start on engine production. Now, two technologies which I did not explicitly mention were Warp Platform Logistics 2 and the dual loader. So meanwhile we have got 4 red belts going up and down each floor instead of the 2 yellow belts we had before. Those were the last requirements to unlock for the new base after upgrading all the floor sizes. Anyway, let's prioritize putting in place the power poles. Nice! To start off, we want to get the steel, iron and copper to the factory floor. So let's feed out the leftovers. And we see them appear in this chest. Or you know, that chest. Whatever floats your boat. Anyway, we first combine copper and iron on a single belt to rebuild the red and green signs ingredients in the north corridor. There are some buffer chests for gears and circuits, but as we want signs to have priority, some simple wire conditions switch off the inserters for those buffer chests unless we have plenty of green signs ingredients stocked up. Red signs is easy. We just draw some copper off the belt with a filter inserter, join it up with an adjacent iron gear assembler and Bob's Mods your auntie. Belts and inserters for green signs and personal use are stored in these 2 chests. So once we start placing the assemblers, everything should switch on one after the other. That's belts and that's inserters, with 2 copper wire assemblers for the green chips this time. And so the chaos ensues. Some hate it, some love it. But in Warptorio you'd better love it. I'm talking about the infamous belt weaving technique, which opens up a portal to the 4th dimension, as suddenly the yellow and red belts can both exist in the same horizontal plane without getting in each other's way. Nice. Since Warptorio has wildly different research speeds and requirements, we use some science pack buffer chests to keep producing signs at a steady pace when demand is low and feed out extra signs from the chests when demand is high. To avoid having to build the labs 1 tile off-center, we decided against belt weaving for the lab area, opting for a symmetric 3 belts down the middle setup so we can see the science packs go brrrr on the belts. And we have just about enough science packs left over from our old base to completely fill up the 1000 science pack buffer chests. Nice. Now that we have some signs, let's build the lab setup. With 3 inserters per lab all reaching a different belt, we should be good until yellow and purple signs, and we'll weave space signs in there somehow when the time comes. Also, keep a good eye out, because you may recognize this 3 belts down the middle setup in a few more locations in this base. So I will go through the inner workings of these blueprints in this series, but if you like to see the process of me actually designing a blueprint like this, check out my Nuclear Warptorio stream over on my live channel or on Twitch. I'll link the timestamp I start the design process down below. Back to blueprinting, Mike. Nice. On to military signs. To keep up with 5 red, 6 green and 12 blue signs assemblers, we would need 5 military signs assemblers, plus an extra assembler each for grenades and red ammo. Instead, we build it a little smaller, as military signs is only required for, well, military technologies, whereas red, green and blue signs are standard ingredients for all technologies. So we will just rely on slow but steady production in the off times, while feeding out extra military sign spec from the buffer chest when we actually are researching a military technology. These 4 chests actually are our coal supply chests, so let's go get some in the basement. Until we can actually use our above ground platform in the far future, we will have to supply coal here ourselves. Fortunately, coal is only used in grenades and in plastics, so hopefully we won't need to refill these too often. Now, I could have put iron and coal on a shared belt, but I want to split the iron evenly between yellow ammo and grenades. I will have a buffer chest of both, and in case of iron shortage, I don't want, say, yellow ammo to be taking all the iron filling up a large buffer chest, while grenades and thus military signs is being starved, possibly grinding the entire base to a halt. Properly granting access to limited iron to each product individually should at least keep us inching forwards in times of need. And this is where our tens of thousands of stone bricks we stashed away last Warpzone are going to come into play. We will need them to automate the walls for military signs, until we have an actual stone supply. We have been cooking a weird soup of buffer chests, supply chests and inserter vermicelli to distribute everything to where it needs to go. But somehow it all works out, and the first automated military signs is being created. Now we just need to connect it to the labs. One downside of this blueprint is we don't have space for a physical barrier around the dangerous warp teleporter anymore. So we're going to have to be very careful to not accidentally warp outside. For that purpose, I use as many underground belts as possible around the teleporters, as underground belts don't push you around like regular belts and splitters do. That way, we can hopefully keep control of our precise movements and avoid any accidental deadly warpouts. Finally, we connect copper and steel to red ammo, and that's military signs fully automated. Nice. And blue signs will connect through this underground belt to this buffer chest here. We still have 12 minutes to go before warp time, so let's continue on the engines. 8 engine assemblers again is 2 assemblers short for 12 blue signs assemblers, so we want to get a head start on engine production, so it can run while we set up the whole oil industry required for the other 2/3 of blue signs ingredients. Meanwhile, I am actively avoiding talking about this mess of multi-directional underground belt weaving. If you want to know exactly which underground belt points to where, get a hold of my blueprint book through Discord. Anyway, almost most of the engines will go through this buffer chest on a belt to blue signs, where it will meet up with the sulfur for blue signs. There is no copper involved in making engines, they are pure iron and steel. So those will come in on the northern belt here, after which the iron is transformed into pipes and gears to make engines. The handy dandy pipe buffer chest will be of great help once we need to set up the whole advanced oil industry including oil cracking, but since we're low on iron, let's tone down the buffers a bit. Later, under the influence of the future Warp Beacon's stacked productivity bonus, 8 engine assemblers will be plenty to supply both blue signs and electric engines for bot frames for yellow signs. After iron and steel are connected, we see that also the engine setup somehow is working despite the absolute mess of underground belts. Well, that's the advantage of designing a blueprint beforehand and testing it extensively. Then everything just works. Anyway, the next technology we are aiming for is the next 10-minute increment to the Warptimer. It requires blue signs, so we still cannot research it. Warp Reactor level 6, however, requires a whopping 500 military science packs to complete. So while we build up to blue signs, our slow military science production can chip away at filling the military science buffer chest, and hopefully we'll have stockpiled enough once the time comes to research that technology. Well, it's still not time to warp out just yet, but evolution has passed into big biters a while ago already, so let's go check if everything still works and is properly defended. We have amassed over 400k oil already, which should be more than enough to reach our immediate goals in the final warp zone, which we will enter in less than 10 minutes. It doesn't quite seem like we are near the end stages of the game though, so how that's all gonna work out will be an interesting problem to explore. At the copper/oil miner, all the pump jacks indeed are still active, but as the warp platform's pollution cloud starts to engulf the oil outpost under its influence, attacks will start rampanting up rapidly from now on and will include more and more of the dangerous big biters. As an example, let's draw this single specimen towards the soothing sound of our gun turrets. Oof, that is a lot of bullets and a long time to kill just a single one. Also at the coal mine we find a suspiciously large blue-looking body. And while investigating, I trigger the whole nest with my proximity. Oof! Fortunately, no further blue specimens were included in that attack. Anyway, everything still seems somewhat semi-stable outside, so step inside we shall. We have used up only a quarter of our water and still have 1.5 million units remaining. And now we have a matching coal stack to go with it. Yeah, let's restore this coal splitter monstrosity. I guess I wanted to make use of the 4 doubled iron chests for extra coal storage, but we won't even be able to fill up all the steel coal chests in the basement, despite mining coal all warp zone long. Well, we still have over 7 minutes to warp, so let's start building some more base. This is our future yellow and purple science area, which until then we can use for personal crafting. And these green chips are gonna supply our red chips, and we'll use large buffer chests to make many modules, and supply our first future blue chips as well. For some reason I'm sideloading the green chip output belt after just 2 green chip assemblers. Mate, those are never gonna be able to fill up half a belt by themselves. Or are they? That's the iron connected, and these 2 copper wire assemblers will belt out copper wire directly to red chips. We won't start buffering green chips just yet, but that's the green chip belt going down. copper wire is going down here, and red chips are gonna come up here, where, through many underground belts, they'll reach blue signs as well. Now we just need to connect copper, which comes out on a red belt initially because low density structures exist, but the branch to reds and greens can be yellow if you can still follow my color scheme. I couldn't, I had to record this line 15 effing times. A weird squiggle brings the copper down and back up to supply everything. And right as our gun turrets and even a miner is getting damaged in an attack, that is green chips automated. With the biter's power level growing over 9000, perhaps we shouldn't try to squeeze the last little bit of production out of this planet by leaving our mining outposts outside until the very last moment, but I cannot help myself. We continue building out the second half of the engines, which is less scarce than the top half, but only slightly. And then start on the 12 blue signs assembler setup. Which indeed looks suspiciously similar to our lab setup. Same power pole patterns and inserter arrays, except for that the middle belt is the signs output belt instead of another input. These compact setups take quite a while to build with all those precise placements of different elements, so I am glad we can get a lot of the blue signs built out of the way in this warp zone already. That will make sure I'm easily gonna achieve my direct goals next warp zone. Unless, of course, me being a couple minutes ahead of schedule is going to make me way too overconfident next warp zone and lead me to follow a useless but time-draining strategy, which I explicitly had forbidden myself from following in my notes. Well, I'm sure that won't happen next time. In Warp Zone 7, we deconstructed the entire early game red and green signs base and rebuilt a fully automated base up to military signs. We also built the blue signs assemblers, but we've still got a long way to go before actually being able to make blue signs, as will become obvious once we paste the blue signs phase of a blueprint on top of the first phase. In order to make blue science, we still need to make red chips and sulfur, which requires us to build the entire oil industry and the pipe spaghetti needed to transfer all the fluids. But once all of this has been built, we will have a fully automated blue science base. With apparently plenty of space left over still for yellow and purple signs. And perhaps even the thousands of space signs required to warp home, which we'll need to acquire by launching multiple rockets from a rocket silo. But you only have one warp zone left to get all of that done, mate, and this warp zone is drawing to a close already. So indeed. Also, Playing Mike has realized that there's still a lot of outside infrastructure to deconstruct, but just as we're about to reclaim it, a biter attack comes in. Which then cascades into an infinite trickle of triggered biters from the nest. This is why you shouldn't build your turrets too close to the nests. A large biter group passing by indicates that the warp platform's pollution cloud has totally engulfed this mining platform a while ago already. Anyway, let's take it in and head out to the other side to reclaim our palm jacks. There's not many biter bodies laying around here. We've been trying to squeeze as much oil out of this oil field as possible this warp zone, and we ain't stopping now, deconstructing the pipes and pump jacks in order, to allow all remaining oil from the pipes to keep flowing into our storage tanks. Biter pressure on the oil platform has been surprisingly low and... never mind, I guess. Once the warp platform's pollution cloud starts polluting biters beyond our miners, attacks on our outposts can ramp up massively in an instant. It is time to get out of here. With both mining platforms safely inside, we spent the last minute in this warp zone reconfiguring the gun turrets to completely surround our mining platforms. Of course there's a blueprint for that, but I don't need that as I very clearly place every gun turret in the right place immediately. Or well, never mind then, why do I even bother making those blueprints if I end up not using them? Anyway, there is no time to do the other mining platform before the warp out. This is a speedrun after all, so I need to spend loads of time trying to get the perfect shot on the moment of warping out. And yet again, we get a new message. You're like a giant to the creatures of this planet and to its natural resources. Well, I don't know if that means I should be happy or sad, but welcome to Warpzone 8, the final warp zone of this playthrough. The auto warp timer shows there are 60 minutes left to do all that we need to do to return home. Already less than that with all the showboating playing Mike seems to insist on doing all the time. Come on guy, get a move on. He's not getting a move on, is he? Alright, we are getting a move on, and the first thing I want to do is get my 2 mining platforms back in operating business. We pop our head outside and we see... nothing. No biters, no resources, it's just us here. Or is it? We are supposed to feel like some sort of a giant here, and pretty soon we see why. The resource patches are terribly tiny and pitifully poor. Why the heck then did I even choose this effing planet to be my final warp zone? Anyway, let's take out that tiny single biter base. Wait a minute, tiny single biter base? So is it not only the resources that are tiny and poor, but also the biter bases on this planet? Let's take a quick tour around our landing zone. And won't you know it, another tiny biter base. But this one comes with big biters. Given the biter evolution factor is 0 again, those must have warped along to this planet on top of our warp platform and just joined this nearby nest upon arrival. Anyway, they are no match for our OP gun turrets. For the nest, we don't need gun turrets. We don't even need a gun. Although it does go down a bit faster with one. Did you know you could also brutally beat Biter's brain in barehanded?
57 minutes remaining.
Anyway, let's continue our exploration. We find absolutely nothing. No resources at all, and only the exceptionally infrequent tiny biter base. And indeed, this is the main concept of the dwarf planet, and why we feel like a giant around here. This world is only sparsely populated by smaller than usual biter bases. But the trade-off is that all of our resources also spawn incredibly infrequent, and the resources that do spawn will be much smaller and much poorer than usual. Somehow though, of course we log out and find a small iron patch before 5 minutes have passed, despite my time-wasting show-off shenanigans. Well, I guess to compensate for that luck, I decide to spend another 3 minutes here to fully reconstruct the mine according to my new blueprint, even though that definitely could have been postponed until after we also found some copper. Oh well.
52 minutes remaining.
So let's do go out and find some copper. Right? Right? Wrong. That's wrong. Right. You saw the file name. Despite being in desperate need of copper so we can actually make the blue science packs we need, we are not going to be looking for a copper patch anytime soon. No. I think I'm minutes ahead of schedule. Which I'm not really, or at least not anymore after showboating and trying to film scenic scenes all the time. So even though I have spent weeks painstakingly developing and fine-tuning a nice, reliable strategy, now I'm deviating from it. Even worse, I specifically made myself a note not to waste time doing this strategy deviation, as the drawbacks far outweigh the benefits, as there aren't any benefits. I'm talking about wasting time to explore circles around our landing zone and taking out all of the nearby biter bases. Now, if you defend the above ground warp platform, then it would have some benefit, as the biters will flock to the warp platform slightly later and their numbers will be slightly behind on the normal biter attack progression. But as we aren't defending the warp platform in this playthrough, those benefits simply don't even exist. And all we are achieving is wasting precious time and allowing the pollution cloud to grow even faster towards our future mining platforms as we are taking out the nearby pollution absorbing nests. And to top it all off, the process of taking out those biter bases pushes up the evolution factor even faster. Yeah mate, great job showing us that now there are no biter bases absorbing pollution which prevents all attacks, but there is nothing for them to attack. And even if there was, it'll take mere minutes before the pollution cloud expands on new biter bases in all directions around the warp platform. Resistance is futile. Hopefully this quick peek inside and seeing the massive amount of base building work that still remains to be done before we can even start researching will make me see the light in that I need to get a move on pronto to go scout for copper. At least engine production is running, and after quickly smelting some steel to keep that up, we pop outside again. This time surely out on the quest for copper. And like I predicted, despite my efforts, the pollution cloud simply expands too fast to keep up with exploring and killing biter bases anyway. It is futile. The best way to find a large and rich enough copper patch is to just drive out from spawn in a straight line and go search in the Goldilocks zone. Far enough out where resource patches are large and rich enough to efficiently mine and to stay out of the pollution cloud for a while, but not as far out as to the point where biter bases will become too dense to efficiently traverse between. Because despite this warp zone's dwarf planet status, once you are far enough out, you will quickly find out that everything is relative. Unfortunately, as you may see, we are not searching far away from spawn, but instead have resumed our useless biter killing mission. But yet again, my bottomless pit of luck strikes again as we spot a biter base on the edge of the visible map. And as we drive out to take it down, there is our copper patch. Finally! We are definitely behind on schedule now, but with this lucky find, we can perhaps still save this warp zone and make it to the... Hey, where are you going? Hello? Mate, copper is right there. Mate? Mate? Oh my gosh, I think he didn't see it. Or perhaps he has just lost his mind and forgot what the F he was supposed to be doing and zoned out completely. And the evidence is stacking up for the latter case as he continues to take out more biter bases.
Remaining.
And eventually decides to plop down the copper miner on an iron patch out of pure desperation. And he starts rebuilding this whole mine as well. Mate, you cannot be serious anymore, have you just given up already or what? I couldn't think of a worse possible time to rebuild a perfectly functional mine into the exact same perfectly functional mine, but then perfectly symmetrically spaced out with a single tile of room between the miners to escape out and... Oh, I see. It's his OCD. Must make perfect, cannot progress without the pain.
Remaining.
And of course, we have plenty of zen time for some calm and relaxing inventory management. Oh, come on, get out there already.
Remaining.
Hey, a nice loot chest with 7 wooden chests. Who wouldn't stop for that? Of course, we could spot copper over here as well, as we seem to discover the sporadic resource patch of other types around here. But still, I really should stop taking out all those biter bases. And my car agrees, as it blatantly runs out of ammo mid-fight. Well, that works, I guess. He checks the pollution again. And of course, there's still a nest in the pollution cloud. Where could it be? Ah, a clue. We are deep into dangerous medium biters now, so let's assault the nest with one single broken gun turret. Anyway, that finally seems to spring playing Mike out of his obsession. Suddenly he seems to realize he has already wasted almost half of this planet's warp time on the useless strategy of taking out nearby biter bases. And very soon, I will find out why I specifically made myself that note to not waste time hunting nearby biters.
34 minutes remaining.
Anyway, we finally drive out and away from spawn, trying to explore as much ground as possible in as little time as possible, maximizing the chance we spot the copper patch we need. I even start ignoring all the loot chests. Well, most of them. And here's where we find out why I specifically made myself that note to not waste time hunting nearby biters. It is hard to find the specific resource you're looking for on a dwarf planet. You can get lucky, like we did with the iron, but it's much easier to get unlucky, and it can take a very long time of exploring to find the goodies you need. And thus, by the time I decided I really should go out and find myself some copper soon, I simply cannot find any. Literally. Well, except that southern copper patch which I somehow missed in my zoned out biter hunting state, I guess, but we don't talk about that anymore. Anyway, I'm gonna be driving around for another full 15 minutes or so, finding at least 4 uranium patches in the process, but no copper. And even though this is a dwarf planet, if we go far enough away from spawn, the biter bases still become quite numerous and dangerous. And we are far enough out where the ultra dangerous, insta-killing behemoth worms live. Those guys could one-shot us in a single shot, believe it or not. Out of sheer desperation, we try dodging a bunch of behemoth worm projectiles to try our luck on the other side of the gap. And despite finding several stone patches, a nice iron patch and yet another uranium patch, we have no luck finding the copper patch we need on this side either. And it's not for the lack of trying. That is a ridiculous amount of explored land. And this, boys and girls, this is where the desperate save game name was born. Honestly, I think by this point, the run is dead. There is no recovering from here. It is over. Or is it? Find out? This time? Well, that's a convenient point to save scum splice your way into finding copper almost immediately after this save point. To that I say, are you insane? The obvious save scum splice lies way behind us, man, at the beginning of this warp zone. I must say, I did want to reload to the beginning of this warp zone and forget this whole ineffective adventure so far. But I am 35 minutes into this warp zone now. I may as well just fail hard to confirm to myself that this indeed was not the way to go. Anyway, that unfortunately means we don't find our fortunately placed copper almost immediately after this save point. On the contrary, let's see how long it will take him.
Minutes remaining.
20 minutes? I've been exploring for copper for 15 full minutes now, and all I got was this lousy coal patch. And this is like the 6th freaking uranium patch. Ah! But then, finally, we find another loot chest. Nice. Oh, and there's also this small insignificant copper patch located behind the loot chest. Unfortunately, I already placed the copper miner on an iron patch, so we'll have to go pick it up through our warp teleporter. I have a brain freeze and run around to enter the teleporter from the wrong side. Phew, that wasn't so bad. We reclaim the iron mining copper miner and prepare to make the traverse once more. Clean. And after 42 minutes on this planet with
18 minutes remaining.
on the clock, we have finally started to mine the copper we need to complete our plans. But how can we possibly do all that we still need to do in only 18 minutes? That is a great question, without a great answer. I'm just gonna stick to my strategy, pretend I'm not a full half hour behind on schedule, and just try faster. We're just gonna handcraft everything we need on the fly this time, starting with these 8 oil refineries. In fact, I'm trying faster so hard that when I start to build the oil refineries, the first one hasn't even finished handcrafting just yet. So let's start with the plastic plants for red chips then, together with the sulfur infrastructure. But for now, we're gonna skip the dedicated sulfuric acid combination. As initially, we just need raw sulfur for blue signs. Unfortunately, the water is routed through the future advanced oil processing infrastructure, so we have to prematurely build up the entire water line there just to get water over to sulfur, even though we don't need water for basic oil processing. And even unfortunatelier, it is simply impossible for building oil infrastructure by hand to be fast, as the giant web of precise pipeworks required seems to be the main reason people put off building oil processing until they've procrastinated all that there is to procrastinate. These are our petroleum gas buffer tanks, which is the only output from basic oil processing. And as I usually place the petroleum pipeline the furthest out, we only need to put down the southernmost pipeline for now. Or so I thought. You might notice the problem already, but I didn't. I figured it out soon enough though, and fortunately we have plenty of spare time in this warp zone to make small mistakes like these, right? Somewhere on a mining platform far, far away, a gun turret has gotten destroyed. But so be it. I simply don't have the time to go and fix it, so we simply pray to sweet RNGesus that the rest of the gun turrets will hold and that the biters won't target my mining platform too often. After all the pipeworks are connected, except of course that one crucial pipe there that I missed, we rush upwards to connect the refineries to the oil tanks on the harvester floor. And that should hook up the oil refineries with oil. Nice. But what is not nice is that yet another gun turret gets destroyed, so I quickly rush out to the wrong mining platform to fix it. Obviously, it's the iron miner which is in danger, as it is located very close to the warp platform, and thus has been long covered in the severe warp platform pollution cloud. Meaning that large groups of big biters are now possibly parting too close to the iron mining platform for them to pass by without noticing it. Here, the northern turrets have been completely drained of ammo, and the spitters are taking pot shots at our guns. We quickly remedy the situation, and you can see the panic has set in with playing Mike, as he doesn't even want to take the time to zoom out a bit for the pretty picture. You'll have to help me out and use your imagination a bit here. I did a bunch of nice filming early in the Warpzone, thinking I had enough time to show you everything at a clear and calm pace, dear viewer, but alas, that's all out of the window now. It's also crucial that we keep on smelting iron, but F it, we are not gonna make a second coal trip to get all of them to work. On to building the red chip setup. We only need to build them 6 assemblers deep initially, so let's skip the last 2 for now. The panic is still ongoing, as I don't even realize the oil refineries aren't working because of that one crucial pipe I didn't place. I'm sure that won't lead to any problems later. For now though, we'll try to get plastics connected to petroleum gas and coal first, as those are probably the slowest transport lines of the bunch. The future belt weaving here is even going to be accompanied by underground pipe weaving, making the whole thing even more cursed, but oh well. For now, that is coal connected to plastics. Except for the little bit of belt and inserter infrastructure at the actual plastics. So let's put that in place too. Also, we could just zip along to the right with full-length yellow undergrounds. There is no reason to put that extra yellow belt piece in between other than that it looks nice, but F it. Even in these dire crisis times, I cannot ignore my OCD. Another 15 seconds wasted, but eventually plastic meets up with green chips here, and we can draw up the belt to feed red chips. And indeed, also this setup looks suspiciously similar to the labs and the blue signs setup. Copper wire is already waiting on the belt, ready to be drawn down. And after we place all the inserters, we've got red chips flowing up the belts. Red chips completes the second blue signs ingredient, along with the engines we set up last Warpzone already. And all that's left to set up is sulfur, which requires water. So we complete our run around the block back to where we started at red chips, to connect the water line to the harvester floor as well. To allow the water to flow from the water tanks in the basement up to the factory floor, we simply get rid of the pump, to allow the water to move freely both ways. Gravity is not an issue. And that should be sulfur. Except it isn't, as I have forgotten to place one crucial pipe piece there as well. I'm still unaware that 75% of my refineries are still not working due to that missing pipe. And the fact that the last 2 are working lulled me into a false sense of thinking everything is working as it should. But those 2 refineries are producing nowhere near enough petroleum gas to feed all the plastic and sulfur we need. Anyway, meanwhile sulfur is working, and all we need to do is belt it out to the blue signs assemblers as well, where it will meet up with the engines. And with all 3 signs ingredients connected, the first blue signs packs should start producing anytime now. Let's drop all of our loot chest red chips on the belt as well to speed things up a notch. And with
10 minutes and 27 seconds remaining,
the first blue signs packs will be rolling down the belt. Well, we may still lose the war, but with the small battle of blue signs won, I finally regain my calmness somewhat. And as a result, I managed to spot that tiny missing pipeline with my sharp eagle eye. Or, well, more likely I spotted that 6 giant oil refineries weren't working and started looking for the cause of that afterwards. Anyway, despite the first blue signs being produced, we still have much to do before we can win the next small skirmish in this Warptorio war. And that skirmish will require advanced oil processing. So here we are, building up the rest of the refinery blueprint for advanced oil. But before we continue with oil cracking, we first take a moment to check if everything works as it should. Red chips, check. Green chips, check. We also properly need to refuel our furnaces still, so let's go get that done as well. Smelt some more steel. And feed out the produced steel in the supply chest for engines and red ammo. The copper chest is still supplied, but iron is out because of the furnaces not working properly for a while. So let's hand supply some iron in there as well. The first blue science packs have hit the labs, so it is finally time to reveal the grand plan. The blue technology we are aiming for is... not Warp Reactor Project 5. Yes, it adds another 10 minutes to the timer, but the tech we are really after is this one, the next level, which spawns the physical warp reactor and in doing so disables the auto warp timer completely. Now, that may sound great at first glance, but if you think about it for a moment, there's a few teeny tiny issues associated with trying to stay on a planet indefinitely in Warptorio, which we'll get to soon. As it turns out, Warp Reactor Project 6 is not a blue technology at all, but it is locked behind a handful of blue techs, the advanced oil processing tree all the way down to robot frames and the expensive uranium processing tech. I'm pretty sure 8 minutes is not enough time to get all of those researched, but fortunately the prerequisite Warp Reactor Project 5 will add 10 more minutes to the warp timer for the very last time. That may just turn out to be our saving grace. Warp Reactor Project 5 is a very fast 5 seconds per science pack technology again. In fact, it is so fast, the labs eat through the entire stock of blue science almost immediately, grinding research progress to a halt. Fortunately, the next batch of blue science just rolls in, and before we know it, we have 10 bonus minutes to try and complete the full tech list we selected. Advanced oil processing is next on the list, so let's go and complete the oil cracking setup. We have light oil to petroleum gas on the north side and heavy to light oil on the south side, with the required water pipeline running through the middle, connected to both cracking facilities. Well, that's not entirely true, as we need more light oil cracking than heavy oil cracking, so the light oil cracking facility loops around to the south side as well. And we need some carefully planned out pipeworks to prevent the two systems from connecting to each other. Unlike belts, pipes do block your movement. So let's hope we don't need to do much maintenance in this area. We switch to advanced oil processing ASAP, as not only does it produce 55 petroleum gas out of 100 oil instead of only 45, it also gives you light and heavy oil for free on top of that, which you can crack into even more petroleum gas. Overall, advanced oil processing gives you roughly twice as much product compared to basic oil processing. So, in situations where oil is sparse, meaning in nearly every Factorio game out there, switching to advanced oil as early as you can is a no-brainer. Anyway, we use some wire conditions on the oil tanks to only crack our surplus heavy and light oil, giving dips to the future rocket fuel and the upcoming lubricant, which in this base will be stockpiled and supplied with barrels. We have even planned for a special barrel assembler in our base, which will later also barrel sulfuric acid to facilitate uranium mining trips, but for now we use it to make 120 barrels for lubricant. And as the lubricant tech completes, we just need to select the lubricant recipe on the chemical plant, and that's that. we go check if blue science is still supplied well, as in my test runs, engines were always a major bottleneck near the end. But since we spent over half an hour looking for copper earlier, during which engine production was running uninterrupted, we are fully stocked on engines, and all 12 blue science assemblers are running non-stop. Electric engine is the next tech being researched, but we're not gonna set those up yet, opting to continue working on our blueprinted base. In fact, we don't really need to set up any of the things unlocked by blue science to research the tech that disables the auto Warptimer, as its prerequisites are purely technological in nature rather than needing physical objects. With the economical advanced oil processing unlocked, we can allow the rest of the recipes to start consuming oil as well, and we carefully regulate sulfuric acid production by limiting its access to iron plates to 5 stacks, enough for 1 storage tank full of sulfuric acid. The sulfuric acid pipeline routing is another cursed nightmare all in itself, but eventually it reaches both battery assemblers, a temporary future blue chip assembler, and somehow it makes its way out on the way to get barreled later. And after connecting the water pipeline, we are producing sulfuric acid. Meanwhile, the base is entirely out of copper, so we finally take a moment to go down and reorganize the copper and iron supply chests to their proper site, as well as connecting the copper belt from the furnaces to the factory floor. But before we can finish, the ongoing attacks on our mining platforms are becoming something to worry about. And just as we decide to pick up some ammo to go do something about it, the first turret breaks. Heading out to the iron miner, the turrets are empty there yet again. And it is no wonder the mining platform is under heavy attacks, as it is located firmly under the thick smog cloud of the warp platform. Ideally, we'd move it out of the pollution cloud, for example to this northern iron patch. But until the Warptimer is disabled, it'll simply have to wait and hopefully survive with another ammo infusion. Wait a minute. Better yet, we have enough ammo ordners to easily insert 25 ammo per turret, by inserting half a stack in each turret, which is 100 magazines each, and then taking out half of the ammo twice to get it down to 25 magazines per turret. With the entire platform equalized to 25 magazines per turret, it also becomes easy to visualize from which side enemy attacks are coming in before the turrets get emptied out and destroyed, by simply looking at the remaining ammo count in each turret. With 59 minutes spent on this planet already, Byte Revolution is equaling its all-time high now, and at near 70% evolution, small biters have now become a distant memory, and the dangerous medium biters are now a minority group, overshadowed by large numbers of the even more dangerous big biters. After repeating the same half-quarter stacking ammo dance on the copper platform, we zip back inside. And for the first time this playthrough, we are passing 1 full hour spent on a warp zone.
9 minutes remaining.
With the slow uranium tech in progress, we cannot do much else to speed up the situation, so let's calm down a bit and take the time to refill all the furnaces. And we probably should refill the factory floor's coal chests as well. And indeed, the coal chests are empty and plastic production has grinded to a halt. So, instead of relying on the slow yellow belt, we first handfill plastics and grenades, before dumping the rest in the 4 coal chests. water consumption is also ongoing at an alarming rate, and while our storage tanks are not empty yet, we are using up like 40k water a minute now. We take a quick zap outside, especially for you, the viewer. Just in time to catch this unexpected attack on the copper mine. Honestly, I have no idea what I came out to do here, so back inside we go, and finally finish up the reorganization of the iron and copper buffer chests. We also repair a few odds and ends, organize the inventory, and zap up to see the completion of the final blue technology, as Warp Reactor Project 6 requires only red and military science, but a whopping 500 science packs of each type. Fortunately, we have almost 500 military science stocked up already, so including the amount on the belts and in the labs, we should be good already. It is time to zoom out and enjoy the culmination of our entire strategy through all of the 8 warp zones. All of that work has been leading up to this very moment. Well, except the first 20 minutes of noodling around on this warp zone. And once we start on the very last technology, the one that will forever disable the auto warp timer, I think that despite my stupidity, I will make it. Nice. But wait, is it actually that nice? Okay, so we may be disabling the auto warp timer, but what good is that gonna do for me? That just means we'll be stuck on this planet until the end of the game. Post purple signs, post yellow signs, post rocket launch, heck, post multiple rocket launches and thousands of space signs even, before we have a shot of warping home. And all the while, pollution output and biter evolution won't ever reset anymore. It's already higher than it's ever been, and within minutes we'll be knocking on the door of the bulletproof Behemoth biter. We are not ready to deal with those guys, and while sure, they won't attack my warp platform directly, they will attack my miners, and the warp platform's pollution cloud will continue to grow steadily for hours and hours and hours, swallowing our miners no matter how far out we build them. Our troubles are far from over. In fact, now that we've locked ourselves for the rest of the game on this highly biter-evolving, ultra-polluted planet, I'd say our previous problems are gonna pale in comparison to what is about to happen. Next time. Alright, so Warptimer disabled. That's great, man, but now what? We are stuck on this planet with no chance of warping out in hours, and within minutes evolution will reach 90% and our miners will get bombarded by bulletproof behemoth biters. All the while our power plant is eating through our coal supply like no tomorrow. But hey, at least that problem will solve itself, as the power plant is about to completely run out of water. That means we've got 3 main objectives to complete ASAP. We need to find a way to defeat behemoth biters before evolution reaches 90%, we need to find water for our power plant, and we need to unlock nuclear power to drastically lower our base's coal consumption. My strategy guide shows I should go for 3 more levels of bullet damage immediately with absolutely no delay, because that will push the gun turret's damage output above the minimum damage required to tickle behemoth biters. With 21 damage, it'll still take several hundreds of bullets to take down a single behemoth, but our current 11 damage is not enough to overcome their 12 armor. However, Playing Mike wouldn't be Playing Mike if he wouldn't deviate from his carefully planned out plans a bit, and as it turns out, he happens to think he's got just enough water left in the storage tanks to research the boiler floor water technology. It costs a whopping 1000 red and green plus 500 blue signs, and all we get in return for that is a tiny amount of water being warped over to the boiler floor. What? Mate, are you sure that's worth it at all? Never mind needing to be prioritized over urgent techs like Behemoth bullet damage upgrades. Well, so be it. Between episodes I noticed a single missing pipe in my oil cracking facility, which fully disabled oil processing by clogging up the system. So after placing that pipe, all of the advanced oil refineries start working again to fill up the partially depleted petroleum gas buffer. Which means we're using even more water. Using up my precious limited water to fill up 3 buffer tanks of petroleum gas may turn out to be a major mistake, as we may need that very water to keep the base running for the time it takes to complete the boiler floor water technology. Despite Playing Mike seemingly realizing that given his anxious mouse wiggling, he goes all in on reaching boiler floor water on our current water supply, and on the tech being any good at all, so who are we to question him? Anyway, we also bring the empty barrels we prepared to be filled up with lubricant, so that oil processing will consume even more water. Well, we're all out of steel again, meaning that engine production for blue signs will grind to a halt. We have a couple hundred stocked in these steel furnaces, which will stopgap the situation. But given that we have tons of iron stocked up, let's give steel production a serious temporary boost. That will clear up some space in our iron buffer chests to keep our single yellow belt of iron production going, because soon our iron needs will greatly outnumber our iron production. While we are waiting for our urgent bullet damage techs to complete, which in turn are waiting for our not so urgent boiler floor water tech to complete, as we could have just skipped that tech and simply connect some offshore water pumps to our mining platform to get basically infinite water into our base for free, we have ample time to upgrade our greatly grown harvester floor with the full version of the new blueprint, containing a way larger storage area to accumulate iron and copper plates. But first we will find out what the heck that boiler floor water tech actually does, as we descend into the basement to watch it complete. Wait, what? It places actual water patches into the boiler floor? Mate, that's not a tiny amount of water at all. If we can place actual offshore pumps directly in the boiler room, that means we no longer need a giant buffer tank of water. In fact, given that we can place 8 offshore pumps in total, we can get up to 9600 water a second in here, which is way more than the water consumption of an average endgame base capable of launching rockets. Well, I'm still not sure if this needed to be prioritized though, as the slow damage upgrades will take a long time to complete, and we are a mere 10% evolution away from reaching Behemoth biters. Back up to the harvester floor, which besides the massive plate storage buffers, will now contain semi-automated steel production. We just need to feed iron plates into the chests, and after that the steel is automatically belted into a buffer chest, which after 400 steel is stored up for personal use, will automatically feed out steel on a new belt up to the factory floor. Nice. We are not rich enough to afford limitless steel chests just yet, so instead we recycle the stacks of iron chests we already had for the iron plates buffer. And after quickly making a whole bunch of fast inserters, the iron buffer chest area is complete. On to copper, which is annoyingly almost symmetric, as the final feed-out inserter outputs on the left side of the south-facing belts, insensitive to the need to scratch or itch for symmetry. Anyway, both the input and output priority lies on the plates coming from the smelters, only feeding the overflow plates to the buffer chests. And only accepting plates from the buffer chests when the furnaces cannot keep up or are temporarily out of use due to moving the mining platforms later. We catch the exact moment the steel buffer chest exceeds 400 plates. So from this moment on, we are supplying the engine and red ammo assemblers on the factory floor with steel automatically. And blue science production should be able to meet our demands. Speaking of furnaces temporarily being out of use, and with the biter scientists nearing their technological breakthrough in breeding brutal behemoths in their little biter bases, we need to move this iron mine out of the dense pollution cloud of the warp platform. Even while most parting biters don't manage to spot our iron mine hidden in the forests, some of them do. And the mine will disintegrate destructively at a deceptional degree, the very moment a bellowing of behemoths will lay their eye on our iron mine. So we do just that, recalling the iron mining platform from inside and escaping back out through the copper mine teleporter. Just as we prepare to zoom off, 3 big biters collect for an attack. Well, those beefy boys have just 1/8 of the health of a behemoth biter and are way worse armored on top of that. And still the gun turrets needed a significant amount of time to deal with them. Yeah dude, that was exactly why the ammo damage upgrades were on top of the priority list rather than that boiler floor water technology. With behemoths now just 7% away, let's hope we still get there in time. Alright, so the new iron mine is indeed located outside of the warp platform pollution cloud, but its own pollution cloud will quickly start to anger the large nearby biter nest. Let's see how that goes. Back inside, we see the bases lacking red signs out of all things. That is because Warptorio's damage upgrade consumes 3 red science packs at a time for 1 unit of research. So let's switch to vanilla damage instead, which requires all science packs in stacks of 1. And with the doubled science consumption time of 60 seconds, the labs will eat through red science 6 times slower for a while, giving us time to buffer a bunch of red science again. Well, it must be snowing in heck, because finally Playing Mike is gonna make a strategy deviation that Editing Mike approves on. We are preparing to buffer up extra iron ore, but there's a few problems to solve before we can achieve that. First of all, our mining platform simply doesn't contain enough miners to supply much extra ore. But since we are done warping, we won't need to move the mining platforms much anymore. So why not expand the iron mining a bit around the mining platform as well? It takes 100% productivity bonus for these 30 iron miners to be able to supply a full red belt of ore. But our miners are giving 110% 24/7. So yes, we will need to upgrade to a red belt to bring home all the bacon, including upgrading the entire belt past the furnaces. Yes, the entire belt, as all of the furnace inserters will prefer drawing off the near side of the belt, which means by the time the red belt passed all the furnaces, the near side of the belt will have been drawn completely empty, while the far side will remain untouched and will still be completely compressed. And yes, not taking into account inserters' preference to draw from the near side of the belt when combining and redistributing supply belts is likely the reason your perfectly calculated Megabase isn't working properly, so go fix that. Anyway, with a perfectly compressed red belt of ore now, we will be pissing off the locals twice as much. But where the heck are you gonna put a second furnace line? This floor looks quite fully filled already. The logical solution is to route the ore into the basement, build a nice furnace stack in the space just freed up by deconstructing all those water tanks, and route the iron plates back up. But no, that would involve not enough hand feeding. And as we have learned by now, Playing Mike seems to be obsessed with hand feeding setups. But fear not, dear viewer, there are still plenty of nooks and crannies in my blueprint to fit in some nice extra chest-fed furnaces. With iron ore being twice as bulky compared to iron plates, each furnace will need its own iron ore supply chest, but we can combine the output of 2 furnaces into one chest. And with a little bit of stuffing and cramming, we've got ourselves 10 extra iron smelting furnaces, which will be greatly useful in keeping the steel smelting furnaces supplied with iron, as it doesn't look like the main iron smelting line is going to overproduce iron into the buffer chest array anytime soon. Nice. Well, we've got our power plant water sorted, but that only means we're going to run out of coal soon, so we are going to need to make a coal mine. The problem is we've got only 2 mining platforms and they're both in use, so that's not an option. We're gonna have to do it the old-fashioned way, the way of the early game, and mine coal outside straight into chests. We've spotted a coal patch not too far away from the copper miner, and there's uranium nearby too. So let's hop over and out of the copper warper and head out into the unknown to explore the lands. Somehow we luck out and find not only a stone patch nearby, but even another coal patch right next door. While it is even larger, the smaller coal patch seems to be located better, near a small forest and slightly further away from the biters. So tiny coal, I choose you! We're going for a circular coal mine containing 20 cool coal members, not because we need that many coal miners consistently, but because I want to bulk mine a boatload of coal fast. The thing is, since we cannot use the above ground warp platform teleporter, we have no way to bring home the black blocks other than to drive out here and manually maneuver as much coal as our car can carry from out here to the nearest mining platform teleporter. Wait a minute. We actually can use the warp teleporter, or at least to a degree. While we cannot use the warp chest logistics, we can use the power warping capacity of the warp teleporter to power yet a third location on the map. I failed to bring sufficient gun turrets to protect the coal though, so instead of defending both sides inadequately, we focus all defense in the north. Counting on the southern forest to block our pollution drifting out to the southern biter base. We go pick up that loot chest for no other reason than to waste a little time, so our coal miners can produce at least a little coal for us to take home. And so it occurs. By the time we are back, we've already collected over a full steel chest of coal. Not bad. Well, not bad. That actually wasn't even enough to refuel all our furnaces, let alone supply the factory floor. So we steal most of the remaining coal from the power plant to finish the job. We will need to make several more time-consuming coal trips soon. With all furnaces fueled, we can afford to distribute the first extra iron ore to the new furnaces. With careful consideration fueled by years of experience and totally not a lucky guess, we randomly decide we have enough iron ore to supply 1000 ore to each chest. And somehow it turns out to be exactly the amount of available iron ore to the stack. Nice. Well, with Behemoth biters being barely 2% evolution away now, we are burning through military science like some funny proverb, and our stone brick supply is stacking sin. So we will need yet a fourth mine out there to fend off our foes. But before we set foot outside for finding and founding our stone mine, we steal steel supplies from the base. And prepare to make some of our great green friends with all of the red chips we managed to stock up so far. I'm not talking about Behemoth biters. I'm talking about efficiency modules, which normally would be a joke in Warptorio. But as we are mining outside of the immense warp platform pollution cloud, for now, those will actually level up our miners' stealth skill, which will lead to fewer scary attacks on our miners. Or so we hope. Well, out we go. And we just so happened to spot a suitable stone mine location moments ago. Well, that will have to wait, as we first need to make a quick coal hauling trip to keep the base from blackouting and the blue signs flowing. Somehow we again come at exactly the moment enough coal has been mined for a full car and inventory. Nice. The coal pollution is indeed reaching the northern nests now, but the southerners are still woefully unaware of their village forests being polluted. We'd better hurry up with those efficiency modules, especially given that Behemoth biters are now less than 1% away, oh my god. And just a few minutes later, with evolution at 89.6%, we managed to finish the third and last damage upgrade. Raw damage gun turrets is where we're gonna be for a while, and while that is sufficient to tickle the 3000 health Behemoth biters with 8 damage per bullet, that sounds nowhere near adequate to deal with attack groups of, well, any number of biters which you could call a group basically. We are literally seconds away from entering the Behemoth biter era. But are we really ready for those fearsome foes? Or are we just sticking our head in the sand and telling ourselves against better judgment that everything is gonna be alright? We have disabled the auto Warptimer in 8 warp zones, locking us on this planet until we find a way to warp home. And this planet is about to evolve Behemoth biters into our face, as the biters are literally 0.2% evolution away from unlocking our great green foes. Let's see how it goes. Well, we have been making some great green friends for ourselves to combat those very great green foes which are about to be unleashed upon us. These cheap little efficiency modules reduce the miners' pollution output by 80%, and because the intensity of biter attacks is equivalent to the amount of pollution they sniff up, this should result in 80% less biters now attacking our iron mining platform. Or, well, at least until the warp platform's giant, intense pollution cloud overwhelms the mining platform. Then it's gonna be game over quick. Now this iron mine outputs only 60 pollution a minute instead of 300. Which will hopefully turn the Behemoth biters from smart pack hunters into egocentric individual attackers. And we are just in time too, as the Behemoth biter era has officially begun. Since we left the coal mine practically unprotected against Behemoth biter attacks, we should probably go acquire another 60 efficiency modules for those miners as well. Which means we'll be scavenging red chips off the blue sign supply belt so we can make an adequate amount. And while we wait for the modules to be produced, we take all but one chest of coal to refuel the furnaces and resupply the factory floor once more. It's a good thing we're heading out to the coal mine, because the base is eating through our last coal reserves at a ferocious pace. Unfortunately, I forgot to empty my inventory at the base, so we cram all our stuff in the boot of our car and take home just a single inventory of coal. This isn't gonna last long. So we stash away our inventory this time and make a second trip out to the coal mine. And during our absence, we see the coal mine has been under a not insignificant attack. Fortunately, no Behemoth biters were involved just yet. Anyway, the coal mine lies fairly far away from the biters, so these efficiency modules may just conceal the pollution of the coal mine from the biters completely. With the factory floor fully supplied and almost 6 chests of coal in the boiler basement, we finally obtained a little breathing room to do some other important stuff which needs to be done around the base. So, of course, we immediately start to waste that precious little quality time we have, and we go outside to do some wildlife spotting. No new species are discovered at the iron mine. But at the copper mine, we see the very first specimen of the bejeweled Behemoth biter. So let's pop on over and perform ourselves a little scientific experiment. Whoa, it was about as hard to take out that single behemoth biter as it was to take out the complete rest of the biter force combined. Those behemoths are no joke. Of course, any good scientific experiment needs to be repeatable, so let's go grab another one. Ouch, that was a beefy bite out of my health bar. I'd better wear my safety sandals next time. Anyway, I wouldn't want to fight multiple behemoths at the same time. So let's go do that. Yeah, avoiding large attack groups on our miners is exactly why we rushed to install efficiency modules out here. Now we just gotta try to stay ahead of the warp platform's ever-growing pollution cloud. Alright, let's take the time machine back to before we started wasting the little quality time we had, because we need to prepare our Warptorio base for a long sustained absence. That's right. Absence. We are researching nuclear power for a reason, you know. That probably doesn't make sense just yet, but trust me, soon it will. Anyway, Warptorio's own technology additions have a habit of eating through red science harder than the others, so let's produce some extra reds outside of the box. And prepare another important module for the base. Now we have entered the expensive blue science era. We want 48 productivity modules for 24 labs, which will enable us to make 8% more scientific progress out of the same resource cost. And with a single behemoth biter taking over 40 yellow magazines to kill, we need to buff our gun turrets a bit. So we take all yellow ammo from our buffer chest to go and supply each turret with 50 full magazines instead of 25. And since we need to go out to the coal mine yet again anyway, we take the opportunity to properly defend its south side as well, while taking home another double inventory full of coal. And while we are out there, the nuclear power technology completes. And that's great news. What's less great news is that biter expansions start to pop up everywhere now, and with some bad luck, they may blockade our access to our remote mining locations in the future. I will make it a habit to refuel all furnaces and fully fill up the factory floor's coal chests after every coal haul, so we can easily keep track of our true coal buffer by looking at the amount of filled coal chests in the boiler basement. With 8.5 chests of coal, I already feel a lot better than at the start of this episode. we finish up supplying also the copper and iron mining platform with the new standard of 50 magazines per turret. While that means we may lose a bigger stack of ammo if a Behemoth breaks a turret, which just deletes all ammo left inside it out of existence, at least the neighboring turrets won't immediately run out of ammo like happened in our little experiment. Anyway, the warp platform pollution has already increased in size significantly since we disabled the Warptimer, and we may have found the only example of an unstoppable force which is definitely not equivalent to an immovable object. But about that nuclear power technology, friend. You were struggling for red chips to make a few cheap modules earlier, so how the heck are you gonna afford the whole effing nuclear power plant? Those components are some of the most expensive recipes in Factorio, and we're never gonna be able to afford to craft enough of them to make a functional nuclear power plant. That may be true. But who says we're gonna craft them? We are not gonna craft them. We are gonna find them. That's right. All 4 elements needed to build a nuclear power plant can be found in loot chests, believe it or not. We do need to go out to a new unexplored area that has not been generated yet before the completion of the nuclear power technology, but once we are out there, every loot chest is another opportunity to score a free nuclear reactor. Nice! We do need the blue tech boiler floor upgrade to increase the boiler basement size just enough to actually fit a nuclear reactor though, so let's start on that next. Well, even so, a nuclear reactor is useless without nuclear fuel, which means we need a uranium mine, which requires sulfuric acid to run. So we prepare 400 barrels to be filled up. We also refill iron plates to smelt steel, and it's a good thing Playing Mike deviated from the strategy earlier to set up those extra chest-fed iron furnaces, as the giant original iron buffer chest array still doesn't contain a single iron plate. The boiler floor size upgrade is complete, which means our former offshore pumps have now magically transformed into groundwater pumps. They can be deconstructed, but not reconstructed. If we're careful not to deconstruct them, we can collect a lot more water pumps over time than intentional game design intended. We also start off a bit of battery production. And we finally have enough iron ore stocked up to fill each furnace supply chest to the brim. Unlike the iron side, our copper buffer chest area is filling up nicely. That's a good thing, because that means we can borrow the copper mining platform for a while, without interrupting copper plate delivery to the factory floor. Those coal hauling trips take quite some time, but why haul coal to the base when you can just bring the base to the coal? With 5 quick trips back and forth, the entire base has been refueled and resupplied, and the power plant has access to 16 full chests of coal now. And with that, I think we are all set up to go on an epic loot chest hunting trip, man. So let's clear out our inventory to make space for as much loot as we can carry. Well, hold your horses, we still need to make sure we can actually use the nuclear reactors once we return, and mining and centrifuging uranium takes quite some time. Furthermore, we cannot even make the centrifuges just yet, as we haven't even made any concrete yet. That's quickly set up in the boiler basement though. As we just need to mix up some stone bricks with a little iron ore and water to make the glorious concrete. We still have to scrounge around hard to gather the necessary steel and red chips to make these centrifuges, which cannot be found in loot chests by the way. Eventually, we get 6 of them made. That should be plenty to acquire a handful of shiny green rocks over the duration of our exploration. Our cleared inventory still proves greatly useful though, as we need to carry 400 barrels of sulfuric acid out with us to the uranium patch. Before bringing back the copper mining platform to its place, we will first get the uranium mine started up. We build the simplest variant we can think of. Not even sorting the shiny green rocks from the dark green ones, but we do use a sulfuric acid storage tank which can fit the entire contents of the 400 barrels, so we can bring back the empty barrels to the base to be refilled. Somewhere in a remote, uncharted area on the other side of the planet, a pollution-triggered, angry behemoth biter parting towards the war platform destroys an innocent loot chest which was in its way. Well, we were unlikely to ever pick up that one anyway. Remember, I was so happy to find stone and uranium close by the coal patch? Well, that is because our options to individually power remote mining operations are severely limited. But we can share the power from the coal mine's warp teleporter to the nearby uranium mine to start off our nuclear power adventure. Nice. That means we can finally get started on our quest to find nuclear reactors in loot chests. We need to drive out quite a distance in a straight line to ensure we are generating actual new terrain instead of already generated but still unexplored terrain. Now, the chances of finding a nuclear reactor in a loot chest is slim, and we will probably be spending a large amount of time opening dozens of loot chests before... Rig it! Of course playing Mike is unfairly rewarded with not 1, but 2 effing nuclear reactors in the very first loot chest that he finds. It even comes with 6 steam turbines as well. What can I say? If I was forging this, I would probably make it a little less obvious, I guess. Anyway, 2 reactors is all the reactors we need for our initial power plant, so we can return home, I guess. But while those are the most expensive elements, we still need the entire rest of the power plant as well. And we could do with 2 extra reactors for the future, as we are planning to build 2 of these bad boys in our basement. The other purpose of our exploration is to find good future locations for our mining platforms, as the pollution from the Warp platform will engulf our current mining locations pretty soon. And once that happens, behemoths will flood in like a flood, annihilating every last memory of our miners out of existence. Since we have only 2 mining platforms but 6 different resources in total, we are looking for the rare random resource clusters, where ideally all 6 resources have spawned close-ish to each other. Or more likely, 2 separate locations based around an iron patch and a copper patch, each with 2 of the 4 remaining resources of coal, stone, oil and uranium nearby. We escape through a closely guarded land bottleneck to the other side to continue our exploration. Research continues towards blue chips, substations, roboports and robots, all of which are also findable in loot chests, which is exactly why we're prioritizing these technologies. All of those lead into the power armor and personal roboports to aid in personal development. We opted to take the copper mining platform with us, and that gamble pays off as we find a nice copper patch out here, which we can also use to warp back into our base, and ride in time too, exactly at the moment the base starts to run out of copper. Yet again, we refuel the base with coal, deliver the iron plates from our chest-fed iron smelters to steel smelting, and feed iron ore to the chest-fed iron smelters. And I'm gonna be doing that a lot of times still, but I won't often show it on camera anymore. After picking up those 2 loot chests dangerously close to that giant behemoth wormed biter nest, I go on yet another 20-minute exploration loop. But it seems I used up all my good luck early on, as I don't find much of interest anymore. Power armor research finishes, and we continue with bot upgrades and logistic bots, which will give us 30 extra intentional game design inventory slots. We also find a mediocre located iron patch with copper, coal, stone and oil somewhat nearby, but it's still missing uranium, and taking out the behemoth wormed, behemoth bitered biter bases is gonna be a tough cookie. That's why we've been actively avoiding them all this time. Additionally, it's not incredibly far from the current warp platform smog cloud, so I'm not sure if this is the location we are looking for. Speaking of uranium, we have already spun up 9 pieces of shiny uranium out of just 850 spin cycles. With the odds of getting a shiny green rock being 0.7% on each cycle, I'd be most grateful if somebody would calculate my dream luck factor down in the comments. Anyway, after another long drive, we return home with the goods. Unfortunately, our loot log dictates I'm unable to show off all the different loot types you can find in loot chests, and we didn't find any heat pipes, heat exchangers, blue chips, substations or bots. We just have the 2 reactors from our very first loot chest, 2 roboports, and somehow all other nuclear power plant loot finds were 27 steam turbines spread out over 4 or 5 chests. But I pinky swear you can find all of the other stuff in loot chests as well. The efficiency modules are doing their job, and when we check the local pollution around the coal and uranium mine, it is no longer reaching the biters. And thus there should be no biter attacks over there at all. The warp platform's immense cloud is slowly but unstoppably inching outwards towards everywhere though. Back at the base, we prepare more efficiency modules for the remaining 2 resources. We are now mining iron, copper, coal and uranium, but we still need to set up a stone mine and acquire oil. Speaking of oil, we have barely got any left, so we need to get a move on. There is a small oil field a medium distance away from the copper miners. It won't yield a big amount of oil, but hey, at least it's not covered in behemoths. .45% oil would normally be barely enough for 3 refineries, but also our pump jacks benefit from the same 110% mining productivity bonus of our miners, and that bonus will grow even larger soon. Not before long, it is protected and connected. And the only resource shining through its absence in our base is stone. Stone is also located nearby the new copper mine, although in a far less than ideal location, right next to this giant biter base. And with over 97% evolution now, behemoths are roaming aplenty. So let's try to set up at least half of the miners a chunk further away from the nest. We are gonna be producing both stone and stone bricks here. As soon we'll not only need the bricks for military signs, but also raw stone for rails for purple signs, as well as even more bricks for electric furnaces, which are also an ingredient in purple signs. Yeah, this stone mine will definitely be under attack soon. But on the positive side, as from this very moment, we are mining all 6 resource types and are producing all 8 basic resources in the game. Uranium, oil, coal, copper, stone and bricks, and iron and steel. Nice! To celebrate, we put the 3rd and last efficiency module in the warp beacon after unlocking its 3rd module slot. And in doing so, halve the power usage of everything under the beacon from -60% to -80%. But this is only temporary. Once we will have the nuclear power plant set up and running, we won't have to worry about power problems ever again. Or will we? After refueling the base with coal again, our once mighty 16 chests of coal have depleted to not even 2 full chests. That is the other reason why we want to switch to nuclear power. Then we can stop hauling over those huge quantities of coal all the time. Better yet, with nuclear power we can also afford to switch over to electric smelting instead of using our current coal-powered steel furnaces, reducing our coal need even further. Quit dreaming, boy, you need to go do another round of coal hauling. Oh man. So we store the complete iron mine in our control copy queue and temporarily take down the iron miner to quickly go pick up 20 full chests of coal. Meanwhile, we try to keep our normal iron furnace stack producing as well, using some of the stored up iron ore for the extra furnaces. A nice side benefit from playing Mike's strategy deviation. You know, I'm kinda turning around on that guy. We also remember to pick up the uranium, and with 19 shiny green rocks we can make plenty of nuclear fuel to run the future reactor for a long time. We start refilling the sulfuric acid barrels and put another stack of iron ore in the furnaces before embarking on our return journey. Ideally, we would move the iron platform close to the copper platform now and away from the dense pollution cloud of the warp platform. But for now, we will still need a nearby access point to our coal and uranium mine, and the copper platform is just too far away. So back we go to our old iron mining location and control paste our extended iron mine back into place. And kill our first Behemoth spitter. Those guys are slow and have no armor. The only thing they've got going for them is their ranged attack and their huge hit point bank of 1500 HP, which is still only half the hit points of an armored Behemoth biter. The real threat is having those guys destroying your turrets from a distance while your guns are distracted trying to shoot the Behemoth biters. With all of that out of the way, it is time. Time to upgrade to nuclear power. Of course I made a shiny blueprint for that, which also shows us all the elements we need to build it. 2 reactors, 50 heat pipes, 16 heat exchangers and 32 steam turbines. We've already found 27 steam turbines in loot chests, so we only need to make 5 more. We do need to make the full 50 heat pipes and 16 heat exchangers though, which cost a hefty amount of copper and steel. But hey, we got the by far most expensive reactors for free, so you won't hear me complain. We start off with 100 fuel cells, which should be plenty of power for a while, as also this reactor is a 100% fuel efficient design. And it fits neatly into one of the 4 outcrops of the boiler room floor, making use of the new water patches that spawned upon increasing the floor size. It can provide 160 megawatts of power using 2 fuel cells every 200 seconds. But that fuel consumption lowers linearly with the percentage of max power we are using, due to only feeding fuel to the reactor when the steam buffer tanks run low, after which all heat of the new fuel cells gets stored lossless in the system, leaving the reactors unfueled until all of that heat and steam has been used up again, before feeding a new fuel cell into the reactor. Nice! And soon the reactor is all fired up. And with our newly acquired great power comes great possibilities. Gone are the days where we would be rationing every last piece of coal going here and there, conserving power with efficiency modules and still having to haul heaps of coal from afar. Now we can unleash Warptorio's true power and charge up the Warp Beacon to its full potential. A pivotal point which will greatly alter the course of events to come. Next time. Alright everyone, welcome back to Warptorio. We ended last episode with switching on our new nuclear reactor, which means the struggle for power will be over, at least for a while. Not only have we increased our maximum power draw by a whole order of magnitude, but the best thing about nuclear power is that it doesn't consume a Mount Everest of coal per hour. That's right, no more hand-hauling heaps of coal over to feed the hungry boilers of the steam power plant. Let it be gone. But thanks to our tenfold increased power ceiling, there's a second massive coal consumer which we can get rid of. While the steel furnaces have done a great job providing the base with resources from the very beginning of this playthrough, the time will soon come to switch over to electric smelting. And of course we've got a shiny new blueprint for that. It fits in smelting on the boiler floor, together with a weird ring of the slowest moving oil storage the world has ever seen. As well as space for a second nuclear reactor in the bottom square. And we're gonna need that one sooner than you think. Thanks to our extended loot chest hunting trying to find a whole nuclear power plant in loot chests, the base has meanwhile produced a nice supply of stored goods, including all the necessary red chips we need to make 100 electric furnaces. Wait a minute, 100 electric furnaces? Indeed, that's twice the amount of steel furnace that we are running, which means we can finally upgrade from the single yellow belts of iron and copper we've been producing all game long to the double capacity, double speed, full red belts of plates. But that means we're also gonna need some bigger mining platforms. But man, actually building that whole blueprint seems like a lot of work. So let's take a nice little break from this Warptorio madness and go make ourselves a nice little power armor with a set of personal roboports so we can supervise construction from a nice and cozy chair while our personal construction slave bots do all the hard labor. That means we're gonna need to make some complicated assembly products like electric engines and blue chips. It would take way too long to fully automate them at this point, so let's just hand feed our way to the power armor with a bunch of temporary setups, like this temporary electric engine assembly area. Thanks to our decision to barrel lubricant, we just need to sprinkle 15 barrels of lubricant on top of 50 engines to get 50 electric engines. And if you are thinking like editing Mike at this point, man, this guy and all his hand feeding. Well, at least the blueprint he is using is a definitive build without any temporary screw-ups. Let me introduce you to my blueprinted temporary blue chip assembler. It was put in place especially to help you hand feed your way to an early power armor, so that's what we're gonna use it for. 200 blue chips should do the job. Alright, while we wait for all of that to complete crafting, let's address the warp elephant in the room. Now we have nuclear power, we can finally stop tiptoeing around with efficiency modules in our warp beacon. Let's stomp some productivity modules in there instead. And immediately this floor is consuming more power than our old steam engine setup could supply. Nice. But we are not gonna stop there. Let's slap productivity modules in all of our important assemblers, like blue science, red chips and so on. These productivity bonuses stack with those of the Warp Beacon, which makes it so that each of these prod-modded assemblers now have a whopping 20% productivity bonus, something you would normally only be able to achieve with the hyper-expensive Mark III productivity modules. Yeah, did I ever mention the Warp Beacon is the most powerful feature in all of Warptorio by far? And we haven't even got started unlocking its potential yet. Oh man. But another thing to say oh man about is that the biters are finding new ways to wage war against our poor Factorio engineer. We have been on this planet for over 4 hours now, and the exponentially intensifying pollution cloud is now rapidly expanding into previously unexisting parts of the planet. And the intense smog cloud is triggering literal tens of thousands of Behemoth biters to start parting towards our base from the most remote regions of this planet. And their parting calculations are not that simple, as they need to traverse around giant bodies of water and even through the narrow gaps between trees in thick forests. The worst part is, they are sending all of their parting calculations as a DDoS attack on my hardware, slowly warping the game to make it unable to run at normal speed. We are already down to 40 UPS and it's gonna get worse quickly, until we're able to warp off of this planet, which does not appear to be anytime soon. This biter parting UPS issue is why I set the homeworld to be treeless, cliffless, lakeless and finite in the form of a giant continent. All of this should make biter parting a lot easier on the system. And the finite continent gives us an opportunity to eventually get rid of biter parting calculations entirely. Anyway, we couldn't influence the map settings for this world, Warpzone 8, so we will just have to deal with it, I suppose. At least I can speed up the footage for the video accordingly, so it runs roughly at 60 UPS. Anyway, while editing Mike was complaining about the biters ruining his UPS, playing Mike has finished up his power armor. He made more electric engines, then switched on the top 4 plastic assemblers. So that he could make a few handfuls of low density structures. Which were required to make these 30 Mark I batteries into 3 Mark II batteries. 15 portable solar panels will have to supply our inventory grid with power until a better option comes along. And with that we are able to craft the power armor. Which grants us another 10 inventory slots. Nice. We still need to fill the inventory grid, but while we wait for the required blue chips and low density structures, let's make 3 Mark II productivity modules and slap them in the Warp Beacon. We also finish up prod modding our entire base, and this is where the plan comes together. Every machine under the Warp Beacon now has a 26% productivity bonus, and the increased range of the Warp Beacon now precisely covers all labs on the right, blue signs on the left and red chips in the south. Speaking of red chips, thanks to the new 26% productivity bonus, each copper wire assembler can now support almost 8 red chip assemblers. That by itself doesn't sound like a giant increase, but remember, the productivity bonus is applied during each individual step from copper plate to copper wire to green chip to red chip. And the compound interest over 3 steps already stacks up to making nearly twice as much red chips out of a copper plate than without productivity. Crazy, huh? And while for now, in the blue science era, 26% productivity on each step is the maximum attainable, what if I told you that in the end game we can obtain a maximum of 140% productivity bonus on each single step. Why yes, funny you should ask, that does break the game in many ways. But even played fairly, that means we will be able to fit a proper Megabase inside of the Warp platform. How many signs per minute do you think is possible to fit just on the Warp factory floor? Let me know in the comments. Anyway, while narrating Mike went off on a tangent again, playing Mike has meanwhile completed his power armor with up to 15 portable solar panels powering up to 3 exoskeletons and 3 roboports. Nice. With the new power plant and personal bots on the way, we are finally ready to work on the new electric smelting setup. It sure is nice we pre-made this handy dandy blueprint so we can take a quick peek at the exact components required to build it. This is the first time we are going to be using a lot of red belts and undergrounds, so we use our 2 chests of stashed up iron gears as an excuse to keep handcrafting away. Playing Mike then finally spots that long-handed inserter he misplaced 1.21 gigaseconds ago, but unfortunately we cannot travel through time to fix our fun cups. We'll just leave it as is, as a relic of the past. No, I wouldn't do that to you, would I? You've suffered long enough. The productivity bonus is kicking in noticeably, and with so many red chips available, we start a second batch of 100 electric furnaces for future steel smelting. But before we build any smelting at all, we first rebuild the expanded mining platforms. The pollution cloud of death has almost reached the miners, but we can't move it out of the way just yet. We still need this access point to support the external uranium mine. The new mining platform blueprint supports 36 miners instead of just 16 and can generate 1.25 red belt of ore. But if we also research the 5 blue warp mining productivity bonuses, it'll be worth a whopping 1.6 red belt of ore, which is over 3 times our current iron intake. But to actually build it, we need a lot more gun turrets and even a lot more ammo. We choose to first rebuild the copper miner because, well, the iron sight size upgrade hasn't finished researching just yet. We take all the ammo out of the turrets before we remember biters exist. So we quickly plop down 4 gun turrets just to ease our mind, because 4 turrets are just a puny drop against the behemoths we're dealing with. Anyway, it won't take too long to take down and rebuild the platform, as for the very first time this playthrough we deploy our personal construction bots. And promptly despawn the end of our steel furnace setup. Well, it's not like we're going to need those anymore anyway. with Behemoth biters now taking tens of magazines to kill a single one, we opt to leave 50 magazines per gun turret instead of 25. With the added extra belt and the upgrade to red belts, this mining platform has quadrupled its maximum throughput since our old initial installment. Nice! Back on the factory floor, Stone Bricks now has its own electric smelting setup, together with some more cursed belt weaving. It'll probably be a while though before we actually have belt space to spare for automated stone. After expanding the size of the mining platforms, let's also invest into expanding the size of these factory floors. Then we also rebuild the expanded iron mining platform, though this time we make sure to reclaim our stuff from the area that will despawn. Nice! You may notice that with each mining platform size upgrade, the hallways inside become 2 tiles wider as well, while the harvester floor size oval office grows with each floor size upgrade instead. And I frame perfectly miss the moment supreme the floor expands. But through the magic of video editing to hide the evidence, we can still see it happen as if I didn't. Our puny steel setup is a major bottleneck at the moment, so we quickly make it 50% less puny, even though we will be rebuilding this entire floor soon. But with full red belts of ore now sorted, the higher priority floor build is the smelting setup in the boiler basement. Unsurprisingly, I guess, our solar-powered personal armor isn't recharging much underground. So instead of using our personal roboports to do the construction, we built 2 actual roboports, which can charge the bots straight off the nuclear reactor. We simply fill a storage chest with all of the elements needed to build the blueprint, sit back and enjoy the show. Now that we've successfully shoved smelting into the boiler basement, it is time to start clearing out the entire harvester floor's old infrastructure, starting by pumping out our old oil over to the basement as well. Natural flow between storage tanks is fairly slow. Natural flow between storage tanks is fairly slow, but we can force instant transfer of fluids by simply deconstructing the tanks in order. As long as there is enough empty space in an adjacent tank, zero fluid is lost, which in practice means if both tanks are under half full, we can deconstruct the next one. Productivity modules are great to make the most out of every last ore in a resource-starved base, but they also introduce a crafting speed penalty. Since we doubled our production to red belts now, we sacrifice one productivity module in the war beacon for a speed module to negate that penalty, and allow our factory to produce and consume over 1.5 times faster for only a tiny loss in productivity bonus. We also need to get rid of this iron ore, since we are trying to empty out the entire harvester floor. And to ensure oil production isn't interrupted during the harvester floor rebuild, we put some temporary oil storage tanks outside. Lastly, we prepare a big temporary steel boost to keep blue signs going. And finally transport all the temporary chests out of the way. And not before long, we are ready to also rebuild the harvester floor up to the new standard. Alright, so before the bots build anything, we'll first reinstate the critical oil pipeline. There's a Warptorio tech called Tri-Loader, which adds a third warp belt in between and pushes the warp pipe out another tile, so the oil pipes connect one tile further out than you'd expect. And indeed, these two reservoirs are already full, but to get it flowing into the base, we now need to connect oil to the top pipeline. Then it's time to build this side-loading belt monstrosity. It has more pieces than an IKEA cabinet, but fortunately, that's not my problem anymore. The copper miner can alternatively be deployed as a coal mining platform. The coal will flow north into the buffer chests, and once Triloader has been researched, we can finally have fully automated coal flowing onto the factory floor. And that is copper ore smelting and copper and iron plate distribution already reconnected. And yes, we'll get to this clever, cool, clean, compact steel smelting setup soon. But first the iron ore needs to be reconnected as well. We've also got a bigger and better plate overflow buffer, which works the same as before. Priority output to the factory floor from the smelters. Although this time it is likely we'll get some actual use out of the plate overflow storage, instead of all my iron being consumed all the time. Alright, on to that compact steel smeltery. The iron ore flows in on the red belt, where it is picked off by the yellow inserters to smelt iron. The smelted iron plate is then transferred to the southern smelting site, where it is further smelted into steel. Finally, the last yellow inserter outputs the steel on the yellow belt. Neat, huh? Note that the super compact setup is only possible for steel, as due to the extra smelting cycle we can ping-pong the finished steel plate out on the other belt than the iron ore came in. We don't even need any of that cursed belt weaving, just normal undergrounds will do. Note that there is no way to weave an additional iron belt through the steel smeltery, so it's sublime that we have an extra smudge of space south of the steel smeltery to sneak by an iron ore belt to be smelted into iron plates in the boiler basement. Nice. And that's the new smeltery completed. It's looking a lot less crowded in here than before, but it's all we need for a long while. When we'll need more capacity, these floors and hallways will have expanded again multiple times over, so there's no need to further optimize now. And eventually I will move all of the smelting, no, not down to the boiler basement, up to the factory floor. Down here, one steel costs 5 iron ore to make, but in the end game under the fully upgraded warp beacon we will be able to smelt 1 steel from 1 iron ore. Yeah, it's that powerful. So perhaps you want to adjust your signs per minute prediction up or down, as you may have underestimated the full power of the warp beacon. Or you may have not expected that I will have to fit in all of the machinery including smelting exclusively under the warp beacon on the factory floor above. And no matter if you're a belt guy or a bot gal or a train trans, the endgame base is gonna be so all-inclusive it could win the Eurovision Song Festival without even singing a song. Anyway, before we get there, we still have a big hurdle to overcome. How the heck are we gonna deal with the UPS issue? It has been steadily declining, and it has gotten as low as 30 UPS this episode already, and we're gonna be stuck on this warp zone for several more hours, which will then be extended to another several more hours by the UPS issue. Its effects are even leaking through into the real world, as the audio signal has been getting worse and worse since we arrived on this planet, and the time dilation has clearly affected my upload schedule. Will we be able to launch off of this planet before its black hole gravity well becomes too strong and we disappear behind the Biter UPS event horizon forever? Find out next time. Alright everybody, welcome back to Warptorio, where last time we upgraded the boiler basement with a new electric smelting area capable of processing red belts of iron and copper plates, all powered by this nuclear reactor which can provide up to 160 megawatts of power. We also got this oil storage ring around the smelting area, and the harvester floor has been rebuilt as well, with a new chest storage system capable of storing up hundreds of thousands of resources. Currently we've got about 20k copper, iron and coal. And last but not least, we've got a compact electric steel smelting setup, so we are capable of processing 2 red belts of iron ore. We are not there quite yet, but with some extra mining productivity bonus, we can get more and more of these red belts of ore filled up. Biter evolution currently sits at 99%, so let's actually show 4 decimals instead of 1. 99.0183% evolution after almost 5.5 hours on this planet. How much longer will we have to be here? I don't know. Probably quite a while. The pollution cloud is catching up to our iron mine, which is bad, but we need to stay here a little bit more because we need to support the uranium mine over here. It has run out of sulfuric acid. We've got 14 shiny green rocks in total, so we would like to refill that once more so we can get up to 40 to start off Coverix enrichment processing later. Our copper miner is located in a far more safe location and is doing quite fine. Oil is still connected to it, and we have stone and stone brick smelting over here. These have run out as well, the stone chests are full, so we're probably going to have to haul in those resources as well and refuel the furnaces. On the warp factory floor, we've got the warp beacon upgraded to 3 modules. However, it is not yet covering the entire floor. For that we need to upgrade the warp beacon even further. That however requires purple signs and even yellow signs for the next level. So those are probably going to be our next research goals. With the new smelting system in place, we finally got a full belt of steel, and we're even accumulating more steel in this buffer chest over here. But until we are actually producing 2 full belts of iron ore, we will just productivity module up this steel smelting setup completely to make the most out of every iron ore that is coming in. And the warp beacon is doing a great job already supplying us with resources, so let's make some more of those modules, as well as some speed modules. With production signs finished, we just want to continue working on increasing the size of this warp factory floor, as well as the size of these hallways. So let's research warp factory floor 5, which is the last technology in the blue science era. After this will require purple science as well. And then we want to get this next bridge size upgrade, which increases the size of these hallways. That requires us to research these 4 technologies as a prerequisite. The 4 turret upgrades, which increase the size of these corners over here. And since purple science is pretty heavy on our steel supplies, we will also priority output our iron ore to steel, so that once we start making purple science, we will have plenty of steel available for us. The drive over to uranium is certainly not without dangers anymore, as we are heavily polluting these biter nests, which could be sending out attacks to the warp platform. Well, fortunately we made that without issue, so now we can refuel the uranium mine again. And we can take home these lovely 14 shiny green rocks. And the barrels. Let's also not forget to module up our green uranium centrifuges with some shiny green modules. We've already got 23 of these shiny green rocks available, and hopefully with the next batch of mining we'll be able to surpass 40 of them, so we can start off that nice Coverx enrichment process, and we won't have to mine uranium ever again, as we can simply turn these dark green rocks into more shiny green rocks. And with the iron ore priority on steel, that finally gives us a chance to get rid of this iron ore we have been building up in the previous iteration of this harvester floor. Steel is filling up nicely, and we've already got 2 full chests available. We have also been busy producing more modules in all 3 colors of the Factorio rainbow. But as you may notice, our labs are no longer researching, because we are out of military science. And we are out of military science because we are out of stone for walls. So let's grab our last little bit of stone bricks, supply it to the walls, which means that before we can start up purple science, we will have to go out and pick up that stone at our external stone mine. The size of the factory floor has meanwhile been upgraded, and we catch the right moment to watch the hallways expand on camera. Nice! All of the most pressing research projects have been completed, so let's start slogging through the expensive rest of the blue tech era with technologies like lab research speed, more damage for our gun turrets still supplied by yellow ammo, rocket fuel perhaps, and the whole rest of the ignored red and green science technologies. We will first upgrade the engine assemblers with some speed modules, so they will finally be able to keep up with these blue science assemblers. Nice. Since we already have over 60,000 copper stored up, we are just going to take the copper mining platform with us and mark the proper location to place it back with a chest. So yeah, you know the drill. Just place the mining platform close by, have your gun turret overlap with the electric power pole, grab all the resources until nothing fits anymore, and we'll just make several trips inside to store all the stuff away. Well, that took a fair few trips, but I'm happy to say now we've got 28,000 stone and 16,000 bricks added to our buffer chest system as well. Nice. Now we just gotta put the copper miner back in its place and reconnect the power. Meanwhile, the pollution from the war platform is now touching the pollution from the iron miner, and new enemy expansions are settling nearby. Hopefully the uranium mine will be able to produce enough shiny green rocks for us to start off Coverx enrichment before we need to pack it up and run away. Physical projectile damage 5 finishes, which increases the damage on our gun turrets from 21 to 25. Not great, and that's why I didn't research it before. as it was costing a whopping 500 of each science pack. With all of the outside shenanigans out of the way, we can finally focus on getting the last 2 science packs up and running. Starting with purple science. You see, normally we get seduced by those shiny toys like the Mark II personal Roboport or the Mark II power armor, but in Warptorio, the Warp Beacon is just so OP, we want to upgrade this baby first. And we also would like access to the Mark III assemblers, which will further increase our productivity bonus and crafting speed for the most important areas of our factory. The plan is to feed rails directly into the purple science assemblers from the back, while the iron sticks is output on 2 belts to support the rails. Eventually we will have more of those yellow science toys set up, like a proper logistics system, but until that time comes, we will just have to hand feed our way to the first 1200 purple science. That is gonna require 4000 red chips and 10,000 steel, but I bet thanks to the productivity bonus from the Warp Beacon, we will already have that. Nice! 6000 steel goes into rails, as well as 6000 stone and a whole bunch of productivity moduled iron sticks. And for the furnaces we have 4000 bricks, 4000 steel, 2000 red chips, and the other 2000 red chips are gonna be for productivity modules. So let's start it up and start producing our first purple science ingredients. While the purple science ingredients are being produced, we can meanwhile work on other parts of the base, like properly setting up all ingredients for yellow science, starting with blue chips. For now we'll feed them by chest, but eventually red chips will be brought over by logistics bots and green chips will flow in on this belt. Low density structures. And bot frames. With so many of Warptorio's technologies require multiple of the earlier science packs, and with the extra space available, I think it would be a good idea to increase red and green science production a little. Similar to blue chips, electric engines will rely on the logistics network for its supplies, so we have to kickstart it with some manual feeding. Nice. The electric engines will go in this chest, and once we have 200 of them, they will be fed out on this belt to be turned into bot frames. Now off to collect the stuff for bot frames. And there we've got our first bot frames. We take a quick peek outside and discover to our horror that the pollution cloud is already almost overlapping with our iron mine, and it has snuck right up at the uranium mine. Uranium still has 10k sulfuric acid to go through, and it has only produced 14 shiny green rocks, so we'll need to wait for more still. The stone mine is still happily chugging along. And the lightly defended oil field has seen no problems at all. While we constructed all of that, all of the purple science ingredients are done. So we can divide them over the assemblers and the supply chests. And soon the first purple science is being transported to the labs. With all of that machinery running on full productivity, our power draw is up to 110 megawatts out of the 160 megawatts maximum. And we happen to arrive just at the moment the steam tank runs below 5k and a new fuel cell will be inserted. You can see the steam buffer doesn't immediately begin to fill up. There is a little bit of lag in the system, so it takes a while before the steam tank starts filling up again. And our power situation definitely won't be helped by us going for the Mark III assembler first, which is a lot more power hungry than the Mark II, especially under the influence of lots of modules. And we prepare for making the Mark III assemblers with some patented Michael Hendricks handcrafting. And hand feeding. We immediately rush down to yellow and purple signs, which will be the first assemblers we will upgrade. The crafting speed has increased from 0.75 to 1.25, but that's not all. You can now also fit 2 more productivity modules inside. And that bumps the productivity from plus 20% to plus 28% at the cost of barely any speed. Of course, these Mark III assemblers immediately take one of the top spots in the power graph. With yellow and purple signs fully upgraded with Mark III assemblers and productivity module, the next thing we want to upgrade is gonna be the Warp Beacon. So let's queue up Warp Beacon slot 4. But it's like the game is telling us something. It wants us to research Productivity Module 3, Speed Module 3 and Efficiency Module 3 first. And indeed, it's an excellent idea to upgrade the modules in the Warp Beacon to the Mark III variant. Upgrading to those expensive Mark III modules is gonna be a severe strain on our green, red and blue chips. So before we produce more blue chips, we first upgrade those to the expensive Mark III assembler as well. And of course give them double the productivity modules. Before starting it up, currently at 28% productivity bonus, which will soon skyrocket into greatness. It is time to start making a whole bunch more Mark II modules so we can afford the Mark III modules. Since we can unlock up to 8 module slots with just yellow and purple signs, before we need the infinite space signs as well, we're going to want to make 8 Mark III modules. 1 speed module for every 3 productivity modules sounds like a good balance. So here we go with the patented Michael Hendricks hand feeding method. So I believe that's all the Mark II modules. Let's get on to the Mark III productivity module. And that's the first 2 Mark III productivity modules. Let's immediately insert those in the Warp Beacon. In this playthrough, the Warp Beacon is infinitely more important than upgrading the labs or science itself, as the Warp Beacon will eventually cover the entire factory floor and its distribution efficiency is 1. That means the modules which are in here will effectively be also present in every single assembler, lab and whatever on the entire factory floor. As soon as we upgrade these, we have 36% in the assemblers and 28% in the labs. Nice! And the module slots are gonna keep on expanding from here on out. Soon though, Mark III speed module completes as well. And we can make those 2 Mark III speed modules. We are still looking to upgrade the modules in the labs and in purple and yellow signs to the Mark II variant. For that we will need 48 plus 32 is 80 Mark II modules in total, which equates to 400 blue chips. Expensive, but not so expensive like 2400 blue chips for the Mark III variant. Although this time let's take the more normal approach. This upgrading of the Warp Beacon modules, however, is putting us pretty close to our 160 megawatts maximum. Before we will be able to afford more modules in the Warp Beacon, we will need to double our power. So before I said I was planning to find all of my nuclear reactors in loot chests, but to be honest, at this point I just do not want to invest the time it takes to find them, especially with the effect of the Warp Beacon making all of the resources inside of the base cheaper. The thing is, I just spent most of my red chips, so I cannot actually make 2 reactors at the moment. We would need 1000 of those. So I guess it is time to also upgrade red and green chips over here, so we can make those faster. And hope we don't run out of power doing so. Alright, so we go up from 28 to 36% productivity, as well as giving the crafting speed a 66% boost. So we should be making close to twice as many red and green chips now. And I guess the speed modules should be finished as well. So let's upgrade the speed of the Warp Beacon as well. And while the Warp Beacon currently does not cover the entire factory yet, with just 2 more upgrades it will, but for that we will also need to produce 700 yellow sign specs. And indeed, with all of that running, We are now consuming 148 megawatts out of the 160 megawatt total, so it is definitely time to upgrade the power situation. So before we further upgrade our factory into a brownout, let's start making the elements of the new nuclear reactor. I've got the requirements right here: 16 heat exchangers, 32 steam turbines and 50 heat pipes. And that should do. Now we just need the 2 nuclear reactors. Still waiting for the red chips. I guess we can grab them off the blue science belt for now, as we should be prioritizing power over all else. I've still got some concrete in the basement, but we'll have to make some additional concrete for the rocket silo in that case. And that should be the full nuclear power plant handcrafted. But before we produce any yellow signs, our Mark II productivity modules are done, so let's reclaim them. And then we can stick them in the labs. As well as in the yellow and purple science assemblers. Now the labs run 32% productivity bonus and the assemblers 44%, and together that almost doubles the value of every science pack. With every single science pack produced, we can research 1.9 beakers of technology at this point. And we are just getting started. Since Warp Beacon 4 is almost complete, it is the highest time to start up yellow science as well, as we will need it to research Warp Beacon level 5. And that is yellow science running as well. And now we've really done it. We are using more power than this 160 megawatt reactor can sustainably produce. We are now running on the extra steam stored in this tank, so let's get that second nuclear reactor up. However, we already used up most of our nuclear fuel cells and we've only got 20 per reactor remaining, or 10 in this case, as we'll need some to fire up the new reactor. This basically equates to just 30 more minutes of power before we enter a total blackout. We just flip this blueprint vertical, build the 2 reactors ourselves, so we can immediately start heating them up. Nice. Now we just need to wait until this bad boy reaches 500 degrees and then we will have doubled our power output. Alright, the Warp Beacon. We unlocked its 4th module slot. We can either speed up our machinery by roughly 50% by adding another speed module, or we could go for another productivity module, giving 10% more productivity to the entire Warp factory floor. As we're going to be away from the base for a bit as we've got some urgent tasks outside to complete, I opt to go for more productivity in this case. That means the entire base is going to produce even more resources out of the same ingredients, although they will do it a little bit slower. Our science assemblers are up to 54% productivity bonus, and the labs to 42. Together that turns every single science pack ingredient to almost 2.2 science packs worth of research technology. Amazing! However, compared to yellow science, which still has 38 sets of ingredients available, Purple Science has almost run out, so we first need to give Purple Science a bit of extra ingredients so we can complete the research of Warp Factory Beacon 5. However, we really don't have that much resources available, so we'll have to precisely measure out like 100 sets of ingredients or so, which requires 1000 red chips. 500 red chips for the modules, the other 500 red chips go in the furnaces, and of course you've got 2k stone bricks and 2k steel, and the rest of the 3000 steel is gonna be for rails, which is exactly running out this moment as we are consuming the final Purple Science ingredients. Half in here, half in here, and I already brought the stone over off cam, as well as some extra iron plates for the sticks. So now we just have to wait for these to complete and these to complete, and then we can head on our outside adventure. There is two main reasons we need to get out there. The first reason is coal, as this is my very last coal. I have no more coal available in any of these chests, and the Warp Factory floor is running out. The second reason is security. The pollution is seriously creeping up on our mining platforms now, and all of these nearby biter nests are absorbing lots of pollution, which could lead to way larger attacks than just the pollution of the mining platform would generate. However, the sulfuric acid hasn't run out yet on the uranium mine, and we have not produced the required shiny green rocks yet, so we'll have to hold out here just a little longer. But that means I think it is finally time to upgrade to red ammo in our gun turrets here, as that would increase the raw damage outputs of these gun turrets to roughly 40 instead of 25. And considering the Behemoth Biter's 12 armor, that would basically triple the gun turret's damage outputs against those. We've got our 100 modules and our 100 furnaces, which means we can, next to this yellow signs, also start producing purple signs again. Hopefully that will be able to finish the technology. A quick check confirms that next to the first reactor, the second reactor is now running as well, increasing our maximum power output to 320 megawatts sustained, at least for as long as those 8 fuel cells will still last. So before we head out, let's also upgrade the blue science assemblers to the shiny Mark III assemblers, and outfit it with some extra productivity. That should lead to more red chips getting stocked up in this chest. And now the Warp Factory floor alone is consuming more power than the single nuclear reactor could provide. And with Warp Factory Beacon 5 being completed, we are finally covering all of our machinery under the power of the Warp Factory Beacon. And we've even unlocked a new module slot, so let's speed back up our machines. Thanks to starving blue science for a while by using this priority output, we also have enough red chips to start up blue chips one more time. Alright, no more procrastination, it's time to go. Let's pick up all of this red ammo, and we will go back to researching some other backlog technologies, like the weapon shooting speed upgrades, which will benefit our gun turrets. We are going to be picking up our iron mining platform, so let's infuse the steel smeltery with a fresh batch of iron plates before we do so. It's time to exchange this 25 damage yellow ammo for 40 damage red ammo, finally! Alright, let's see if we can still make our way over to the uranium mine through this thick pollution cloud over here. Well, driving at 30 UPS is a lot simpler than driving at 60 UPS. But for now, I gotta ferry all of this coal inside. And that's the last of it. Now we've got a total of 33,000 coal again. I took the 23 uranium-235 from the basement to see how much we have in total now. And it looks like we have 55 in total. That's great, because we need only 40 to start off Coverx enrichment processing, which means we can turn an additional 15 uranium-235 in fuel cells. And we can use the Warp Beacon's productivity modules to get the maximum bang for the buck. Well, that is such great news. I really don't want to go back to put the iron mining platform back smack in the middle of this dangerous pollution. All of these nests are now being severely polluted by the warp platform, so I'd rather just pack up the uranium mine, the coal mine, and escape with all of our business out to the relative safety of this copper mining area, where we've got a new iron mining patch and a new coal mine available. Uranium is nowhere nearby. But I suspect we won't be needing to mine more uranium until we manage to warp back to our home planet. That's too bad. Oil is cheap. We are all set to start making the journey out to our new home. But instead of taking the car and driving there, we take the car. And pick up the iron platform from inside. Then we just quickly make the transfer over to the copper side. And voila! We have made it all the way over to our new home. And the iron starts flowing back into the base. And that is a good thing too, because we have spent almost half of our iron reserves while the iron mine was disconnected. And after quickly rebuilding the coal mine in the new location, and upgrading to red ammo everywhere, we are finally well, as I was saying, after quickly rebuilding the coal mine in the new location, we are finally mining all 5 resources again which we need to be able to warp home. Next time. In the last episode of Warptorio, we finally managed to escape from under the claws of the pollution cloud to the relative safety on this remote corner of the world, where we can continue to mine all the resources we need for the rest of our time on this warp zone. Inside, we managed to hand feed the yellow and purple signs enough to unlock 3 more warp beacon module slots, putting our entire factory under the influence of the warp beacon, which now blesses all of our machinery with a 55% speed bonus, as well as a whopping 30% extra productivity bonus, which is added on top of whatever modules are inside of the machines themselves. It's starting to get out of hand a bit, as with the science assemblers at 54% productivity bonus and the labs at 42% multiplied together, we are getting a combined 118% productivity bonus on research, so every technology costs us less than half the science ingredients compared to normal. And today we are going to take that concept from getting out of hand a bit to this is just completely and utterly broken, man, levels of craziness. Either way, this is gonna be the last episode before we warp back home, as either the crazy compounded levels of productivity may just be strong enough to overcome the ever-increasing slowdown effect caused by the parting calculations of the sheer amount of biters traveling towards our base, being triggered by the ever-expanding immense warp platform pollution cloud, or our UPS will keep dropping until the combined biomass of biters collapses into a black hole, forever freezing my UPS to a quasi-static zero on its event horizon. Originally, I had planned to prepare well for a return to the homeworld, researching all the top-tier military techs to deal with the behemoth problems we will face upon returning to where it all began, but I had to change my mind. We just gotta get off of this planet as quickly as possible now, before even light itself cannot escape from the surface anymore. Alright, so the goal of today is to research Warptorio Homeworld, which costs a whopping 5000 space science packs, as well as an additional 5000 yellow and purple science packs on the way, so we aren't going to hand feed our way out of this one. We will have to fully automate production science, utility science, and satellite powered rocket launches to get the space science pack before we have a shot of warping home. And the worst part is, we cannot really make a hard beeline for this technology, as ideally we want to unlock all of the levels of the warp beacon on the way as well, which costs us another 3000 space signs and another 5000 yellow and purple signs. Fortunately, we did manage to research logistics system at the end of the last episode, so we can start to fully automate all the disconnected parts of our base and connect them with logistics robots. But even before that, the nuclear reactor is almost completely out of fuel cells, so first we gotta do something about that. Fortunately, we have mined more than enough shiny green rocks to start off Coverx enrichment later, and we still have 16 extra uranium-235 to make some extra nuclear fuel cells. Of course, we could craft 160 fuel cells right here, right now in the boiler basement, but we can do better. If we go up to the warp factory floor, we can get 30% productivity bonus from the warp beacon. But if we use these 5 modules we set aside for the future warp beacon, we can get an additional 40% productivity bonus in the assembler. And we can temporarily swap out one of the speed modules with another productivity module, getting us a grand total of 80% productivity bonus. And that's a good preview of what is about to happen when we manage to unlock the future warp beacon upgrades. In the meantime, we can start preparing to automate the whole place with logistics robots, so let's grab a bunch of supplies and a whole bunch of robot frames, so we can make a handful of roboports, some of the different logistic chest types, and of course 500 logistics robots. Warp Factory Floor 6 completes. We change out the temporary barrel assembler for a roboport, and we'll work our way out from there. And after putting this rotationally symmetric design on the Warp Factory floor, we add 2 more robopods on the outskirts, which will just about barely cover every chest currently present on the entire floor. Nice. Now we just start upgrading all the disconnected parts of our base, so instead of hand delivering iron to this chest in the future, we will simply add this logistics request and let the bots do it instead. And for all the chests which need to deliver stuff to other areas, we'll set up buffer chests. Contrary to passive provider chests, buffer chests can request the stuff they send out back to themselves, so your base stays nice and sorted. You can make sure space stays available in the chests for the bots by wiring up the input assembler to not fully fill up the chests. In this case, the 8 bottom slots will stay available for bots to put more red chips in the chest if they need to. Speaking of not enough space being available, I think it's time we put a second red chip chest down. While setting up the logistics network, we're starting to run out of power. But fortunately our 160 fuel cells have turned into 280 fuel cells, so let's quickly bring them back down to the boiler basement. Only the last steam engines are still running, so we'll quickly hand insert a bunch of fuel. Alright, crisis averted. And now with over 50 fuel cells per reactor available again, we should be good until we have fully automated nuclear fuel as well. Alright, I think I've upgraded the entire base with logistics chests and set up all the requests, so once I release these logistics robots out in the open, we should have automated yellow and purple signs. Let's see. Alright, that initial wave of bots may have overloaded the few robopods I put up a little bit, but it does seem like yellow and purple signs are running. We got automated yellow signs and automated purple signs. The battle of the UPS lowering biters against the ever increasing power of the warp beacon can begin. So let's waste absolutely no time and start upgrading this warp beacon to the maximum of its capabilities. In the meantime, we can upgrade the entire factory to the Mark III assemblers, which requires a lot of speed modules. Is what you would think, but no, we are going to make efficiency modules. You see, with every upgrade the warp beacon becomes more power hungry, and it spreads its power hungry effects to the entire factory. Currently we are already using up 220 megawatts out of the 320 megawatt total, and while normally you can double the productivity bonus by switching to the Mark III assemblers, in Warptorio that's just not the case. The warp beacon does most of the heavy lifting, making the 8% extra productivity bonus of the Mark III assembler a relatively small upgrade. However, the Mark III assembler uses 3 times as much power as the Mark II assembler. And that means if we would upgrade all of these 78 assemblers currently present in our base, which would already exceed the maximum the nuclear reactor can provide. And that's still before we unlock several more upgrades in the Warp Factory beacon. And as Warp Beacon 6 completes, and we insert another productivity module, that causes an instant 20 megawatt spike in our power consumption. And we've still got 4 more upgrades to go. The Warp Beacon has added another 10% productivity bonus to every machine in the entire factory floor. So not upgrading to Mark III assemblers for red and green signs won't hurt us so much in terms of productivity, but it does save us a lot of power. And we can use all that excess power where it really matters, at the expensive purple and yellow signs. With 64% productivity bonus on signs and 52% productivity bonus on the labs, every set of science packs ingredients now becomes 2.5 times its normal value in research technology. Amazing! We can definitely see the effect of the new module slot on the power usage. So let's start efficiency moduling the entire floor and see what difference it's going to make. And another 10 megawatts of power freed up for the Warp Factory beacon and the yellow and purple science assemblers. We've got lots of steel and 50,000 iron stored in these chests over here, so it's also time to exchange the productivity modules on the harvester floor for efficiency modules. And another giant power save. Meanwhile, we also efficiency module up everything that isn't relying on other modules. And since our oil storage is basically full, we will also downgrade oil to efficiency modules. Especially with the oil products, the productivity bonus from the Warp beacon is compounded many times. First on oil processing, on oil cracking, then on plastics again, for plastics to red chips, from petroleum gas to sulfur to sulfuric acid to batteries to robot frames. All of those steps now have like 50% productivity bonus, resulting in us just needing a fraction of the oil one would normally require. Even after downgrading, the productivity drops from plus 52% to plus 40% on every step, while we are saving a lot of power. We then make 2 more Mark III speed modules just to have a little bit more flexibility with productivity versus speed in the Warp beacon. As the base gets faster and faster, we're also gonna be upgrading a lot to stack inserters, fast inserters and red belts everywhere. And just around this time we're already running low on coal and especially stone again. So we have to go out to collect some more. And the biters are definitely winning the fight against the Warp beacon. We are down to 20 UPS, which means every second takes 3 seconds in reality. This is what turning around looks like. And this is what driving a car looks like. Yeah, that is unbearably slow. At least it's very easy to avoid. Oh, never mind. Alright, so there is no way I'm going to make this trip 6 times at like 20 UPS or so. So let's use a different trick to ferry all the resources inside. We will first grab all of the stone bricks in one chest, turn it all into walls. Then we'll grab 2 chests of stone, turn it all into landfill. My inventory is empty, my crafting queue is full. So rinse and repeat. Walls, landfill, walls, and landfill again. Now I have got 18 chests full of resources in my inventory, while my inventory is empty. I just gotta make sure not to cancel this all at the same time, just like I had to make sure to alternate those crafts to prevent them getting added to each other and making it impossible to cancel them without spilling your inventory all over the floor. Which would look something like this. Yeah, that is how much resources were in that chest. 28,000 bricks, 22,000 stone and an inventory full. Yeah, let's reload that. Alright, so here comes the cheese. The trick is to only cancel one of these things at the same time. And then we'll just divide it over the chests. Cancel the next one. Rinse and repeat. The reasons why we started with walls first is that some of them will get crafted. And unlike landfill, which we don't need at all, we do need walls for military signs. Alright, that's 18 chests worth of resources transported to the base. And now with the bot network in place, we can definitely utilize some more of those passive provider chests, so that we can store more stone, stone bricks and coal on the warp factory floor, and we won't have to resupply manually so often. Anyway, the warp beacon has had another upgrade, so we have one more module slot available. Given that the factory is currently not consuming all of our resource intake, I think I'm going to go with speed module for a change. At least that will help offset the 20 UPS update speed we've got going by producing signs just a little bit faster. Plus 90% speed for every assembler in the factory. Nice. To account for the new speed, obviously look at this belt speed. We are going to need to upgrade to red bells a bit throughout the factory, so resources can be transported to the correct places at the appropriate speeds. We quickly slot Warp Factory Floor 7 in between those expensive Warp Factory Beacon upgrades. Warp Factory Floor 7 completes as well, which is the final upgrade of the inside here. The only thing left to upgrade is the size of these corners. Eventually those will be touching the Warp Factory Floor diagonally, but this is as large as the factory floor is going to be. As it turns out though, the factory is now too fast for the incoming resource flow. So let's switch the extra speed module back. Now we are running at a more modest plus 25% speed. And yellow and purple signs are up to 74% productivity bonus, with the labs at 62. Together that makes every single set of science ingredients turn into 2.8 packs of research technology. And there are still 3 more slots to unlock. With almost 300% research bonus, the biters are still just ahead, as they have divided our UPS by 3 and the game is running at 1/3 of its normal speed. The biggest bottleneck we currently have is steel for purple signs. The chest is completely empty and we are not making enough. But as we soon will have 60% productivity bonus on the Warp Factory floor, I think it's an excellent idea to move the steel processing plant up to the Warp Factory floor. It will benefit from the 60% productivity bonus twice, which means every single iron ore will be turned into 2.5 times as much steel as on the harvester floor. So let's get to it. A normal steel smeltery looks like this, where iron ore is smelted into iron, which is then directly smelted into steel at a 1:1 ratio. But since the productivity on the Warp Factory floor eventually will reach 100%, we can do weird stuff, like this, where we use 1 iron smelter to feed 2 steel furnaces. That is going to lead to a weird design, where we basically copy this setup and we can just fold it back on itself, like so. And after tinkering with the design for a bit, we eventually find a nice tileable solution like this, where the iron ore flows around the outside like so, and the steel is output down the middle. This furnace feeds into these two, and this furnace feeds into these two. So, let's get building. With War Beacon level 8 complete, we insert what for now will be the last productivity module in the War Beacon. With 84% productivity bonus on the science assemblers and 72% in the labs, that multiplies together to a whopping 216% productivity bonus between science pack ingredients and research technology. Every science pack ingredient now turns in over 3 times its normal beakers of research technology. Nice. Instead of trying to unlock level 9 and 10 on this warp zone, instead we will go for a straight beeline to the Warptorio homeworld, which will allow us to warp back to our home planet. Steel is a major bottleneck, and we need much more purple science than yellow science on our way to the Warptorio homeworld. We gotta find a way to get the iron ore out to the new steel smeltery and the steel back into the system. For that we have got to disconnect this steel belt, which will transport iron ore out to the steel smeltery, and somehow find a way to get the steel back into the system over here. Yeah, that's not gonna work. We're gonna need some extra long blue underground belts to make that happen. So we grab some barrels of lubricant and quickly make ourselves some blue belts in these special assemblers. Alright, quite a puzzle, but I think I did it. The iron ore will flow out like so, and the steel will come back like so. On a yellow belt. And after transferring the last of our stone, coal and stone bricks to the warp factory floor, that means it is time to deconstruct all the furnaces on this floor and lead the iron ore belt up to the new steel smeltery on the warp factory floor. Alright, steel is finally working, but I've been forgetting to research technologies. Now no more distractions. We are going straight for Warptorio homeworld, costing 5000 space signs plus a whole bunch of other technologies, including the expensive Covrex enrichment process, which we are going to need anyway so we can keep making nuclear fuel for our power plant. Space science means rocket launches, so we will also need rocket control unit, the rocket silo itself, and space science, as well as a bunch of Warptorio specific technologies like the Warp Reactor Reassembly Project 7, Warponium Fuel, and Warp Reactor Reassembly Project 8, which requires 3 interesting technologies which I'll talk about later, but which we have sadly not been able to use in this playthrough. Rocket launchers require rocket fuel, which we are fortunately able to fit in this corner over here. Of course, the rocket also requires rocket control units, as well as a bunch of other ingredients for the satellite. And indeed, we are feeding one green circuit assembler with only one copper wire assembler. In Warptorio, the normal early game ratios don't apply. In fact, with 76% productivity bonus, this abomination would be more correct. With all of this new machinery, we are exceeding the maximum capacity of our reactor. So we start handcrafting the elements we need for the new nuclear reactor add-on. And we immediately started off with some nuclear fuel to start helping out with production. And we celebrate our new power plant by starting up Covrux enrichment processing. On the Warp Factory floor obviously, where we get 60% productivity bonus. Nice. Alright, the reactor and the heat pipes are up to temperature, so it's time to plop down this 40 megawatt power extension. And this increases our maximum power draw to 360 megawatts. We can already see the accumulator is slowly starting to charge up again. The next major bottleneck is red chips, so we try to offset that a bit by putting some speed modules in the assembler. The difference between 68 and 76% productivity bonus is not that much, but this speeds up the machines by almost 50%. Iron and steel are our major bottlenecks, and we aren't really using all of our copper. So that means we can try to save a little bit of power by using tier 2 assemblers for the copper heavy products, reducing their productivity but increasing their speed. Funnily enough, tier 2 assemblers with speed modules have the same crafting speed as tier 3 assemblers with productivity modules now. And since they have the same crafting speed with 60% productivity bonus, one copper wire assembler still can keep up with one green chip assembler. Alright, copper wire is no longer reaching the end of the belt, so we do need to tone down the upgrade in speed a little bit. To make sure the red loaders can properly distribute the copper to the left side over here, we also upgrade these select few belts. Now 1.5 belt of copper can flow this way and half a belt of copper can flow that way. We are still facing slight power problems, so it's time to downgrade things like blue signs to the Mark II assembler as well. And we also go around to downgrade some productivity modules to efficiency modules in places that don't really need it. Hopefully that will help. And as the rocket silo technology completes, it's on to the twice as expensive space science technology, obviously. And indeed, we can see the 360 megawatt new maximum is just about barely keeping up with power consumption. And whenever we have a little bit of power to spare, which is usually when Purple Science isn't running due to a steel shortage, we fill that void by switching on 60 megawatts of temporary steel production here in this top alley. Our concrete is done, which means we have all the ingredients we need to make the rocket silo. Of course, we also need 4 more Mark III productivity modules. And we'll throw down the rocket silo in the last unused corner of the base. And while we cannot make satellites and space science just yet, we can definitely start on the rocket construction. With a 100% productivity bonus. Nice. With the steel from the temporary smeltery, we give the base a much needed steel infusion. And it's gone. We haven't taken a look outside for a while anymore. And by this time, our safe corner isn't that safe anymore. The pollution cloud is creeping up on us. And the area where we used to mine our iron and uranium has long been swallowed by the sick pollution cloud of the Warp platform. The coal mine is idle and has been for a while since there is no pollution around it anymore. Stone still seems busy, the stone chests are full but stone bricks are still smelting. Soon we will have to make another trip outside to pick everything up again. But not yet. Because we don't want to miss the moment when the first rocket completes. Yeah, the sound effects don't quite match the animation at 17 UPS. We have got to launch several rockets to get home, and we haven't even researched space science yet. Hopefully we can still manage to get off this planet before it all collapses in on itself. Well, we have automated all that we can automate for now. We just have to wait for Space Science Pack to complete, as well as a whole slew of other technologies before we can go back to the homeworld. So, after we give the base another much needed steel infusion, it is time to head out to the stone mine once again. Unfortunately, this car seems to be a Ford Flintstone model, with the accompanying top speed normally associated with a pair of legs. Same trick once again. For coal we unfortunately cannot use the trick. Even when crafting something like grenades, it is just too much coal to convert in the crafting queue. We simply cannot take enough iron. So instead we are gonna take the copper mining platform. There, that's better. And space science is about to complete as well. And since our copper and iron mine are located close together, we don't even need to make the drive back. We can simply pick up the platform, hop out on the iron side, and we are back. Nice. And the space science completes. We can finally work on launching the first rocket. These holes they let go after the rocket launch sound was finished playing. Anyway, here goes the first rocket up into, well, wherever it's going here from the underground. Nice. But a victory not yet. We still gotta go back to the homeworld, which will cost us another couple thousand of signs. Alright, so we launched the rocket. That's great, but now what? Well, despite still having thousands of beakers worth of technology to go through, the Warptorio homeworld technology is finally visible at the end of the technology tunnel. All we gotta do is to try to keep the base supplied with enough raw resources. Try to solve areas of underproduction, like with this temporary extra steel smeltery. Or by speeding up rocket fuel production a bit, as it's the slowest of the 3 rocket components right now. And on the flip side of speeding up underproduction, we try to keep areas of overproduction within reasonable limits. For instance, we tone down blue sign storage to free up red chips for things like the struggling purple signs. Make sure we don't store up multiple chests of engines up through bot frames to free up some steel. And while I originally planned to collect multiple chests of each Mark of Mark 1 modules for a very specific endgame reason, that will have to wait until after we have taken back control of our homeworld. Of course, we've also got to prepare the labs for space science. Even with 72% productivity bonus in the lab, we still gotta launch 3 rockets to get 5000 science packs worth of research technology. So we set this inserter to insert satellites as long as there's less than 2000 space science left over in the chest. And there goes the second rocket. For the rest, there isn't all that much to do anymore, so let's talk about those 3 interesting technologies we skipped earlier. As you can see, here on the left, 2 new buttons have popped up. Excuse me, 3 new buttons have popped up. These are the warp reactor's 3 special abilities. Each of them has a different function, much like one of those sets of 3 different colored peppers you can buy in the supermarket. You have the red pepper to add to your dinner, the yellow pepper to add in the salad, and the green pepper to throw away in the garbage. The warp accelerator is the green pepper. It is supposed to make you warp out faster, but it seems to just not work, so it's utterly useless. The warp stabilizer is the red pepper. It greatly reduces the extreme pollution output of the warp platform, which in theory would lead to less biters parting towards our warp platform, increasing our UPS again. Unfortunately, since we had many other pressing priorities upon arriving in this warp zone, we wouldn't be able to activate it in time, even if we beelined for it as soon as possible. Believe me, I tried. It requires a lot of power, so we couldn't unlock it until after nuclear power, and by that time, the pollution cloud was already too large to dissipate after switching on the stabilizer. It takes hours before UPS starts rising again, and keeping the accelerator running is a time-consuming task, keeping us distracted from our goals, as the accelerator's power requirements keep going up every second it's on. Finally, we have the warp radar. This usually is the most useful out of the 3, as you can use it to quickly scan and reveal the surroundings upon arriving on a new warp zone. In fact, we can use it right here to reveal the situation at our warp platform without switching to God mode in the map editor. Similar to the stabilizer, its power requirements keep going up every second, and the time between scanning each new outer square becomes larger and larger. But out of the 3 warp reactor's special abilities, this is the one we will actually use in this playthrough to reveal as much of our homeworld as possible upon our return, giving away all the latest updates on the biters' whereabouts. Indeed, the warp raider is the yellow pepper, as revenge is a dish best served cold. And after Warp Reactor Reassembly Project 8 completes, All that's left to do is to research a 5000 science spec technology at 16 UPS. A quarter of the normal game speed, oh god. Even with the giant productivity bonus from the labs, it's going to take roughly 1 hour to get this giant Warptorio Homeworld technology researched. 1 hour in game, that is. For me, it's gonna take probably closer to 4 hours. But as there's not really anything else we can do to speed up progress, as everything is basically automated as good as it can be, we can finally prepare the requirements for the Power Armor Mark II we researched all the time ago. That means 25 Mark II speed and efficiency modules, and we'll also make 2 Mark III efficiency modules for a yet unspecified reason. And pretty soon the third and final rocket launches into some sort of space, I guess. Soon the modules are done and we switch production over to the next big item on our list. 100 laser turrets. But we have no intention of replacing the gun turrets on our mining platforms with laser turrets. No, these laser turrets are for a different purpose. They're gonna be upgraded to 20 personal laser defenses for our shiny new Power Armor Mark II. We also upgrade to the Mark II Roboports. For that though we need to raid empty our old Power Armor. We also prepare 2 fusion reactors. So we can power all of the Mark II batteries we're gonna make. And with all of those things having been made, I think it is time to finally upgrade to the Mark II Power Armor. Nice. Next we start making 16 extra legs for some reason. Actually, 2 fusion reactors ain't gonna cut it. So let's make 6 more. We've also been steadily bringing iron over from the basement to smelt it into steel. And as a result, we're almost completely out of stocked up iron now. And after being 1/3 of the way through Warptorio Homeworld, we add the first non-scientific blueprint to the base. Explosive rockets. Completely unrelated to those explosive rockets, we collect the seemingly random collection of bits and pieces in this chest over here. 50% in on the way to Warptorio Homeworld, and I finally realize I'm going to lose access to all my external resources once I warp home. So that means I'm going to try to take as many resources from this planet as I possibly can. Although, since we're only using like 40 oil per second, this 1.4 million oil storage is gonna last us for over 8 hours. We already made enough shiny green rocks to double the Covrix enrichment setup. And we still have plenty of shiny green rocks left over to make ourselves some nuclear fuel. And since we're done launching rockets for the moment, we temporarily borrow its productivity modules. So we can get 100% productivity bonus on this nuclear fuel assembler. So we are able to make 1000 fuel cells with only 500 fuel cells worth of ingredients. Now, I don't always use energy shields, but when I do, it's when we're going to be jumping back to the homeworld woefully underprepared. Woefully underprepared, you say? Well, while we go out on Warpzone 8's surface for the final time to pick up all our mining outposts in preparation of making our final warp to return back home, let me tell you about the special case of the Warptorio homeworld. You see, in Warptorio, each time when you warp out to a new planet, the biters get a complete reset and the old planet immediately gets deleted out of existence, including everything you left behind on it. But the home planet is different. The home planet has been quietly brewing in the background, existing, evolving, but not expanding. Well, the planet has not been expanding, but the native biters sure have. And with biter evolution having been in the Behemoth biter era for almost the entire 11 hours we spent here in Warpzone 8, the biters on the homeworld will have been very busy expanding, making dozens, no, probably even hundreds of new settlements all over the tiny generated portion of our home planet. Tiny, yes, as we got to spend only 10 minutes on our beloved homeworld before being brutally warped out to survive on new frontiers. That means it's not only this Warpzone 8 which has been slowly collapsing into a supermassive black hole by the sheer amount of accumulating biters. The situation on our homeworld could have evolved into becoming a quantum mechanical black hole, as the biters have been trying to set up hundreds of new settlements on the teeny tiny amount of generated surface on our homeworld. In fact, it is extremely likely that our warp platform will materialize right on top of a few Behemoth biter expansions. And while we have been cowering underground for the entire playthrough so far, on the homeworld we will crawl out of our shell and face the enemy head on. And while normally biter evolution resets upon warping to a new warp zone, it does not reset when warping back to the homeworld. So, I hope you are ready for the final fight, the Behemoth biter battle to end all of battles. Because sure as heck, I'm not. Ah, 60 UPS. In fact, normal game speed is so zippy now that it's hard to control my movement through the base. So let's switch out 2 of those extra legs for some personal laser defenses. And let's get that warp radar mapping out the lands, including all those new biter expansions whereabouts. Now that we are back on the homeworld after beelining some of the deepest endgame technologies, we can finally take the time to do some more basic research, like this red tech only tri-loader technology. It costs a whopping 10,000 red signs. And while we have no resources coming in, as we just warped off of that godforsaken UPS devouring planet, we do have 6,000 red science packs stored up here which we can spend. And let's spend them faster. As red science packs are so cheap, we'd rather blaze through the towering total of 10,000 science packs at almost twice the speed at the cost of just a couple hundred plates and lost productivity bonus. The Tri-Loader will add a third belt to all the warp teleporters, which will finally allow us to properly automate coal delivery to the warp factory floor, instead of hand hauling it up all the time. With no resources coming in just yet, we quickly redistribute the last of our stocked iron as well as the copper, for optimal delivery to the factory floor. And the boiler basement will also get upgraded to 3 belts of in and output, meaning we can add a third furnace stack in here. And indeed, that seems to perfectly fit in here as it was perfectly planned to go in here. But unfortunately, someone placed some blatantly unnecessary oil storage tanks in the way. Fortunately, we can isolate those unneeded tanks with this one nifty trick the oil industry doesn't want you to know. So we can slowly start to pump those suckers dry again right back into the front end. That will take a while though, so with the biters which warped along on the platform hopefully having sought refuge at some nearby biter nests by now, and before the pollution attracts too many new biters to the platform, let's see if we can make our escape through the main teleporter for the first time in forever. Of course, my goldfish brain forgot that I exchanged some extra legs for my armor for laser defenses though, which means the behemoth biters are outspeeding me. Fortunately, my laser defenses make quick work of them. Or well, yeah. With our premature final warp, we are still missing a lot of crucial damage upgrades, not to mention even the basic military technologies to even think about taking on any biters just yet. The original plan was to arrive fully decked out with a fully completed technology tree, but no. We still have a lot of work to do, and with biter evolution at 100%, it's not guaranteed that the biters will even give us the chance to do it. Anyway, the Raider has revealed many a biter expansion, but we also spot a nice iron patch in the east to get our iron back online. In fact, since we are completely out of stocked iron, but still have loads of copper, let's double mine iron for now. And after reconfiguring the harvester floor belts a bit, we are slowly starting to build up an iron supply again, while slowly depleting our grand of copper, slowly rebalancing out the forces of the Factorio furnaceables. With resources finally flowing in again, we up the ante on our module production. Not only are these things slow to produce, they are also consumed by science. And for our next technology beeline, which will totally break the game by the way, and even expose a cool and probably yet unknown vanilla Factorio exploit, we are going to need 2000 of each type of Mark I module. But first, the basics. We have been struggling with power since we overpowered the warp beacon, And we've still got 2 more module slots to unlock, meaning before anything else we first need more power. Which means we need more space for more power. We need to max out the boiler basement floor size with the last 3 levels of upgrades, and double the available water supply. And in additional preparation to expand nuclear power, we set up another temporarily permanent concrete assembler, drawing water from the pipeline going to the oil industry. And in anticipation of some of Warptorio's technologies consuming a disproportionately large amount of early game science packs, and sometimes rather quickly at that, we upgrade all of the early game science packs to red belts. The tri-loader is almost done, and as the boiler floor expansions require expensive purple signs again, let's put those productivity modules back in the labs. And as tri-loader completes, we see the extra belts pop into existence. And now we can reconfigure our factory in such a way that coal is delivered automatically to the factory floor. And while I could use the other new belt for stone, I'd rather use it to bulk supply extra iron in times of high demand. Sure, we are only producing a single belt of iron, but we can supply the second belt from the harvester floor buffer chests, which are currently filling up nicely thanks to our double iron mining platforms. Instead, we will just add an absurd amount of provider chests to the base, which can hold our entire current stone supply. So we won't even need to think about supplying stone to the factory floor until our entire stone supply has sublimated into purple and military science. With the first boiler floor expansion completed, we can speed up the oil transferring process by doubling our ring of oil storage, freeing up loads of space in the tanks. By now though, the Warp Raider's power draw is exceeding our power plant's capacity. So we switch it off and take a look outside. Whoa, the border between the old land generated in ancient times during the first 20 minutes of this playthrough and the brand spanking new generated land by the Warp Raider is clearly visible. The old lands are riddled with biter expansions all over, whereas the new land doesn't contain any, just the truly gargantuan biter bases as determined by our Homeworld map settings. We also spot a great resource spot even further east from our mining platforms. It contains all 6 resources in the game: iron, copper, stone, coal, oil and... what? For now though, we'll just keep double mining iron. That also means we will be able to find new high-tech loot in the warp chests generated in the new lands, as those were not generated yet when we left here. So let's wait to explore further until we've got all of the latest hip shiny technologies unlocked. Who knows what kinds of exotic materials and weapons we'll be able to find in those loot chests. With the last warp boiler floor expansion complete, we continue on some personal tech upgrades like extra inventory space, a faster deconstruction speed and extra reach, which is very convenient on such a tightly packed factory floor where we keep getting stuck behind pipes, assemblers and whatnot. And we start preparing to upgrade our measly old 2-core nuclear reactors into massive 4-core reactors, which will output a cool 400 megawatts each. Just one of those can output more power than the 320 megawatts of both 2-core reactors combined. And that will finally allow us to make full use of all of the Warp Beacon's 10 module slots. Which we still have to research obviously, which means we'll need another couple rocket launches. But first, we will handcraft the complete nuclear power plant while applying reconstruction work on a live and operating nuclear reactor. But I'm sure we are still working within the warped regulation rulebook of this mod, and nothing will explode. Right? Anyway, with the new quad-core reactor partially installed, we start to tear apart the old superheated reactors. And all associated problems which could arise from that practice are instantly warped away to another dimension. Thanks, Warptorio. I hope you warp those nuclear problems straight back to that previous warp zone. The new reactors are no longer the fuel-saving kind, because, well, we don't need to save fuel anymore. With over 100 fuel cells per reactor available, and the ability to make more at the snap of an assembler, we can let the extra power go to waste without a woeful weep. With the first reactor completed, we take a well-deserved break from rearranging raging reactors, transferring turbulent turbines and handling hot heat pipes to start a gradual red and blue chip collection system on the warp factory floor. A gradual red and blue chip collection system on the warp factory floor, isolated from the logistics bot network. We will need 2 full chests of blue chips and a full chest of red chips to go along with our projected 3 sets of 2000 modules. An expensive set of ingredients indeed. Will we really be able to turn a profit with such expensive costs up front? Yes. Yes, we do. So, with all of that power to spare, we double rocket control unit production and finally re-enable the rocket silo again, because we are going to need 3000 more space signs to unlock the final 2 warp beacon module slots and another 3000 space signs for our next technology beeline, which is 3D printing. Now, while there is no technology called 3D printing to be found anywhere in the tech tree, it would have been a more fitting name if you ask me. But which tech is it? Well, we'll discover that as the time comes to research it. Before researching any of those though, we first need one more mining platform size upgrade so we can actually produce 4 full belts of ore for our increased smelting capabilities, and so we can supply our soon to be increased factory speed after the last 2 module slots are unlocked. To prepare for the full 4 belts of ore, we first install the final furnace line in the boiler basement. Before bolstering a boatload of bullets and blasting outside to relocate and rebuild the new and improved mining platforms. first upgrade copper so we can take the new furnace line into use. And then it's time to update the iron mining platform. But with all those purple science focused technology we've been researching, we are running low on steel again. So we replace our old temporary steel smeltery with more of the cursed definitive steel smeltery, rotated 90 degrees in the northern hallway. And with that, the first hour back on our homeworld has come to an end. We haven't taken out a single biter base just yet, and while we are powerless against the gargantuan behemoth biter bases, we could take out the small biter expansions with our personal laser defense. But we are not going to. The more biter bases on the map, especially near the center, the less the pollution cloud spreads out, and the shorter the biter travel distances to our warp platform will be. And while this world is much better suited for wandering biters, as we've got no cliffs, no lakes, heck, even no trees for the biters to get stuck in, we are still a long way off from being able to breach the biter problem, and as the days of warping around lay definitively in our past now, we'll have to do whatever it takes to prevent the event horizon that happened on our last warp zone. For the moment, we can still run the game at 4 times normal speed, as opposed to 1/4 normal speed on the last warp zone. Let's see who wins the UPS race on this planet. Next time. Welcome back to Warptorio. In the last episode, we finally made it back to the homeworld, but we are woefully underprepared to start taking on the biters. So you'd expect we'd be beelining military technologies like the Spidertron and rocket and laser damage upgrades. All of those technologies are easily in reach and directly researchable, but instead, Playing Mike seems to have become obsessed with economic upgrades for some reason. Currently he's upgrading the Warp Beacon to 10 module slots instead of 8. A deviation which costs way more science than just going for Spidertron and military upgrades directly. Well, he did say something about a technology related to 3D printing or something. So let's see what kind of aces this guy thinks he has up his sleeves this time. My guy here obviously isn't thinking about military campaigns yet, as he's applying several small economic optimizations around the base. Upgrading inserter stack size to keep up with the new speedy base after we completed the Warp Beacon with 2 extra Mark III speed modules, optimizing science production with Mark III assemblers, and currently upgrading steel throughput, as well as installing some extra iron plate production on the Warp factory floor. Not only will this increase the current maximum of iron production and throughput we've got to the factory floor, the iron smelting up here will also make use of the insane productivity bonus we have going on. With the now fully upgraded Warp Beacon, we choose to keep the global productivity bonus at 60%, going for maximum speed instead. Maximum speed towards over 100% global productivity bonus, that is. To make that happen, we need roughly 10,000 red and 10,000 blue chips. blue chips is actually running on schedule, believe it or not, but as red chips are a red hot commodity, we try to increase red chip production somewhat by placing another 4 bot fed assemblers on the outskirts. Even if we don't have the raw resource flow to support it, at least it will give a greater percentage of our resources to red chips. All of the Mark 1 modules are on schedule as well, as we are over the halfway point of 2000 modules per type for all 3 types. And that before we even have started researching the technology of 3D printing. So let's get to it. The great mystery tech is... Warp module? A single warp module costs a full chest of blue chips, as well as half a chest of red chips and 3000 Mark 1 modules to make into the required 50 Mark 3 modules of each type. And at a first glance, this module doesn't seem to be all that for its insane cost. So it costs 150 Mark 3 modules to make a single warp module, but it only combines the effect of just 3 modules, basically combining a Mark 3 speed, productivity and efficiency module in one. And sure, with the 2 warp modules you're apparently planning to make, given the amount of resources you're stashing, boosting the warp beacon from 60% to 80% productivity without sacrificing speed sounds nice, but man, that's an insignificant effect given the insane cost of those modules. To put it into perspective, a single warp module corresponds to roughly 2500 of each of the 7 science packs worth of research progress, which means filling up the warp beacon with 10 warp modules costs as much as just simply researching the entire remaining technology tree as we are now. So if the upfront cost is an order of magnitude greater than the potential savings, then where is the benefit? What even is the point of going for warp modules? And what the heck does it have to do with 3D printing? I have so many questions right now. Well, I understand, but it's much easier to explain visually once we make our first warp module later. For now, let's just say the 10% productivity bonus of a Mark III productivity module hasn't got quite the same applications as the 10% productivity bonus of a warp module, which makes for drastically different implications. For now though, after starting the processing of 3000 Mark 1 modules into the 750 Mark 2 modules required for the 150 Mark 3 modules for the single first warp module, we are using the downtime to go outside and touch some sand, I guess. Unfortunately, we are in a desert here. Anyway, the third belt on both mining platforms allows us to get as close to actual basic resource automation as we can get. Oil and coal are now fully automated processes. We no longer will be collecting stone or smelting stone bricks outside. Instead, we will belt raw stone inside through the iron mining platform and stick it into a bunch of chests just like the other resources. We've got a stone brick smeltery set up since the dawn of the warp factory floor, so let's finally apply the productivity bonus to stone bricks as well. Eventually we will achieve true automation of every resource, but that will require us to eliminate every single biter on our homeworld. But now the moment has finally come. It is finally time to see what all the fuss is about, as we are about to make our first warp module. Ouch, that is an expensive recipe indeed. Yeah mate, I agree. If only we could use productivity modules on these. It'd be totally broken if you could use productivity modules on these super expensive... Wait, what? Warp modules can be used on end products? That is insane! It is especially insane in Warptorio, where, thanks to the warp beacon, it is theoretically possible to exceed 100% productivity bonus. And thanks to the warp module basically being a glorified productivity module with the same 10% productivity bonus but with a small speed boost instead of a speed penalty, that theoretical possibility just became a practical one. Exceeding 100% productivity bonus. Usable on end products. 10 warp modules in the beacon for 100% productivity bonus. The technology of 3D printing. Wait a minute. That means after the 11th warp module you can exceed 100% productivity by putting the 11th warp module in the assembler for a total of 110% productivity. And that means... Indeed, my friend, the bonus product will be finished before the normal product finishes. And as Factorio gives you back the crafting ingredients if you deconstruct an assembler before it has finished crafting, we can eat our cake and have its ingredients too. And we can keep recycling the same set of ingredients to 3D print almost every recipe in the game for free. We just need to collect the ingredients once and then, theoretically, we can manually print out infinite copies. And indeed, that means after we obtain 11 warp modules, we can print out infinite warp modules for the entire factory for free. Well, there is the time cost of a couple hours of extremely repetitive manual grinding, of course, as for every printout we need to manually deconstruct the assembler at just the right moment after receiving the bonus product, but before actually consuming our ingredients by letting the actual product finish crafting. But wait, first we need to obtain 11 warp modules, right? I mean, now we've got the first one, which means you get 10% productivity bonus on the second warp module, but that will still just net you the second warp module, with an intangible 10% progress on the bonus warp module counter. Then you can get 20% productivity on the third one, 30% on the fourth one, and only after fairly producing the 5th warp module, each for its full ingredient cost, only then you get the first bonus warp module for free. Okay, after that the bonus products will be obtained a bit faster. But we still end up needing 8 full sets of warp module ingredients to start off the free 3D printing process. And you, my man, you made only 2 sets of ingredients for warp modules. Yeah, I did, didn't I? I must have yet another genius hidden exploit to obtain my first 11 warp modules, right? I mean, right. So yeah, don't call me a cheater just yet. Just give me another week to try and come up with a plausible explanation in the next episode, okay? For now, we'll just trust playing Mike that he obtained these 14 warp modules in an honest and fair way. And be sure to let me know in the comments if you happen to know how to do if you know how I did it, obviously. Anyway, we have 14 warp modules. Let's get this party started. Alright everybody, welcome back to Warptorio. So in the last episode, Cheating Mike somehow obtained 14 warp modules out of thin air, right? Well, he has had a week to construct a plausible explanation, so let's see what he came up with. Okay, so how did I do it? Step 1. Distract the viewer from the actual subject matter. Well, first up, after making the first warp module, the 3000 Mark 1 modules and 4700 red and blue chips were not ready yet, so we priority scrambled them together by upgrading assemblers, manual resource redistribution, and still keeping the labs idle. Soon though, we have enough to start making the Mark II and Mark III modules we need for the second warp module. But indeed, this time we even get 10% warp productivity on all of our modules here. That means we will be overproducing 5 Mark III modules each, as well as 25 Mark II modules each, conveniently completing the most difficult to obtain ingredients for the Power Armor Mark II and the Spidertron as a side effect. Nice! Again, it takes some production time to produce the 50 Mark III modules of each type, but since we now have collected all the ingredients for the second warp module, we can start producing science packs again. So we fire up the labs by aiming for our endgame combat combo of the Warp Armor and the Warp Strider, Warptorio's enhanced versions of the Vanilla Power Armor Mark II and the Spidertron. Ideally, we'd hold off on researching until the warp beacon is fully warp moduled, but we simply don't have the luxury to wait. Every second that passes, the UPS-eating biter masses are creeping ever closer again. During the module assembly time, we also make a couple stacks of blue belts, including undergrounds and splitters. All of our machinery is gonna operate a lot faster after the 10 warp modules combine the effects of 10 Mark III speed modules alongside the 100% productivity bonus. So we're gonna want to upgrade some belts in our base to blue belts here and there. Eventually, the ingredients for the second warp module are complete. So it is time to make the grand reveal. Let's insert the ingredients and get that bonus bar ticking. Wait, how do you retrieve the ingredients from an active assembler without deconstructing it? Stop that assembler! Okay, step 1 complete. But just marking it for deconstruction won't help much. The ingredients don't show up to take them out. Now, I've already asked you, the audience, for help last episode. I cannot use the 50-50 as there's no multiple choice here, so the only option I have left is to call a friend. The lone construction bot left in my inventory. You go, guy. Wait a minute. As the construction bot cannot pick up a full assembler all at once, it starts by picking up all of the stuff inside, and suddenly all of our original ingredients do pop up in the assembler ready to be taken out. But we won't. In fact, we'll put everything back in and cancel the deconstruction command. Here the assembler goes again. Up to 90% and we stop it again. Are you noticing something interesting? I sure do. As the bot picks up the first ingredient, the green progress bar resets to 0. But the purple bonus bar did not reset to 0. And we are well on the way towards 20% of a free warp module already on a single 10% productivity bonus. Now we just need to repeat this process a dozen more times or so, being careful to never let the assembler finish the actual product, as that would actually consume the single set of ingredients we have. And just like that, we have 3D printed our first warp module. At no resource cost at all. Let's go and add it to the warp beacon. And now we have 20% productivity bonus on our warp module assembler, so the next printout should go twice as fast. not before long, we have 3D printed our third warp module. We add it to the warp beacon and rinse and repeat. 30%, 40%, 50% productivity bonus, and things are speeding up. We don't even bother anymore adding the warp modules to the warp beacon individually. And bam! Just like that, we've got ourselves 10 warp modules. And with 10 warp modules in the beacon, the entire factory now has a 100% productivity bonus compounding on every single production step. And for the first time, this includes the normally unproductivity modulable end products like rails and furnaces for purple signs, all of our module production, and even satellites are now buy one get one free. We can now make any base element we need super fast and with great discount. And we can also cut space-consuming production setups in half, like steel production. As with the extra speed boost accompanying the new 100% productivity bonus across the base, we can now make twice the steel from half the iron ore, compounding 2 production steps to produce 4 times as much steel as an unmoduled vanilla Factorio. If we'd put another 20% productivity in the furnaces, we could very nearly get a full belt of steel from a single belt of iron ore. How crazy is that? That's a compounded 5 times productivity bonus on just a 2-step process. Just imagine how crazy the discount on oil products gets. An unmoduled 1000 signs per minute base needs 5000 heavy oil for lubricant a minute. Can you guess to how little heavy oil per minute that will be reduced to in our endgame base? Let me know your predictions in the comments. But we are not done yet. We print out 4 more warp modules for the warp module assembler itself. And finally, we have achieved the true maximum productivity bonus in Warptorio. 140% on a single assembler. That means we can switch to the easier method of 3D printing, which is to simply manually deconstruct the assembler after the bonus product has been completed, but before the actual product finishes crafting. This will be very helpful for recipes which don't have the luxury of a long 60-second crafting time, giving you plenty of time to act. The side effect of having 14 warp modules affecting your assembler is that it gets quite fast. So fast that with a short 5-second crafting time, you only have a couple frames of time to deconstruct the assembler at the right timing. And if you're late a single time, you will lose your initial crafting ingredients. You know, like normal assemblers work. Case point, check out the insanely fast crafting time of a satellite under the influence of 14 warp modules. That normally takes 3 full seconds. Funnily enough, we don't need to replace the Mark III productivity modules in the rocket silo with warp modules. Recipes that accept regular productivity modules can reach 140% productivity with the regular Mark III productivity modules. Remember that the rocket silo is still affected by the 10 warp modules in the warp beacon. The only difference which replacing them with 4 warp modules would make is making the silo roughly 50% faster and 10% more energy efficient. Both metrics we don't really need to care about at the moment, as the silo is plenty fast enough. Yellow and purple signs actually would benefit from a speed upgrade, methinks. So next up we start printing out another 32 warp modules from our new 3D printer. We also print out 48 warp modules for the labs. You would think that with 10 warp modules from the beacon, they'd be plenty fast enough already, but that's actually not the case. The main difference with vanilla here is that our lab setup is not directly speed beaconed as is usual in vanilla. Even with lap speed 5 and 6 completed, the final lap speed is still only 18.2, about 25% slower than vanilla's maximum of 23.45. For some reason we chose the Explosive Damage 2 tag as our visual research speed representation. And that reason is that we want to upgrade our rocket damage to a comfortably bearable behemoth busting explosion. Explosion damage level 9 requires 7000 space science points, but it is by far the biggest power spike we can reasonably achieve for a very specific reason. Unfortunately, preparing ourselves for the mother of all combats is outside of the scope of today's episode, so that will have to wait until next time. Welcome back to Warptorio. In the last episode we used 2 sets of warp module ingredients in combination with the meanwhile fixed productivity exploit to quickly generate 14 warp modules to power up the warp beacon and our brand spanking new 3D printing assembler. Now, to those who feel this entire dozens of hour long run now has been completely invalidated, consider that without the exploit it would have taken about an hour of production or so to get to the exact same point. We would have needed not 2 but 9 sets of warp module ingredients. Consuming the first 8 sets to make the first 11 warp modules to make the assembler exceed 100% productivity bonus. And from that moment on, we could use the 9th set to start printing warp modules for free instead of the 2nd set. And while we had to pay full price for the first warp module, Every next warp module costs roughly 70% of the price of the previous one, due to now receiving 10% discount on every step below, reducing the cost of the 3rd through 9th warp module significantly. Given that I've tortured myself through hours and hours of Warpzone 8 at under 25 UPS, I'd say it's fair to assume I would have just sat through an hour of production time if I didn't just want to show off this really unique exploit I happened to stumble upon. Anyway, keep in mind that now, after having produced the first 11 warp modules, being able to exceed 100% productivity bonus is a fully intended mechanic in Warptorio, and there is no way the mod maker didn't know of the very obvious method of paying for items with personal time instead of resources. Sure, unlocking the 3D printer was intended to cost us 9 warp modules worth of ingredients instead of only 2, but disabling this 3D printer feature would have been as easy as limiting the maximum productivity bonus on any machine to 100%. Seeing that this simple one-liner of code was not implemented, I'm going to assume that the free 3D printing mechanic is intentional game design, and we're going to have a lot of fun with it in this episode. Now, this episode was recorded before the vanilla fix, so here we can also still use the more visually pleasing way of 3D printing using the construction bot, instead of having to time manual deconstruction of the assembler between completion of the bonus product and actual product. The results, however, are the same. Free products. So, now that we have infinite free warp modules, we obviously use the next set of warp modules to automate warp module ingredient production. Wait, what? Well, yeah, I'm gonna need roughly 2000 warp modules for my endgame base, and like I mentioned, while free 3D printing doesn't cost resources, it does cost time. And while 5 seconds per warp module isn't all that much, 2000 times 5 seconds still equals 3 full hours of 3D printing. So it would be great if we could produce a part of those 2000 warp modules the old-fashioned way, you know, by consuming resources. The good news is that now with 140% productivity bonus on every single step of the way, from copper wire to green, red, blue chips to Mark 1, 2 and 3 modules, the overall cost of a warp module has been reduced by over 99%, from almost 500,000 resources per warp module to just over 4,000. This means that if we dedicate most of our current basis production to making warp modules, we should be able to make approximately 1 warp module per minute. While 60 warp modules per hour is not enough to make 2000 of them in a reasonable time frame, every hour of honest production will save me 5 minutes of tedious 3D printing in the end. And during those 2000 3D printing cycles, I'm definitely gonna screw up the timing a couple of times, so it would be great to have a couple of sets of backup ingredients ready at our disposal. Anyway, after researching Explosion Damage 9 to buff up our rockets, we now switch focus to our personal laser defenses, maximizing their shooting speed and going up to Laser Damage 8 specifically. Explosion Damage 9 and Laser Damage 8 are the sweet spots for combat. Reaching Laser Damage 8 will give the laser defenses 141 damage per shot, crossing the threshold where we can 3-shot big biters, as well as being the last level to give us sizable reductions in laser shots required per Behemoth enemy. Laser Damage 11 is the next great sweet spot, but 28,000 science packs is a little expensive for us at this point in time. And Explosion Damage 9? Well, that's the bomb, really. I'm sure this visual explanation will get the point across way better than just words can. But indeed, we can now one-shot multiple biter bases with just the area of effect blast damage from the explosion, no longer requiring multiple rocket explosions or a direct hit per nest. Any random stray rocket explosion now insta-kills nearby biter bases, which will obviously reduce the rate at which new enemies spawn. making explosion damage level 9 by far the second most impactful damage upgrade level of all damage upgrades in the entire game. Of course, everyone knows the real goat of damage upgrades is explosion damage level 2, allowing you to insta-kill the most annoying enemy in the game. With the mother of all combats coming up soon, and stone being the only resource which is not brought to the factory floor automatically, we put a ludicrous amount of stone chests on the warp factory floor, to make sure science will continue uninterrupted during our extended absence from the base. And well, apparently laser damage 11 is not a little expensive at this point in time, as Playing Mike decides to invest the low price of 28,000 science packs just to be able to kill 3 behemoths for the price of 2. But man, that is a lot of resources which could have been turned into warp modules to save on boring 3D printing time later on. We have loads of purple signs in stock though, so to give yellow and space signs the chance to catch up a bit, we first research some of the ignored lower tier techs, like the size upgrades for the harvester floor. Meanwhile, despite leaving all the biter nests and biter expansions intact, the warp platform's pollution cloud is creeping up dangerously close to our mining outposts already. We will need to hurry up a bit with our combat preparation before the center biter blob redirects their anger towards our mining platforms. But with all endgame technologies which add items to the warp loot chest table completed, it is time to switch on the warp radar again. Which will slowly start revealing the entire continent until we cannot keep up with its ever-growing power cost anymore. Anyway, I also went around the factory making minor changes to accommodate for our new warp beacon power. Like upgrading the LDS assemblers to account for the new space science requirements, downgrading assemblers which now have become way too fast under the influence of the warp beacon, like green circuits, and upgrading select parts of the base to blue belts, like red chip ingredients. And yada yada yada, let's skip to the interesting parts already. Let's grab this mysterious chest of random resources here, which happens to be the exact stuff we need for a Spidertron. But we are not gonna handcraft a Spidertron. Let's take it to the 3D printer. And that's a 3D printed Spidertron at no resource cost at all. Nice. But we don't need one Spidertron. We need 8 Spidertrons. No problemo. And after a brief moment where we have a base producing 20 Spidertrons per minute, place down our first Spidertron. But you know what the funny thing is? We don't even want an army of Spidertrons. What we are really after is the Spidertron's enhanced little brother, the Warpstrider. That is an expensive spider indeed. 8 Spidertrons, 8 Mark II power armors, a whole rocket silo and so on. But as we've come to learn, expensive is a relative term in endgame Warptorio. Anyway, let's stow away the 8 spiders in a chest and keep on researching base upgrades on our way to complete the entire technology tree. Then we place down a reference assembler to keep track of the ingredients we need and one by one start collecting the relevant materials for the different crafts. Like concrete, steel and electric engines for the rocket silo. Now that we are at it anyway, let's 3D print one extra rocket silo, as I will need it for my future ultimate endgame Warptorio base. Under the influence of the fully warp moduled warp beacon, we are absolutely blasting through technologies now. And for the endgame ultimate base, we are going to need all of the upgrades completed, so let's keep on blasting. Next up is 8 satellites. Those are pretty expensive and we could 3D print those as well. But hey, we've already set up automated satellite production and our time isn't free either. We've been back on our home planet for nearly 4 hours now. And if I remember correct, the moment in time where the black hole BIOMASS will start slowing down time again is not too far away. No, we can produce those satellites fair and square, while we move on to make the remaining ingredients, like the artillery turrets and the fusion reactors. Note that now we are using the Warptorio exclusive 3D printing method that hasn't been patched, where we manually deconstruct the assembler each time the bonus product completes but before the actual product finishes crafting. This method of free production only works with a productivity bonus of greater than 100%, which means it's not applicable to vanilla Factorio. Anyway, here we see it's easy to mess up the timing and I deconstruct too late, accidentally letting the ingredients get consumed and turning it into a second fusion reactor. Not a problem resource-wise really. But my I'm gonna make a free Warpstrider OCD takes a massive blow. Anyway, the only thing left to produce is 8 Mark II power armors, which I've saved for last for a reason. You see, the Mark II power armor is not the best armor in Warptorio. Similar to the Warp Spider, there exists a Warp armor, which requires 5 of every other armor type in the game. So, let's pick up my carefully set aside early game armors from the Harvester Floor chest of obsoletes. Now, we are not gonna spend our precious time 3D printing ultra cheap items, like the mere 40 iron costing light armor, so let's handcraft those as well as the 4 heavy and modular armors. We will print out the 4 power armors however. And we need a combined 13 Mark II power armors, so that we can both produce the Warp Strider and the Warp armor. Wait a minute, but why do we need 13? Can we not simply recycle the same power armors for the Warp armor and the Warp Strider, like we've been doing with all other 3D prints? Well, no. You see, while armors usually don't stack in Factorio, even unstackable items can be stacked into an assembler if the recipe requires it. so we can stack the unstackable light and heavy armors no problem. But for some reason it is impossible to stack the other 3 armor types in the assembler. Even the lowly cheap modular armor cannot be stacked. Now, if you have any idea to why that is, please let me know in the comments. Anyway, it seems we have no other option than to handcraft the warp armor the OG way, consuming and combining 25 armors into the one almighty warp armor. Suddenly my inventory is so large it needs a scroll bar, and just look at that giant inventory grid. That's over 2.5 times the inventory grid space of the Mark II power armor, which is where this armor's real power will come from. And to celebrate this milestone, the black hole biters have officially started lagging the game again in my honor. Anyway, we will gear up this giant inventory grid with only one single purpose in mind. Destruction. Ultimate destruction. A mere 4 fusion reactors should suffice for what I have in mind. A single roboport to enable automatic repairs. A ton of batteries for power longevity. 4 temporary legs for as long as we are inside our base. And then we have space for 40 personal laser defenses. Oh yeah! The only problem is we have only 20 laser defenses at the moment, so let's show off the real power of the warp moduled warp beacon in combination with normal automated production. 20 laser defenses need 100 laser turrets, except now they don't. The 10 warp modules in the warp beacon will basically give us produce 1, get 1 free. So we need only 50 laser turrets, but with 140% productivity on those, we use up a mere 21 set of laser turret ingredients. A fifth of their real cost, and we are not even taking into account we've got another 50% discount on every single production step below. And yes, this is the real, unaltered and fair production speed. And that is our warp armor's combat loadout complete. Now back to that warp spider. So while we cannot 3D print the warp armor and the warp strider itself, we can still 3D print all of their ingredients for free, still allowing us to effectively generate warp armors and warp spiders for free, just at the cost of a little more time. So, using the same ingredients as before, we quickly print out another 8 Mark II power armors, which completes the final missing ingredients for the warp strider. Meanwhile, those 8 satellites should be ready as well, so let's pick those up. And now you can go back and edit your comment, because the reason we cannot print warp armors and warp spiders is not what you think it is. Indeed, we cannot stack the power armors in the assembler, but it is not because of their inventory grid, which seems to be the obvious reason. That is debunked, however, by being able to effortlessly stack 8 Spidertrons in the assembler. Those have inventory grids as well. Anyway, the inventory grid was my predicted reason as well, and I still have no idea what the actual cause is. Nevertheless, we don't need an army of warp striders. The warp strider is an army all by itself. And yeah, the warp strider being the Spidertron's little brother was meant literally. The warp strider has twice the rocket launches, however, and more importantly, twice the inventory grid. That is going to break combat completely, as we can add 8 more pairs of legs to the grid, bringing its total amount of legs up to a lot of legs. Well then, it is finally time to commence on the battle to end all battles. The war for our home planet. It is Mano e Biterio, measuring up the raw damage tanking capacity of our Warp Spider's armor, combined with the damage output of our 8 rapid-firing, insta-biter-base killing rocket launchers, combined with my 40 laser defenses. All of this against the flesh-tearing damage output of dozens of Behemoth biter bites and flesh-melting Behemoth acid projectiles a second. May the best battler win. Next time. No, I wouldn't blueball you like that now, would I? While the mother of all strategic combats will be the focus of next episode, we will at least take a small little pre-course on the destruction that is about to follow. It is time to reclaim what is ours. And instead of sneaking out the side through our mining platform like a little weasel, there is no better way to send the message to the biters than to storm right out of the front door into the soon-to-be dead center of the black hole biter BIOMASS. Well, dominance asserted successfully. That is the war platform reclaimed in the most brutal way possible. But we only just barely managed to do so without getting shred to tears in the process. So, will we be able to take out the extremely large biter bases which, in addition to the biter masses we just faced, feature countless numbers of highly dangerous behemoth worms? And with the pollution absorbing biters disappearing from the center of the map, how are we gonna keep our miners safe from the giant groups of biters attracted by the war platform's pollution cloud? They will part right through our mining outposts and shred it to pieces. Is it really possible to reclaim the entire continent with just a single warp spider and some repair packs? We will have to find out next time. Welcome back to Warptorio. After overpowering the base with warp modules, last time we, with some difficulty due to some ingredients refusing to stack into an assembler, 3D printed the Power Armor Mark III, or the Warp Armor, and the Spidertron Mark II, or the Warp Strider. This allows us to run an even more OP variant of the most OP offensive mobile setup known in Factorio. The ultra tanky Warp Strider with over 9000 hit points will become our armor, which frees up the actual power armor for 40 personal laser offenses. But the majority of our striking power will come from the AK-47 equivalent under the rocket launchers, the Warp Strider's 8 alternating rocket launcher pod. But of course, that doesn't mean we can rush into battle like a headless chicken, as if we start simply blasting biter bases, they stop absorbing pollution due to, not existing anymore. Which means instead the pollution will spread out to new biter bases, and will soon cover, for example, these 5 giant biter nests around our mining platform. Now, the couple handfuls of gun turrets we call a defense are doing a decent job protecting the mines from the genuine little bit of pollution generated by the mining platforms themselves, but they are not going to fare well against the massive biter attacks generated by the insane pollution of the warp platform. So, we need a plan. We will first take out these 5 biter bases plus the scattered expansion scraps surrounding the mining platform, before we will jump out the front door to clear the map from the center out. Our plan then involves hoping that the massive warp platform pollution doesn't spread out quicker than we can keep clearing the biters. Yeah, I never said it was a good plan. Anyway, these battles should be easy, as these nests are protected by the low 2nd tier medium worms instead of the endgame 4th tier behemoth worms. So let's hold off on firing rockets initially and try rushing in with just the laser offenses to see what they can do. Well, we slice through the biter bases like a laser through hot butter, and the medium worms fall easily without even being able to take my shields down, let alone damage the spider. But the following mass of behemoth biters and spitters forms a tanky and efficient distraction for my laser offenses. Since our laser offenses are powered from the limited personal batteries in the power armor, let's start using rocket assists to clean everything up. And that's the first nest down. Easy, but these nests are still small compared to the more distant ones, and more importantly, didn't feature those deadly behemoth worms. Anyway, ideally we would take out biters from the unpolluted outside and then proceed inwards, but unfortunately we cannot really do so. The black hole biter BIOMASS has already started to lower my UPS again, and engaging in combat against massive biter bases is further going to increase time dilation towards quasi-static game time progression. No, the problem is not just the biters. It is neither the biters outside of the pollution cloud, nor the biters who have already arrived at the warp platform which are slowing down time. The problem biters are the ones that have been called to form an attack group and are currently pathfinding their way to our warp platform. And even though on our home planet their pathfinding calculations are much easier than in Warpzone 8, because we don't have any lakes, cliffs and heck even trees in the way, the sheer amount of pathfinding biters are still starting to cause lag. since it is the warp platform's immense pollution which is summoning all those biters from the biter bases currently buried under its pollution cloud, the only way to stop the game from dropping to unplayable speeds again, like in Warpzone 8, is to eliminate the biter bases currently present in the pollution cloud, which indeed means taking them out from the center outwards. The problem with that is that the pollution cloud is so astronomically more intense than anything a normal factory would produce. It is going to grow in size incredibly rapid once we punch a hole in the pollution ozone layer by taking out the pollution absorbing biter bases. Anyway, after no diffing the other 5 nests around our mining platforms, we pop back in and out through the front door. and out through the front door, where we very diff show the biters who's boss, before we are finally starting to take out the uncountable number of biter expansions which have started forming here since we crash landed on this planet all this time ago. And which have actually been coming in handy. All those extra biter bases sprinkled around have been absorbing the warp platform's pollution cloud, buying us a little more time by keeping the distant mining platforms out of the pollution cloud for a little longer, and even saving us some UPS by keeping the overall pollution cloud slightly smaller. Anyway, erasing all those pollution sponges is quickly going to push the pollution cloud outwards. Even the naturally spawned bigger nests won't protect us against that, as there's simply a limit as to how much pollution per minute a nest can absorb. That means playing Mike's questionable decision to spend dozens of rocket launches and tens of thousands of science packs on a handful of damage upgrades on our personal laser offenses and explosive rockets may actually turn out to have been a good decision, as we will be able to speed through clearing out the bug infestation that much quicker. Thanks to our fully warp-beaconed base being able to burn through thousands of science pack costing infinite space science technologies, we are now in possession of the incredible laser damage 11, costing 28,000 science, but which boosts our damage enough so that we can now two-shot big biters and, more importantly, two-shot biter nests. As well as 4-shot any worm, insta-kill big spitters, and it brings the total shots needed to kill a behemoth biter down to just 15. That sounds like a lot, until you remember we've got 40 personal laser offenses equipped. Now, of course, the behemoth biters will come in large groups as well, but we intend to quickly reduce their reinforcement capabilities by insta-killing multiple of their spawn points with a single hit of one of our stray explosive rockets. Eventually, once we will enter territory further away from spawn, the biter bases will become incredibly large and well equipped. Massive 600% maximum sized biter bases armed to the teeth with dozens of highly dangerous behemoth worms. But for now though, we are mostly fighting against the expansion speed of the pollution cloud. After having taken out most of the biters in the sickest part of the pollution cloud, our UPS has increased back up to 60, but the new formed holes in the ozone layer are starting to ooze out pollution into new areas quickly. It is clearly visible once we take a look at the map. The pollution on the right side has already covered over half the distance towards the biter bases behind our mining platform. This is bad news. But our maximum UPS has increased from 40 up to 120, twice the normal value. So, after we take care of the base a bit to make sure all production continues, we order the bots to bring us another 20,000 rockets. Despite clearing none of the really big bases just yet, and even parts of the biters with just the personal laser offenses, we have already spent over 10,000 rockets out of the 30,000 we initially brought. This might get expensive. By the time we make it back outside, the pollution cloud has already started to be suspectably sniffable by the biter bases beyond our mining platforms. We have no time to lose. We need to take them out before they start sending sizable biter groups straight through our mining platforms. We are starting to get far enough out for the nests to become quite large. So large in fact that I have to set the game to be able to zoom out much further than usual to get the image across. Despite that, we are still not far enough out for behemoth worms, although the former squishy medium worms have grown up here to become big worms. Let's engage and see how it goes. Well, they are still no match it seems. We have even taken out our shields, opting to just tank the damage with the 9000 hit point super resistant spider itself, instead of constantly draining the battery to charge up depleted energy shields. We are, however, a bit too late already with our attacks. And some of the biter groups on the way to the warp platform are accidentally passing through our mining platforms. And even such a small group already causes significant damage. Those groups are only gonna get larger from here on out, but with no automated repairs, even these small groups will eventually overwhelm the mining platforms simply through a war of attrition. For some reason I put back the energy draining shields again. But the real purpose of the scene is the spider's raw speed. This shot should get the point across speedily. There's nothing like a nightly laser show followed by the smell of napalm explosions in the morning. We have another close call at our stone mine here. But instead of acting upon it, we simply continue on like nothing happened. Big mistake, boy, as mere seconds later And there's several more giant groups about to bulldoze through our base. I finally see the urgency and call back the Warp Strider, but is it already too late? Regardless, we are here to watch the show. Oof, that was in the nick of time. And there are several more large groups who are just missing our miners. Several more small attacks destroyed a couple gun turrets during our ongoing onslaught on the biters. But eventually we clear out most of the immediate danger to our miners. But instead change it out for a major danger to our spider. It's those darned energy shields. They are about to completely drain our batteries, and since shields have dips on power over lags, this means the spider will revert back to its extremely slow basic walking speed, which will quickly be further diminished to barely moving at all due to the stacking slowdown effect of the acid flung around by worms and spitters. Yep, it's panic time. That should have been much worse. If this had happened in the center of a large nest instead of on a waterside strip, it would have been game over for sure. Well, we have took out almost all biters which could possibly pathfind through our mining platforms. But every minute we take clearing out those is a minute that our main enemy grows stronger. The UPS is starting to suffer again, and especially during combat the black hole biters manage to slow down the game to half its intended pace. Nevertheless, Warpzone 8 told us we can power through that, so we make sure our miners are absolutely safe for the rest of the game before we will shift our focus back to the time-dilating black hole biters in the center of our known universe. The coast is clear, so we repair our damaged mining fields, rebuild the oil wells, and to our relief find out the base is producing rockets faster than we are spending them. We have spent another 10,000 rockets protecting the miners, but the base, under the influence of the warp modules, has turned every single explosive into 2. Then those 2 explosives into 4 regular rockets, and those 4 regular rockets into 8 explosive rockets. 8 times the bang for the buck, resulting in roughly 15,000 replacement rockets for us to utilize. Nice. It is not long before we need to face the big boy nests now, but fortunately the final explosive damage upgrade is soon to be completed, and we will be at our full power as well. First, it is time to clean up the UPS dropping biter bases though. Nice. It seems the starting area is a bit less crowded compared to the first time we stormed out that door here. Now we simply check out the map view and target all the nests which look like they're about to be strangled by the incredibly dense pollution cloud. Those are the ones sending the combined black hole biter force, so once we take out all of those, UPS should be good again for a little while. It is all smallish nests with medium to big worms, so skip. And it's done. The center of the map is a deserted desert now, and the pollution cloud is no longer strongly strangling any nests. We have managed to push out to the most nearby coastlines on 4 points now, which ushers in a new strategy. Instead of clearing out the biters in a big outward spiral, we now shall take out each of the 4 remaining peninsulas in separate pushes. The pollution cloud spreads out equally in all directions, so if we can make sure that some of those directions no longer contain biters, that should severely undermine the game's slowdown tactics of the black hole biters, which hopefully means we can go through most of the rest of the bombastic bug bombing at full game speed. However, it's not gonna be easy. We are now pushing out so far away from spawn, the biter bases will become incredibly large and well equipped. Massive 600% maximum sized biter bases armed to the teeth with dozens of highly dangerous behemoth worms, who will wildly fling around acid projectiles equipped with stacking potions of slowness. Now, it's easy to dodge a handful of worms' acid projectiles, but there is no way we're gonna dodge literal hundreds of predictive projectiles per second, especially because their predictive shooting capabilities are still limited by their maximum range, which quite effectively blocks our capabilities to predict where the worm projectiles will end up. The predictive direction compared with the range limitation introduces a lot of practical projectile randomness, resulting in lots of stray hits to our spider. And the problem is, the stacking slowdown effect of each projectile could slow us down enough that we will be unable to move out of the way for new incoming projectiles, slowing you down even more. An infinite negative feedback loop which stun locks you into place. And if that happens, well, all that a better armor will do is give you a little more time to write your farewell note. Next time. Welcome back.
Welcome to Warptorio-GRANDE finale.
Anyway, this video will have it all. Sushi, spaghetti, an occasional neat build, heck even a train maybe, megabases, mini bases, bots, belts. Did I mention there may be a train? Pure mechanical madness sushi belts with the ability to unclog themselves without using the circuit network or even a single wire. What? Color-coded signs inserters. Yes, this includes burner inserter military signs. Whatever the heck this is. UPS dropping giant biter battles. Finally installing an actual biter defense. Achieving world peace. Wait, what is the biter defense for then? And 3 hours of doing this. Yeah. But you don't have to watch that, because skip! This video, and in fact this entire series, has been brought to you by my awesome patrons over on Patreon, who provide me with the time and motivation needed to produce and edit these videos. So, thank you all for making it possible for me to do this, and a special shout out to all of these wonderful people on the screen right now. Thank you. We started out on this planet all this time ago, but before we could do much here, we were brutally booted off of its surface after just 20 minutes. Well, After warping through all 7 dimensions, we tried our shot at staying at Warpzone 8 for as long as we could, until the black hole biter BIOMASS threatened to slow down time into a quasi-static progression. That led us into being woefully underprepared to make the final warp back to our home planet. But nevertheless, we pulled through, discovering the technology of 3D printing on the way, which fittingly allows us to warp stuff into existence. Last time, we finally started taking our sweet revenge on the biters, taking out all the easy candy nearby our base, and meanwhile all of the poorly protected small and medium-sized nests are gone, leaving us with only the behemoth big boys left to fight. And if all goes well, we'll finish off by building a Warptorio-worthy endgame megabase. All the warping around with the broken warp reactor has formed a warp rift in my brain. Editing Mike has had just about enough of playing Mike's quirks, and he's trying to take over, intending to show him how it's done by claiming half of the factory floor for himself. We'll be ending up with a schizophrenic, dual-minded base which will hopefully produce a 4-digit signs per minute on both halves of the base independently from one another. But before we can even get to the building part, it is first time to take care of the real biter problem on this planet. The ultra-massive, near-continuous biter megapolis on the most distant perimeter of the continent. Fortunately for us, we have finally completed our ultimate rocket explosion damage upgrade. Compared to rocket damage 9, we can now one-shot nests instead of one-shot nests. But instead of two-shotting behemoth worms, we can now well, it's still 2 direct hits, but for the low cost of 56,000 extra science packs, we can now kill behemoth worms with 2 indirect explosions instead of 3, and the tanky behemoth biters with 6 explosions instead of 8. You know, this looked a lot better on paper than spoken out loud. But first, let's have some fun. We have just finished clearing the last of the easier biter bases in the sickest part of the pollution blob, which means we'll have a little bit of time before the warp platform will be swarming in biters again. Let's finally upgrade the outside warp platform to its maximum size as well. Besides the first size upgrade, which was mandatory to be able to unlock the 3 other warp floors, I have deliberately avoided upgrading the warp platform size while warping around from planet to planet, because any biters present on the platform at the time of warping out warp along to the next planet with us. And because by the time we needed to warp out each warp zone, our warp platform was swarming in high evolution big biters, I wanted to bring as few of those tanky bastards with us to each new planet, as they will often not despawn after arriving, but seek refuge at a nearby biter nest instead. This could have led to an unexpected and unpleasant encounter of the big biter kind whenever I would go out unprotected to place my minor platforms. Anyway, this is the final platform size in all its glory, and indeed it has grown so large that those weird distant turret outposts now have become connected to the platform. While we will fight the final fight of endurance, we will keep on researching techs on our way to complete the entire technology tree in preparation for our final base. Also, as we've already finished research of all technologies which unlock shiny goodies which can be found in loot chests, we will finally start collecting the loot from all the loot chests scattered around the map. I've gone ahead and emptied out my entire inventory for the occasion, so we can keep track of all our newfound treasures. Like these wooden and iron chests. Off to a great start, I guess. Well, there's a lot of loot chests on the map, so let's not take this as ominous foreshadowing, but instead count on the law of large numbers to kick in. 8 steam engines, copper wire and a heap of stone. If it weren't for the 3 logistics chests in there, I would have thought this chest was already generated before we researched any technologies during our first 20 minutes on this planet. we temporarily switched on the warp radar again to get an updated scan of the situation, revealing any biter expansion we may have missed in the original takedown, as well as allowing us to clean up all the larger nest's remaining worms who survived the initial blast wave. Following this method, we can assure that no biter is missed in our quest for world peace. We first set our eyes on clearing the northeastern peninsula and quickly take down all the easier biter bases protected by non-behemoth worms. A quick and easy process where the biters don't even stand a chance to... Dude, your spider is about to blow up, what are you doing? Right, like I said, we don't get into any danger at all, and after being fairly rewarded with this amazing loot chest, we do not take the time to repair the spider, so we don't risk getting blown up by a single leftover worm while picking up all the loot chests from this former war zone. Anyway. Anyway, somehow we again don't get punished and eventually collect all the loot chests in the cleared eastern hemisphere. Before returning to the base where another battle ensues. This time it's Repairbot against Labs, trying their hardest to fill up their respective grey and green bar first. Who will win? Place your bets now. Well, by just a few frames, the one who comes out victorious is... the lone Repairbot. But what we were really trying to show off was this giant upgrade to the Warp Factory floor. Which we are not going to use at all, or well, almost. It is time to talk about the endgame base plan. After all of the warp cheesing, I want to show off the true power of the warp beacon and the warp modules. So my personal challenge will be to design and build two separate and distinctly unique 1000 signs per minute bases using only the factory floor. And on this factory floor, we will use only the space covered by the warp beacon, not that giant extra space that just popped into existence. That's right. Every single machine should feel the power of up to 14 warp modules providing up to 140% productivity bonus combined with a 5 to 6 times production speed increase, all the way from the mighty rocket silo down to the lowly iron smelting furnace. Indeed, even the smelting setup will need to be included on the warp factory floor, as the furnaces can benefit from the warp beacon as well. The only thing which is not going to be built on this floor is power, as nuclear power plants don't benefit from the warp beacon. We will however need to produce the nuclear fuel cells on the warp factory floor, and somehow transport them out to the boiler basement. If my calculations are correct, we should be able to provide all the resources for over 2000 signs per minute from just the 12 belts coming in at the center of the factory floor. Each of the two separate bases will have exclusive access to either the north or the south side of the factory floor, which includes exclusive access to one set of 6 resource chests, where exactly 2 belts of iron, 2 belts of copper, 1 belt of stone and 1 belt of coal coming in should be able to fulfill each base's entire resource requirements. To reiterate, except for one pipe each for oil and water, we will use these 12 belts and these 12 belts only to take in all the resources we will need for the entire base. And to put that into perspective, a fully moduled 2000 signs per minute megabase in vanilla needs over 10 times the amount of resources and vast amounts of land and infrastructure to achieve the same signs per minute figure. Question? If you are not going to be using those 4 giant extra floors, then why even research them? Well, you see, each of those 1000 space signs costing mega floors also adds a teeny tiny bit of connecting hallway to the factory floor, which is covered by the warp beacon, adding just a few extra tiles to our available workspace. A bit expensive perhaps, but nice. For our next technology, we need to reorganize our 3D printing area a bit here. As new warp entities will spawn in on these 4 hazard concrete corners. Yes indeed, this mod even has warp trains, or warp rails at least. We won't be using these to bring in additional resources. I am fully set on my 12 center belts idea now, but we might just use this warp rail here to transport out something. Anyway, the time has finally come to tackle the hardest battles on the map. Well, I thought the battle might at least get a little tricky in these far out regions where the behemoth worms are king, but the Warp Strider is simply just too tanky. Ironically, the hardest part about combat excellently reflects the hardest part of the regular Warptorio experience. It is easy, until it's not. Regular Warptorio is not particularly hard. I mean, you literally have a reset biters button available from the very start of the game. Avoiding any bad biter situation is as simple as clicking a button to warp away. The hard part is actually remembering to keep an eye on the biter situation and prepare for a timely warp out, instead of getting lost in underground base design paralysis and all of a sudden the alerts start beeping, you're being overrun real fast and you're far from ready to warp away. The endgame combat here is just the same really. I have to remember to stop combat timely. Don't give in to the one more nest syndrome and simply press a button to reset the spider to full health. The hard part for me is trying to not to deliberately let the spider's health bar drop as close to zero as possible out of sheer overconfidence, laziness or plain boredom from several hours of clearing biters on end. I mean, there was absolutely no reason to wait until the spider was at 1% health before taking a quick combat break. Simply repairing the spider before the scene even started, when it was still at 2500 hit points, would have been simple enough, but no. Anyway, did you know that you can aid the repair bot and manually simul repair the spider for twice the regular repair speed? Nice! And then we run completely out of repair packs in the middle of nowhere. Predictably, I'm too lazy to walk back to the base to get some new ones, and too OCD to take resources from my inventory, because my inventory is under strict quarantine, keeping track of the loot chest rewards. Instead, we make the potential mistake of putting our shields back in to absorb at least some of the damage, at the risk of leaving the extra legs without power if the batteries die again. And that's the third peninsula cleared. And with just the biggest boss fight left, you can clearly see the influence of the presence of biter bases on the pressing pollution cloud. We update the map again using the warp radar, which reveals literal hundreds of worms still survived, and we even miss the occasional biter base here and there. Well, they may make new expansions from those, but it's not like they can really hide their expansions anywhere with the warp radar technology we possess. But anyway, clearing up all those leftovers is gonna be a pain. With just one biter peninsula left, we are perhaps winning the UPS battle, but we find out we are now on a different timer, as our power plant is down to just 11 fuel cells per reactor, and we are nowhere near setting up uranium processing again. We aren't even mining any of the stuff yet. And we are not about to, because it is time for the final fight. The Behemoth Biter boss battle to end all of battles here on our homeworld. Our homeworld. Let the games begin. that is the final biter base down. And we are appropriately rewarded with the greatest loot chest of all time. We have spent a total of 60,000 explosive rockets and 3.5 hours of our time to clear out 140,000 biters, 43,000 biter bases and 25,000 worms. With all the biter bases gone from the map, it won't be long until the last dimple in the pollution cloud smoothens out into a full red moon again. But alas, the pollution cloud may grow now. We no longer care, as it will no longer be sending any of the black hole biter force towards the center of the map. We have definitively won the UPS war, as the pollution triggered biter impact on the game speed has been nullified. We are free to start working on our final end game Megabase. But before we have the chance to do anything even remotely noteworthy, suddenly the panic sets in. The nuclear power plant, it was almost out of fuel. And indeed, a quick check learns us that we haven't even got one fuel cell per reactor left. I have 0 shiny green rocks left in stock and only a couple handfuls of raw uranium ore. But instead of hurrying out in a rush to set up uranium mining again, we use the power of the warp moduled warp beacon once again to get a decent chance to obtain a shiny green rock from the little ore that we have. I fear for the worst and, already desperate, start to keep aside some uranium ore to do the infinite manual printing cycles. But at the last possible moment we do roll a single shiny green rock. And that's all we need. Our 3D printing technology comes to the rescue once again, as with that single shiny green rock we print out a full stack of fuel cells per reactor. Which should last us almost 3 hours. Well, I'm sure glad I didn't have to go through this manual 3D printing cycle to try and roll a 0.7% chance shiny green rock. We can now safely reserve that pain for the 2000 warp modules I will need to print. Ah yes, the loot chest rewards. I almost completely forgot about them. Because it's really nothing to write home about. We've collected almost an inventory full of loot, but it's mostly just raw resources and cheap early game stuff. Some notable finds are the 4 nuclear reactors, some late game Warptorio specific items that aren't all that useful for us, and a whole 3 nukes, and 0 of the upgraded warp nukes. Though we can make those for ourselves. Let me quickly demonstrate their uses in an alternate dimension. Yeah, accidentally firing a nuke in your own base is not pretty. Let's try out the warp nuke. Zero damage to your own structures. On the biters, however, those are quickly warped out of existence. But here also lies the answer to many of your "why not just nuke the biters" comments. Nukes simply don't have the blast radius to do the job. This was the tiniest nest on the entire map, and mass nukes are extremely expensive and time consuming to make, even in late game Warptorio. Anyway, we are not really gonna kill our pet zoo. But as we'll be building above ground soon, we do finally need some sort of biter defense. Initially I wanted to buff gun turrets so much that yellow ammo gun turrets could fend off the Behemoth onslaught. But with the 12 belt plan, I simply won't have the iron to spare to make the ammo. Instead we'll go for the classic nightly laser show. but I imagine there will be some fierce protests against the installation process. Let's see how it goes. Nice! With the lasers installed as close by as possible, almost all biters will be triggered to immediately attack, so if all goes well, they should not get the chance to build the critical mass they need to break out of their zoo. The biters will continue to try and expand, of course, but yeah, good luck trying to get over there, guys. Of course, I didn't just have those laser turrets lying around. We produced them in our base using the simple old logistics chest to supply the assembler. And in fact, in order to prepare for the endgame base build, we will have to produce a whole lot more infrastructure we don't have yet. I'm going to skip over most of the 50 hours or so I spent designing and testing the endgame base, but we can use the resulting blueprints to get a quick and accurate overview of all the infrastructure we will need, before we necessarily need to deconstruct the base producing base to make space for the space science producing base. Okay, apparently I already set up uranium enrichment and the whole 3D printing nuclear fuel thing wasn't even necessary if I had just taken my eyes out of my anyway. Eventually we set all the necessary production in motion. We are automating all the cheap bulk goods like belts, inserters and machinery, while we hand feed or 3D print the more expensive and lower in demand goods, like another 8 nuclear reactors and Warptorio's version of the Roboport, the Warport, which is a tiny Roboport which can house 200 bots, but which can charge twice the bots twice as fast. While all the assemblers are producing the stuff to make the final base, we step outside and notice nothing. There is absolutely nothing to see on the Warp platform for the first time ever. The biter zoo is getting damaged a bit, however. So we install a robo repair system, one on each side to prevent the bots flying over the cuckoo's nests. It will take a while to get all the stuff produced, so I handily forget that I still need to do 3 hours of manual warp module printing and instead go on the far more entertaining step of clearing every single last red dot off the map. How did this work again with this traveling salesman problem? I reckon in this case the fastest solution is probably gonna be to just start clicking and not give a dang about optimal routing. Phew. Now I just gotta be careful to... Oh no. Just kidding, I got you there, admit it. Eventually we have taken down every single worm left standing, except for one. It is the return of little Johnny at last, and it took me so long this playthrough to find him that he's all grown up now. And with all the threats to my base neutralized, it is time to get rid of the last remaining threat. Me. It is time to take out the laser defenses to avoid any accidental accidents. And the spider has been stripped of its rocket carrying privileges. World peace has been achieved. Well, at least we have wasted enough time to complete all of the major production for the end game base. And with only a handful of purposefully postponed platform-breaking techs left to research, it is time to cut the ore arteries bleeding into our base. The little bit of research and production we still have left to do will have to come from our stashed up plates and science packs. Let's hope it will be enough. And a little bit of hand feeding later, we are ready to overhaul the first floor. Bye bye 3 million oil, I guess. It is time for us to move on. Yeah, I slightly changed my warp armor loadout for these projects. And that makes space for another 2 copies of the quad nuclear reactor. This quad reactor should be able to provide the gigawatt and a half that our megabase is gonna need, with hopefully a little bit left over for our Biter Zoo laser show. We have even got an inbuilt alarm for fuel cells running low, which should never go off, as automated fuel cell production is planned to slightly outspeed consumption. Next up is the harvester floor. This floor actually gets a downgrade, as there will be nothing here except a couple of belts to connect our mining platforms to the factory. As well as our loot chest museum in the south, and I guess eventually we will stash the leftovers of the old base down here as well. Speaking of mining platforms, let's finally research some techs that I've postponed, because as a side effect they'll retract the mining platforms to our base. This specific tech also increases the max power flow between our floors, but has the unfortunate side effect of also rendering our warp abilities useless. The power consumption of the warp raider and such is directly tied to the magnitude of that maximum power flow between floors and the resulting internal accumulator size, which makes it near impossible to rescan the surface from this point on. So with the double reactor duplicated, we temporarily had the power to spare again to do one final raider scan, before rendering the raider into retirement for the rest of the game. We cannot risk power interruptions to our laser zoo. Anyway, we can now research the final mining platform size upgrade as well. And rebuild the platforms. But we'll fill in the actual miners later, I guess. And with that, we start researching the final non-infinite technology in the game. Which in turn triggers this base's final rocket launch. How many rockets did we launch from this base? Funny you should ask. Nice. After carefully considering if we truly have produced every last little element of our final factory floor master blueprint, we are ready to deconstruct the entire factory floor as well. That's all of the machinery gone. Now let's get rid of all the overflowing chests. Whoa, that's taking quite a while. Welcome to another episode of Factory Hoarders, I guess. And finally, the powered Roboport network itself. And just like that, the factory floor is as empty again as the day it spawned in. We've got a blank canvas to work with once again. As mentioned, we will use these 12 chests and these 12 chests only to bring in 4 belts of iron, 4 belts of copper, 2 belts of coal, 2 belts of stone and 1 belt of uranium ore. So let's head up and out on our now totally safe warp platform so we can scout the best locations for resource combinations. For the first time ever, we will be able to use the 6 above ground resource intakes on the warp platform. And 4 of those belts can be brought in remotely through the good old warp tele. Four of those can be brought in remotely through that annoying warp teleporter. Together with the 6 belts we can take in through the 2 mining platforms, that will compose the 12 belts we need in total. After scouring the map, I find 2 good resource spots in the south, which have a variety of resources nearby each other. But I end up building the west harvester in the east. This is the eastiest harvester to hook up. 2 belts of iron from the mining platform itself, and the 3rd belt will bring in stone from a nearby patch. That's half of the underground done, but the east harvester, which is built in the south, is not that simple. Next to mining 2 belts of copper directly and fully dedicating the 3rd belt to coal mostly, we also need to connect an oil field and a water source. Fortunately, the latter is close by. But what the heck is this weird 3-colored belt intersection doing here? And why the is there a train stop here? Anyway, that concludes the underground portion of the resource intake. Now it's time for the above ground 6 belts. We start off with the 4 belts of the warp teleporter, which will bring in 4 resources. Stone, coal, uranium and copper. 2 belts of copper. I count 5 belts here, mate. But yep, there it is. Another one of those weird tricolor belt mergers. And what is that pipe doing here? Anyway, let's zip through the teleporter without the spider as it doesn't want to go and put down the belts on the warp platform. I tell ya, this thing is getting weirder by the minute. Anyway, only 2 more belts to fill here. And those have got to be iron from a nearby source. And that should be all the resources we will need for the base taken care of. Theoretically, I should be able to paste playing mics and editing mics individual 1k signs per minute bases in a single combined blueprint, and if they did their job well, everything should just work. Let's get this thing built, shall we? Wait, aren't we forgetting something? Right.
Later.
Alright, now let's get it built. Alright, that's a sweet looking base, but I have some trouble understanding what this base is based on. There's that sweet symmetric southern section, which seems to be supplied by bots, but for some reason the orange logistic bot area doesn't seem to cover the entire base, especially in that section containing the worst spaghetti ever cooked. That must be built by that noob editing Mike, right? Anyway, he's such a noob that he even forgot to cover his logistics ore chest with the bot network. And what even is that uranium build? Ugh. Alright, I understand there are some things to clear up, but everything is better explained when the base is operational, so let's turn this thing on. And there we have it. Two entirely autonomous bases are trying to do their best to feed the labs and science assemblers everything they need to run continuously without missing a single beat. I know that at a distant glance it kinda looks like we are mixing up northern and southern resources in at least some areas of production, but there are several mechanics in place to make sure we're drawing and feeding equal resources from both sides of the base. Even on the equator, where the two mics need to share one central assembler in some cases. Anyway, both editing mics Northern Spaghetti Noodle Soup and playing mics Southern bot-based base both should produce all the ingredients required to feed 1062 signs per minute precisely, twice, for a total of 2124 signs per minute overall. Accounting for the 120% extra productivity on all the labs, we are actually able to research through technology at a speed of over 4,500 beakers of progress per minute. To make sure we are measuring our true signs per minute instead of relying on buffers, we are doing a cold start, meaning we are starting to consume our resources as soon as the ore starts flowing in. This way, it will take a while to get up to our true signs per minute figure, as all of the chests, furnaces and even all the bell tiles will slowly need to fill up by assembler overproduction. This overproduction is naturally caused by overconsumption, which means temporary overproduction in one area of the base temporarily starves the base in another area. Only after all the chest and belt buffers are fully backed up, the assemblers will necessarily slow down slightly to the truly required production speed, as they physically can no longer overconsume anymore, because the space to output any overproduction is gone. This will finally free up the required resources for the previously underfed assemblers elsewhere in the base, getting them up to speed as well. So until all buffers fill up, our science production is going to be imbalanced and shaky for a bit. But as we designed this base to slightly overproduce space science compared to the other science packs, I've set the base up so that space science producing satellites will only be produced once both the rockets and all of the other science packs ingredient requests are satisfied. But how do you even deprioritize certain requester chests? Is that even possible? Well, weirdly, yes. This is achieved by using another quirky and I presume mostly unknown game mechanic. Blue requester chests with the check mark set to also request from the green buffer chests always get priority over requester chests set to only draw from red and yellow chests, even if the resources are not actually drawn from buffer chests. Heck, you can use this mechanic to prioritize or deprioritize individual requester chests, even if you don't have a single buffer chest built in your base. Anyway, another option to start off the base would be to let all the internal buffer chests fill up first. This would get us a nice 2k signs per minute figure from the start, but you need to make sure to check if all of those buffers will actually stay full then, to make sure you're not underproducing and relying on a slowly diminishing buffer to keep the signs per minute figure artificially higher than your base can sustain. The former method makes for a less nice startup graph, but makes it easier to visually prove that the base is actually capable of producing the set signs per minute figure, so we are going with the messy start. I even keep military science production going even though we are not consuming any, by stashing the science packs in a bunch of buffer chests below the base. Anyway, pretty soon we're off to a semi-stable 10 minutes, but you can definitely see the startup lag in the system. Especially steel can play a major role, as it's slowish to produce and impossible to accurately rationize between all the different destinations early on. So we may get some more up and down waves until all the steel buffers are sufficiently filled up and the bots can reliably pick up their maximum carrying capacity. And after letting the base run for a good 2 hours, we can finally see the last hour of science production is extremely stable. The production graph is ordered by highest production, so despite all the numbers rounding to 2.1k, the fact that the science packs are flickering in the order and fighting for first place is an excellent indicator that all of the science packs are produced in exactly equal amounts. Since we built the science assembler in the golden ratio of 5 to 6 to 5 to 12 to 7 to 7, we can be certain that all of the science assemblers have been producing without a single hiccup for at least the last hour. And since we did a cold start, we can also be sure we are not relying on pre-stashed buffers. I will soon hand over the mic to Live Mike to explain all the cool intricate parts of this base, like color-coded science inserters, mechanical madness sushi belts, the equator machine row with equalized belt bot feeding and more. But first, let me officially declare victory in Warptorio. We've come a long way through not so many warp zones. First racing through technology to defeat the auto Warptimer, then racing against pollution and the black hole biter force, threatening to slow the game down to a quasi-static pace, forcing us to warp back to our home planet before we were ready. Out of the window went my carefully prepared strategy, which I wasn't following to the letter anyway. And we literally had to break the game and discover one of the only significant glitches in Factorio's entire 10-year history, in order to stop the biters in time before they could repeat their Warpzone 8 UPS killing strategy. But once we had the tools, we kicked the biters off our continent with relative ease. Before embarking on our final quest to build a Warptorio-worthy Megabase using exclusively the area under the warp beacon for the entire factory. A blueprint which cost me 50 hours to design, because of course not only it needs to work, it also needs to look the part and incorporate several unique mechanics and possibly never seen before trickery. So, as you can imagine, Live Mike by now is dying to walk you through all the intricate and interesting designs of this base. Take it away, Live Mike! Thanks, Mike. The first thing I want to look at is why the nuclear fuel cell signal is going off, as you previously stated that this alarm should never go off. So I guess let's go to the basement. And we are indeed completely out of fuel cells, that is bad. Okay, we do have plenty of fuel cells. I just never set the train to automatic mode. Alright, I guess let's ride this train then and see what it does. Right, as you can see, the train is automatically refueled by these coal miners. Yes, it's slow, but it's fine. This train needs to run like once every blue moon. So now these fuel cells are traveling down this yellow belt and they'll meet up with the coal belt here. we are side loading with a red belt onto a blue belt, it is important that they mix in. Now we do not need a full belt of coal, so we can do this process where we basically load the fuel cells in the coal belt. Let's see how it looks on the harvester floor. Looks like I gotta edit in that whoosh sound again because it doesn't automatically play. We are again filtering out the fuel cells here, where they go through the underground. Right, now the fuel cells are reaching this buffer chest, and this alarm should soon go away. As long as this coal chest stays completely filled up, as it appears to be doing, we are supplying enough coal to the base, even though we are using some of the belt's capacity to transport fuel cells. Right, let's see if the train is still there, so we can ride it back to the spider. Right, we still got 500 or so fuel cells here. The unloading speed is purposefully slow, so that we don't oversaturate the belt and enough coal is guaranteed to flow into the base. So I'll just sit here and wait until the train is emptied, and then we'll drive back to the base in the night. Alright, and as you can see, the warp rails immediately starts warping new uranium fuel cells into the wagon here. And this base is producing a lot of biters. We're already up to 230k, man. Let's go look at the uranium stuff first, I guess. So yeah, here we've got the ore side of things. Unfortunately, the spider refuses to warp through the warp teleporter, so I have to do it myself. It has no problems despawning, however, if you place the warp teleporter next to the spider, as we saw in the video. So basically this works the same. We are side loading. We need only a single uranium mine to keep up with demand. That is awesome. The pipe was indeed for sulfuric acid, because you need sulfuric acid to mine the uranium, and we are also automatically producing and piping that out from our 2000 signs per minute base. It's actually pretty hard to transport the uranium over to this side, because you cannot set filters in these chests. Basically, to stop coal from being prioritized all the time, the chest on this side has only one slot, so it has to switch between transferring further coal and uranium. And uranium is mined on both sides of the belt through the splitter, which means eventually, even if the chest wants to accept coal, at some point it cannot, because both of the sides of the belt will have uranium in front. That means this coal will be drawn empty, and then the uranium gets drawn in again. So this will never clog up, basically. That's the idea. Here, same thing. We are basically using the same setup to bring the coal further into the base. We have to repeat the trick of the yellow-red belt side loading, and we use the same trick here to transport uranium to this side as well. We take it out with a stack filter inserter to draw out all the uranium ore. And we can actually set filters on the loaders as well. Thank you, very loud rockets. I guess we watched enough rocket launches in the actual video, but I cannot stop watching this. Right, so let's first go over the weird uranium processing thing. The problem with this is it was tacked on in hindsight. I didn't originally design uranium processing in here, so that means I had to make this weird belt spaghetti even worse to fit in this stuff over here. That's why it's so jank all over the place. So we have three elements. We have the uranium refining, which provides mostly dark uranium-238 and only occasionally a shiny green rock. So we need 5% shiny green rocks, but we get only 0.7% shiny green rocks, which means we have a Covrux enrichment setup in place to take any excess green rocks, which we are doing if there's more than 100 green rocks in this chest over here. The rest goes in here into the enrichment process, where we have a stack of uranium-235, which can make just more of it. Then we put that available for the nuclear fuel only if we have enough to keep this cycle going. Basically, you need the 40 uranium to start up, so I have like a backup of 80 uranium in this chest before nuclear fuel can draw from this. So that way we are balancing nuclear fuel cell production and the shiny and non-shiny green rocks. Then the nuclear fuel gets output on yet another belt here, where we have to do some weird side-loading mechanics. Okay, so here we go. Fuel cells go onto the belt. Side-loading them here so that we can side-load them here. We come out here, are side-loaded onto this belt. We have to put everything on the correct side of the belt. Because we don't have space to make turns and undergrounds, we need to do it like this. We keep on side-loading it. And here it just goes out through the warp rail. Goes into the loader, into the chest, and is warped to the above ground area with the warp rail. So I'm keeping my promise of only using 12 belts, or only using these 12 chests to bring in resources from the base. But like I said, we may transport out something through those chests, and that is nuclear fuel cells. So we go above ground. So nice to be able to walk above ground without being insta-killed by a swarm of behemoth biters and spitters swarming the platform. Those get warped into here through the warp rails, and if this thing has 500 fuel cells, it will depart basically. So I could let it drive a bit more often. I mean, let's go, let's send it off. We'll get some more fuel cells down at the bottom. Anyway, let's talk about some of the other parts of the base. The actual base parts of the base. Yeah, so the grand idea was to make 2 individual 1000 signs per minute bases, a belt-based site on the northern half and a bot-based base on the southern half. Naturally, the bot site is way easier to set up and also way more compact, as you basically just have requester chest, provider chest, and that is all the space you need. Whereas on the northern side we need a lot of space to do the belt routing. I did manage to fit all the smelting on the individual sides as well. The belt-based smelting over here, bot-based smelting in the south. But science production, there was just no space for it, so I started doing the labs in the 4 corners and then science production in the southern half, giving myself a little bit extra space to work with the belts. This does make it a little bit more difficult to make sure all the science ingredients are coming from the correct side of the base, as we are not feeding those with belts directly. Okay, we need to switch off the game effects a bit. Yeah, that's much better. Okay, so it's a little bit hard to get the correct ratio of ingredients from both the bot side and the belt side, as we are not directly feeding science assemblers with belts. And we're doing the distribution of science to the labs with bots completely. But everything up to the science pack ingredients is divided over both sides of the base. Let's take a look at green science, I guess. We have belts and inserters for that. We have like a dedicated smelter set up with the correct amount of furnaces to provide the correct amount of iron for belts and inserters here. We are requesting 600 iron plates from the bot network, which is smelted in these furnaces over here. And we are also having a 600 iron plate buffer on the north side, which is smelted in furnaces over here, coming from the northern side. And then here comes the trickery. So if I take out the belts, you can see these inserters will always swing at exactly the same time. There will be never a moment when only one inserter swings. And we do that by using 2 different wire networks. Basically, this inserter is set to wait to input 8 plates into the belt assembler until it reaches 8 belts or more in this buffer chest here. So it will never insert less than 8 plates. So every swing will be guaranteed 8 plates, because if there's less than 8 plates in the chest, it simply doesn't take them. And then this inserter, which is supplied from the bot side, also has a stack size as 8. It also reads a signal of 8, and this just reads the hand contents of this inserter. So whenever this inserter takes 8 plates, this inserter will read that that other inserter is inputting 8 plates, and it will also input 8 plates. And that way we can get a completely equalized resource intake from both sides of the base. And that is basically done for all of these assemblers on the central equator, as I like to call it. For some of the assemblers we only need a single one, like inserters and belts and gears for both belts and inserters, as well as gears for engines, which are output on a belt here and in a provider chest over here. The other ones are copper wire for these green chips. It's not all green chips, not for red chips, not for blue chips, but for the other stuff. Those are made here, as well as walls for military signs. Engines for electric engines are produced locally here on the central line. We have separate engine assemblers for blue signs on both sides of the base. Here it is for the bot side, and here it is for the belt side. All the electric engines go in here, and then we are putting those equally on a belt and on a chest here again. We could get away with one electric engine assemblers, which is beaconed by 2 additional beacons. So instead of building 2 of those, it was simpler to just build one in the center. One lubricant plant is enough to feed all the lubricant for those electric engines, etc. So that goes to bot frames here, and the other half is picked up. And those electric engines are transported to bot frames somewhere else. Where are they being brought to? Here. I found them. Here we have the 3 bot frame assemblers on the southern side of the base. So how does the resource distribution to science work then? Because we talked about how the ore distribution works, how we transport that, but how do we make sure science draws from both sides? Well, we have 3 bot frame producers here, and we have 3 bot frame producers here. Those output in red provider chests, and those output on a belt, and those both end up coming to this buffer chest over here. So this buffer chest does request the robot frames from the bot side, and this inserter inserts the bot frames from the belt side of the base. So this is the robot frame master chest, from where all the robot frames are distributed over the 14 yellow science pack assemblers. So both sets of science assemblers are provided by the single buffer chest over here, which is fed from both sides of the base. And that's basically how it works for all the other resources as well, which are split over here. So these furnaces, same story. We're basically putting those in a buffer chest here, and those are then distributed to purple signs. Alright, so let's talk about the Goldilocks ratio of science assemblers. If you look at the science pack crafting times, you will see it is 5 seconds for red signs, 6 seconds for green signs, then it's 10 seconds for military signs, but it's 2 science packs, so it's only 5 seconds really. For chemical signs, 24 divided by 2 becomes 12, and then yellow and purple signs is 21 for 3, so that's 7 seconds. So we've got 5 to 6 to 5 to 12 to 7 to 7. And that is the ratio of assemblers we built here. We've got 5 red signs assemblers, 6 green signs, 12 blue signs in this double lane over here, and then 7 yellow and purple signs. And we have mirrored it on this side. So those are producing the science packs. All the science packs go in provider chests, and those go to the requested chests over here, where we are requesting 1,000 of every science pack to keep being able to build up the buffer. We do have a science overflow system. These were originally infinity chests, which just deleted science out of existence, but for the actual playthrough I'm using buffer chests, just a big stash of buffer chests to put the military science into. So by now we've got like 308,000 military science buffered up here, and looks like we'll have to increase the storage at some point, or just blow it up. Alright, so what else is special about the science build? We'll get to military science. But what else is special about this science build? Well, we have color-coded... This is dumb, but we have color-coded inserters for the science pack. So red science here at the top has a red inserter inputting from a chest. The green science has the green stack inserters inputting. Of course, the blue science has the blue fast inserters. The purple science does have the purple filter inserters. I had to set it to blacklist. I didn't have to set it to blacklist, but at least they look purple in alt mode. The yellow inserters fortunately are fast enough for the slow. It is good those were not turned around, because purple science needs 30 rails and 1 electric furnace and 1 productivity module. That is a lot of ingredients to make 3 science packs. And the slow inserters just wouldn't have been able to keep up with rail insertion here. Whereas yellow science only requires 6 ingredients, so the slow inserters can keep up. So that's a lucky win. Of course, we've got white inserters, the white stack filter inserters for space science. So we've got satellite production here. As mentioned in the video, we've got these requester chests set to not request from buffer chest, whereas yellow science ones do request from buffer chest. Right, space science. How are we regulating space science? So we have exactly the correct amount of science assemblers, including the 2 sets of 5 military science ones over there, which we'll get to, I promise. Those are producing science at an exact amount of 1062 science per minute per set of assemblers. That is just basically the crafting speed of these assemblers multiplied by the productivity bonus. That equals 1062 for a full set of assemblers. The smallest precise ratio you can pull off produces over 1000 science per minute, so that's why I went with the 1062 number instead of just 1000. Basically we have 2 of the smallest sets, and that equals 2124 science per minute. So basically we can produce it with 2 rocket silos with some beacons. All of these are fine-tuned, or the rocket silos are fine-tuned to produce at an exact speed. And this beacon actually has 1 Mark II speed module to slow the silos down slightly. You're still producing a little bit more space science than all the other science packs. As you can see in the 1 hour overview, it is 128k. This one is not flickering, fighting for the top spot like the other 6 science packs. So we are slightly overproducing, and we have compensated that by giving space science a slow start. I hope that 189 is launching right now. Alright, let's go over to military science then, before we got sidetracked again. Alright, military science. Yes, military science has color-coded inserters too. We are using burner inserter, and this was harder to set up than you think. You see there's like 3 requester chests for the different ingredients, because burner inserters are terribly slow. We can only barely ferry the science packs out there fast enough. And when I had only 1 requester chest, the burner inserters would not keep up. The assemblers are too fast, and the inserters wait too long to start refilling the assembler, and the assembler would not run for a while. It takes like a second or so for the ammo to reach the... No, let's watch the ammo. The ammo goes down. 3, 2, 1, 0, and it starts inserting, and it only barely in time inserts the ammo. So burner inserters was a bit hard to set up. We've got some uncalculated coal requests here, which we are using to fuel these burner inserters. Of course also by burner inserters. At least these can fuel themselves from the chest, and these can fuel these as well. So all those inserters should stay powered, so to say, powered by coal. And that all for military science, which we are not even using, so yeah. Alright, that's the labs and all the science packs. Now we can get into the actual cool builds. I will tell you right now that of the 50 hours of development time, I think roughly 10 hours was playtesting and ironing out the mistakes at the end. The first 10 hours or so were Excel planning and calculating a whole spreadsheet, because you cannot use like Kirk McDonald's calculator for this, because, well, you're not dealing with productivity modules, and you're not dealing with 4 of them, you're dealing with 14 warp modules. So I just made it in Excel by myself. And that's where I found out I could do it with 12 belts of resources only. 2000 science per minute, and I could still do it if I use the ideal ratio of science assemblers, 2100 and 24 signs per minute still fits barely within 12 chests of resources, like 3.9 blue belts of iron and copper, and something in that order of magnitude. So that's 20 of the 50 hours justified. I think the bot side took like 4 or 5 hours to plan out. I did that at the very end. I first did the belt side, because if the belt side is impossible, there's no use in making the bot side. But the belt side turned out to be possible. It took me like most of these 30 remaining hours to puzzle out the belt side here. So yeah, this part looks the worst, really. It looks better when all the belts are filled up a bit, but with all the belts empty it just looks like a very noobish mess. But this is one of those portions of spaghetti. I guess I don't want to stick feathers up my own butt, but this is the best spaghetti I ever cooked. It is the worst and the best spaghetti at the same time. You have to deal with so many things, like inserter's priority to draw off the near side of the belt, which could lead to the left side of the belt getting unclogged or clogged up, and then not all of the ore goes through. And there are so many problems with this. I don't even want to talk about all of them. Like here we have to do weird stuff like side loading this copper on an underground belt, so this inserter is fast enough to fill this chest so we can produce copper wire fast enough. If this is a straight belt, this does not work. There is just so many weird mechanics. Here is also, especially for rails, that is visible. We even had to put extra stone and extra steel on this long-handed inserter, which inputs only one extra to make this assembler ever so slightly fast enough to be able to keep up with rail demand. By now we are keeping up. Okay, we even have a beacon here. Everything has been fine-tuned to the extreme fewest overproduction as possible here. So here we have steel smelting. The weird steel smeltery from the earlier base makes its return, with one iron furnace going into 2 steel smelteries, and even then we have iron overproduction because of the 120% productivity bonus. So we got steel smelting here. Here we got like copper smelting, and we can produce full belts of copper with only 6 furnaces as opposed to like 13 in the base game. And those belts of copper go to low density structures over here. I guess we can look at the plastics. Plastics is very weird indeed. We've got coal coming out with a mixed uranium chest, that's weird already. But then the coal flows to the left. We are just picking off coal for the grenades, which is the only other purpose for coal. And then the rest we side load on this blue belt over here, where it goes to plastics. And we output plastics on the same belt. The coal is, however, not blocked from going on this belt, so it is just mixing in with the plastic, as you can clearly see. That is very ugly. But then the coal goes out over here. We are filtering out the coal again. The plastic continues on. The coal is side loaded on this belt and goes back to the input side, where it is prioritized due to the natural organization of these belts. We are side loading the coal which is incoming from the miners onto the existing belt, which means whatever is on the existing belt gets prioritized, and that way this is like the easier mechanical sushi belt, you could say. It's not really sushi, but it still has multiple ingredients going uncontrolled on a belt, and it is being sorted out in the end without clogging up. Even if this clogged up entirely, it would still unclog itself. We've got a more difficult and intricate sushi belt in the base, which we'll talk about soon. But this is one weird system here. Also, you may notice this weirdly beaconed oil refinery. As it just so turns out, we can precisely not produce enough oil with only one oil refinery fully beaconed, plus the war beacon adding to it. This thing is going ridiculously fast. And we've got a ridiculous bonus on this as well, 130%. So this produces all the heavy and light oil for lubricant and rocket fuel, and the rest is just cracked down to petroleum gas. but we are just a couple drops short of being able to sustain all oil production with this one, which is why we've got also a basic oil production plant on this side of the base, which helps out whenever we are in need of petroleum gas. Let's follow the pipelines. The entire heavy oil pipeline is over here. It just goes to lubricant, which touches the oil pipeline, so that gets prioritized. It just sucks it out like a pump would. This is always full. And then the leftover gets through to the heavy oil cracking, which is operational most of the time, but not all the time. It sometimes flickers in the off state. Again, all of these are precisely beaconed to the exact number of beacons they need to have. So that feeds light oil in here, which joins up the light oil from the advanced oil processing. This goes into light oil cracking here. You may notice here we have some normal productivity modules instead of warp modules. Now, why would I do that? Well, these need to be slow enough. Those need to not overconsume. It is very important that these don't overconsume, or we won't be producing enough rocket fuel here. So here we are producing rocket fuel with the light oil. We also have some petroleum gas overflow, which is making solid fuel, kind of to keep the thing like self-balanced. Initially I thought it is more efficient to make solid fuel out of petroleum gas, because while you need 20 petroleum gas and only 10 light oil to make solid fuel, you can break down 10 light oil into 26 petroleum gas. So basically 10 light oil turns into 26 petroleum gas, which is more than 20 petroleum gas. So instead of generating one cycle of solid fuel production from 10 light oil, now we're generating 1.3 cycles of solid fuel production from 10 light oil. So that's why we have petroleum gas here. I keep being confused if this recipe is more efficient or not. But I think it is now at this point in time. Right, so that goes into the rocket fuel. Rocket fuel gets put on a belt together with the low density structures, and that goes to a division system similar to the ones we already talked about, somewhere over here next to the warp beacon. So we got rocket fuel and low density structures being drawn from here. Now comes the fun part. Here we have rocket control units. We are both requesting them from the pod side as well as feeding them with the belt side. As you can see, this belt is actually horribly clogged up right now. Oh no, what is wrong here? Well, nothing. This is intended to be like this, believe it or not. We are filtering out the produced rocket control units here, and even if it backs up, this belt can still unclog itself somehow. How are we doing that? We are not using a single wire. This is a mechanical sushi belt. No wire conditions are used, no belts are had, no inserters are wired up. This is pure mechanical madness. So what are we doing? We're basically slowing down the infusion of blue chips and speed modules on this belt, which are the two ingredients for the rocket control unit. We are slowing that down. So the blue belt, which is twice as fast as a yellow belt, so the yellow belt, which is twice as slow as a blue belt, is side loading this blue belt, which means this side of the blue belt is 2/3 full. That means that there will always be space to outsert rocket control units on the belt between those gaps in the supply belt. And of course we're also drawing empty the supply belt to produce this a bit. And we're also putting it on the far side of the belt from this side over here. So that way we're keeping everything full and we're keeping space to output the rocket control units. This can produce at all times. Then we're basically, no matter on which side of the belt the rocket control units are, they are side loaded onto this belt together with productivity modules, and any overflow speed modules and blue chips go on this belt over here. We just side load it in. Here is another example of this backing up for a while. Let's see it unclog. Here we are side loading blue chips on this belt. Speed modules are filtered out here, and speed modules are basically put at the back of this belt. So these are prioritized over the ones which are being produced right here, because if this backs up, these keep filling up the space so these cannot output here. And these blue chips work basically the same, except we are stealing some of them, and those are again being joined up at the back of this belt. So these, everything which is on the belt is prioritized, and we're just side-loading the live blue chip production on the belt as well. So that is how this mechanical sushi madness works. It is one of the coolest aspects of this base in my opinion, especially because it's purely mechanical without a single wire condition. Look at this horrible clogging. And there it goes again. That is pretty nice. So that wavy pattern is because of the rocket launch sequence. Basically, the buffer chest fills up, it completely backs up. The rocket silo is not consuming anything while the 20-second rocket launch sequence is in progress. And during that time, this just temporarily backs up a bit, and then it starts like rocket production again. And this is quickly drawn empty again, so it is a little bit wavy in that regard. But still, there is enough buffer for us to completely keep the rocket silos functioning at all time. So now again, they were not consuming, and now probably these chests will get drawn empty a bit faster than they are full. Probably have to look at this one. Yeah, there we go, there we go. See how it is drawn faster a lot. How it is drawn empty a lot faster than it is filling up. Okay, we might even go into this chest now. Right, but we got two. This is why we got two chests of buffer here. We need that for the wavy consumption speed of the rocket silos, and that's the same reason why we got two chests of rocket fuel and two chests of low densities over there. Let's just look at the live production of a rocket silo here. How fast the rockets are produced. It goes really fast. I think the launch animation is about similar in time than the rocket construction. Alright, here we go. That is a speedy rocket construction. Yeah, I think that's definitely faster than the entire launch sequence is. Yeah, that definitely takes more time. So yeah, we are really consuming all of this in a big bulk consumption rush, and then waiting again. Basically, hurry up and wait. And then we go again. You have to wait for the silo to close, and then these guys will pop into action again. So I started out doing the labs and the science area, just to see the scale of assemblers, if it would fit. I laid out all the assemblers required in this area over here, and then I just pasted them on here, just to see the amount of assemblers I would need, and just to get an idea of it, if it would fit. For bots the answer was yes, but for belts the answer was unclear, since belt routing takes a ton of space. We've really got like all three colors of belts mixing up, and doing like some cursed belt weaving here and there, where like red undergrounds and blue undergrounds cross each other. We've got belts spanning the literal void over here. All kinds of weird stuff. I think I did oil after science, because I first thought I could get away with one oil refinery, but it turned out I exactly could not. So that was where the second one, mirrored on the other side, comes in. And then we did rocket fuel in this corner. It just seemed like a good corner to do it. Just stash the pipeworks away. It is one of the only things which is not delivered by bots, obviously, because the recipe is simply light oil or petroleum gas for the solid fuel, which is directly inserted. No bots or belts are going to be used for that. So this is basically the same, except here we output the rocket fuel in provider chests, whereas on the belt side we obviously output it on a belt, and then it joints with low density structures over here. So this was hard. This was very hard to figure out, but not that interesting to talk about. Like our weird green chip compression mechanisms here. Pipes spanning the void, trying to get sulfuric acid out. We got sulfuric acid out to the warp platform up here, where it then connects to the warp teleporter, where it goes to uranium mining, as well as it going to blue chips here and down here. Red chips, technically we could feed all 12 red chip assemblers with one copper wire assembler, but that was just too hard to set up. Man, there are so many details to talk about. If you want to know all of it, I've got 50 hours of video available on Patreon of the entire design process. I would not recommend it. If you watch it, I would recommend watching it on 1.5 times speed, because I speak kind of slow normally, and it is quite easy to keep up with what I'm saying at 1.5 times speed generally. The bot side was very easy to figure out after the belt side was done. It was a bit tricky to get all the smelting to fit and to look nice. We are basically mixing ore requests here, using filter inserters to smelt the appropriate resource. We have some more steel smelters here, also just a 1:2 ratio, it's the easiest to set up. Some beacons to make sure we have enough production. Instead of using an extra furnace, I use some beacons here and there, especially to speed up steel. Yeah, the bot side is more a matter of trying to make it look nice, like especially in the rocket silo area where we've got symmetric science production. We have symmetric low density structures here, symmetric labs, symmetric steel production, just to keep this area looking as nice as it can be. I mean, you gotta have all sorts of different production in here, so it's naturally not going to look completely symmetric for the entire base. Here we got this single beacon affecting 12 of the 16 rocket control unit assemblers, which makes this exactly fast enough as well. We got these things are just stashed in wherever they would go. Grenade production, productivity module production, engine production, some engines between speed modules over here. Red chip production, again the 12 red chip assemblers here. Where is copper wire coming from? That is a good question. Here we are basically making copper wire and green circuits for both red chips and blue chips. It's not only here, we've got another station up here and another station over here. So yeah, we are backing up. Okay, we are backing up at least in copper wire here. Are we keeping science going? We have gotten rid of the wavy science consumption pattern. Over the 1 hour graph, looks like we have a dip here, which is okay. We are still overproducing space science. I forgot if I actually designed the base around the space science overproduction. I think I did. I hope I did. I think that's mostly it. Everything has been talked about. On the other floors, we've got the belts incoming, we've got the fuel cells being mixed in here. Let's see if the train already went again. Yeah, this fuel cell chest is slightly fuller than the last time we checked it. So we are producing 660 in the last hour and consume only 300. So we have a sizable overproduction. Alright, we are using the full 1.6 gigawatts we produce here in waves. At times it's slightly higher when the rockets are launching, and at times it's slightly lower. It is very important that we have a little bit extra power for the laser zoo, because the base gets priority over the lasers in Warptorio. I noticed, at least when using these warp abilities, I just starve my lasers of power and the biters just immediately break out, so this cannot really be interrupted for 1 second. Fortunately, we have like an internal accumulator in Warptorio which holds all the energy. Here we've got the loot chest museum, including these turrets, which I wanted to use for the laser zoo, but well, then it wouldn't have been a laser zoo, I guess. I don't have the iron to spare to make the ammo, unfortunately. It would be cool. Yellow ammo turrets with severely buffed projectile damage. We can research a lot of these levels. We could have researched up to level 15 by now, it appears. Wait, I didn't talk about these chests yet. We have a very carefully set roboport network in place, which does cover the southern chests, but exactly does not cover these northern chests over here. As well as I tried to keep the bots from flying over this area as much as possible for the visual effect of the belt area. Unfortunately, because of these laps here, the bots will still fly to the northern section. But yeah, in the end, having the laps on 4 sides still looks better than having it on 3 sides and just using this space in a different way. So a few bots are flying over here, but most of the bots are obviously flying in the bot side of the base. Only the science delivery bots are flying to the north side. But yeah, these chests are not accessible to the bots, and these chests are not accessible to the belts. They just flow into a fake underground belt here. This is not leading anywhere. Just for a visual effect. It looked better than just loaders going into nothing. So yeah, that's how we are keeping the intake resources divided. So yeah, 12 miners can now fill a blue belt, even without levels of mining productivity. I didn't research a single infinite level. It's all the 3 levels which we had. Of course, plus the warp mining productivity. We've got 25 levels of warp mining productivity research, which are just as powerful as the vanilla ones, at a much lower cost. Alright, so that's it, I guess. That is the entire Warptorio playthrough and the entire Warptorio base explained, I think. I hope I didn't miss anything. Yeah, what a playthrough this was, man. Holy moly. I didn't think when I started this it would take me a full year almost to produce this series. I think it took on the same order of magnitude of time like the Ultimate Death World challenge I did. So yeah, I hope you enjoyed this series. I will be releasing a supercut of this one as well. Supercuts always are nice to watch the entire story in one go, with a lot less advertisement in between and whatnot. And it also seems to be recommended to a different audience if you do supercuts, like the long form videos compared to the weekly, I wish, episodes. These take so much time to make, man. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed the series. If you really enjoy what I do, consider supporting me on Patreon. This is my full-time gig since the beginning of 2024. My entire income is content creation. Anyway, don't feel pressured into it. Only do it if you have the disposable income to spare. So if you're a student, that probably excludes you. That's fine. I just want to say it's fine if you don't support me. But if you have the disposable income and you enjoy my content, then you can consider. This was awkward. I hate talking about this stuff, man. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed the entire Warptorio saga, and I hopefully will see you next time.